but it wasn't good enough. Put it over the headset. No, I can't do it. It's not that big, man. It's time. Gentlemen, boys, and girls, we got a show today. Oh my god. What a bunch of bullshit we've had going on. There's some videos we gotta watch, some stuff we gotta do, and we have AllCraft today. I didn't know if it was gonna happen. I wasn't sure. But it is, and we have not only the biggest donator to Bobby's Yacht Fund, Quin69, but we also have Josh Strife Hayes coming on, and we're going to be talking about you know what. And so I'm excited, man. It's going to be fun. We might watch the Final Fantasy documentary today. I'm not even sure yet. I haven't decided. There's been a lot of stupid shit going on, and every time, honestly, man, I love it whenever there's drama on Twitch, because that way, like, basically, like, the worst thing about it is there's hardly ever any drama really about me, and if it is, it's like just something dumb, you know? It's like, oh, Asmon said he's better than the viewers. I can't believe he said that. Fucking bald. Shut up, Baldy. Like, hey, we hate you. And that's about it, you know what I mean? It's just, it's not a whole lot going on. But, you know, other people, it gets way, 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 way more intense. And so, yeah, yeah, absolutely. That's just what it was. And so, yeah, drama's called drama. The thing is, like, I don't really mind it. I think it's funny. Now, I think that, again, this is like my, this is my view. This is like my philosophy. All right, first, all right. Sup, y'all? It's me, it's your boy, Asmongold. And today, I want to talk a little bit about Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, okay? I said I might play it today if we didn't do AllCraft. We are going to do AllCraft. We're going to do that after Stormblood. I think that that's the best option because, basically, let me explain. I'm not going to be on Sunday because it's like Father's Day and everything, and so like I want to spend time with my dad and do some other stuff, right? So what does that mean? It means that I'm probably not going to have a lot of time to do it, and I don't want to rush the game. You know, I don't want to rush the game. I don't want to half-dick the game. I want to full-dick the game, and so I want to do it after Stormblood. That's my plan. That's what's going to happen, okay? What about Devil May Cry 5? I might do that after that. Honestly, because like those are one-tap games, right? Or like two or three. They're quick games, so I could get into that. So I could do both of those. It's a short game, though. I know. That's why I want to have at least 2 days for it. You know what I mean? And so that's my plan. Devil May Cry is a bit longer. That's good. I used to love Devil May Cry. Okay, like, I'll be honest. I thought Dante was super cool, you know? And so I was like 14, 15, man. That game was my fucking favorite. And so I haven't seen any of the new ones. The last one that I played was Devil May Cry 3. I think it was on the PlayStation 2. I played it like 100 hours in 3 days. Like, it was insane. I went so fucking hard on that game, man. And so, yeah, I've heard a lot of positive things about it as well. And is Drama saying you've split into your mustache hairs? Nuh-uh, bro. Like, I showered yesterday because, like, I get, like, this bad, like, crusty dandruff on my head. It's, like, nasty, bro. And so, anyway, like, it's I can't even really describe it. It's like, imagine somebody dump a bag of flour on your head. Right? Like, that's basically the way that it feels. It's just gross. And so I think I have to shower more often. I might have to do a shower like twice a week, which is, I mean, let's be honest, it's a waste of fucking time. But, you know, if I have to do it, I have to do it. I'm just not sure yet. But, yeah, I showered last night, watched some Attack on Titan, and, what else did I do? So I showered, watched anime. I went to Chipotle, that's right, yes! It was a perfect day. An absolutely perfect day. Yeah, it was a great time. Used dandruff shampoo. I'm just a crusty boy. That I jerked off? I actually didn't. Usually I'll do that, but I was just busy doing other stuff, man. That's all there was to it. And it's like, you know, whenever you don't jerk off for a while, it's like the first day, like if you can get past like the first 2 days, you can go to a week. And it's like, I remember, like, you spend like 5 or 6 days not jerking off, and you start thinking about like fucking like how many planets are in the universe and shit like that, right? And like how to calculate it, like what the formula would be. But then like after you get back to jerking off, you start thinking about like Marvel movies again, and you're back down off of cloud 9, and you're just sitting about thinking about when the next Iron Man gonna come out. And you know, I'm in that phase right now. Yeah, like I've spent some time trying that, like the whole NoFap thing, but it's not really my thing. I've done it a little bit, and it's just, again, not for me. Check out Nerzal shampoo. It's a fungus and it will kill it. Oh, that's great. I can't wait to put a fungus on my head. Then I'll have 2 of them. So yeah, listen, we got a lot of shit to talk about. We also have Wrath Classic. I didn't even talk about this. Wrath Classic is going to come out pretty soon, and whenever it does, guess what's going to come out with it? Fresh motherfucking servers. And I'm excited for that. I am. No seamless co-op. We'll probably get back to that at some point. I don't know exactly when. We'll get to that. I'll get to that later. And keto, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what keto is. I have a very good diet. I eat 1 to 2 meals a day, and I never gain weight, and I never feel sick. That's basically what I've done for a long time. It works great. And yeah, I do that. I eat meat and potatoes. I have a very simple palate, a very simple diet. Like, I'm not going around eating some kind of fucking, like, I'm not eating raw fish, man. I'll tell you that. I'm not eating plants, bro. We not eating a plant. That's for the ground. That came out of dirt. We're not doing that, except for, I mean, I guess potato come out of dirt, but like, that's you know, it's a different thing. And so anyway, like, yeah, it's just not my thing. Cholesterol, I don't even know what that is. Like, I'll tell you guys one thing that I have my, like, they did like a bunch of tests on me and shit. And this was like maybe a few years ago. And I remember my dad was actually mad at me because he was like, how is it that you live like a fucking animal and your cholesterol is like 100 points lower than mine? And like, he actually didn't believe me whenever I told him. And like, he had his doctor look up my records, because like he's like my you know, a close contact, so he can do that. And so the doctor looked it up, and he had to fucking see it because he didn't believe it, man. And that's it. My God, he's getting adapted. It's like people get COVID. Like, I did get COVID. Didn't I? How many of you guys got COVID? How many of you guys actually got COVID? Because like I had it. Like, I did. Was it fun? Did you guys have fun? Yeah, twice. I heard somebody that had it 4 fucking times, man. Yeah, no, it wasn't really fun for me either. Like, so basically the only good thing about COVID is I had an excuse for nobody to fucking interact with me. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I can't go anywhere. Ah, guys, I got COVID. Oh, shit. I guess I'm not gonna leave the house today. What a shame. Wow, how could this have happened? And, like, I had one bad day with COVID while I was just pretty much laying in bed chilling, and then after that, like, I was back to streaming like 2 days after that, man. I said, fuck that. Now, I had to mute the mic and cough like every 5 seconds, but I still did it, and it was okay. 4 times you gotta be trying for it at that point? Yeah, it's like, that's some licking lamppost shit, right? How the fuck you get COVID 4 goddamn times? But yeah, it was a bit of a pain in the ass. I couldn't smell or taste for like 3 hours. That was awful. Because it was 3 hours I was eating a steak. I was fucking furious because it didn't taste as good as I thought it was, right? No COVID, not vaccinated. Listen, dude, there's a lot of people, like, I actually made a mistake by even reading the word vaccinated. I'm gonna be honest, like, I actually made a mistake by that. Because anytime, like, I have to, like, anytime that I make a get your you know, well, I'll tell you what, brother. I tell you what, you know, that this is, look, and that's what it is. And they'll just start getting into it. I'm gonna tell you guys something. The reason I never really talked about COVID whenever it was a big thing was really simple. I almost failed chemistry. What the fuck do I know about COVID? That's about it. And so that's, yeah, I never talked about that shit because I had no idea about it. But, you know, like, yeah, same. I've got no idea about this shit. It's like, listen to somebody who knows what they're talking about, not me. Biology is chemistry. The only thing I learned about in biology is, like, I remember this is like, because we live in Texas, okay? And they had to put like a sticker or something like that on the fucking page of about evolution, you know? And this sticker was like, yeah, there's other people that believe that God made everything. So evolution, you have to keep in mind, it's just a theory. And like, everybody thought this shit was dumb because we're like, you know, like, how is it not is obviously what it is. Evolution is fake. Yeah, well, it was just I think it was maybe it was on the back of the book. It was a long time ago. I don't really remember. And anyway, like, I remember our teacher was like actually like a fucking evangelical, because like I had neighbors and they were really, really into like Jesus and shit, right? And he went to their same church. And you know what the funny thing about that is I always hear teachers talking about like how they try to put like their politics and worldviews and shit into classrooms nowadays. I see this on Twitter constantly. And you know what? He never even fucking mentioned God. He never did. He never said, like, he never brought attention to that, to the little sticker. He never said anything about it. Meanwhile, this dude, fucking super evangelical Christian, never said a goddamn fucking word about it. And I remember, I respect him a lot for that. I was surprised. It was a good thing, base. Yeah, because that's not what he's fucking hired to do, you know? There was a sticker. Well, he didn't put it there. Fucking Ted Cruz put it there. That's not his fault, you know? And yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. Yeah, it's how it's fucking supposed to be. You either follow or you don't. My grandma's Christian. She wouldn't let me watch the Harry Potter because of magic. Bro, like, my neighbor, like, AJ could not watch Lord of the Rings. Which is funny, because, like, Lord of the Rings is, like, you know, what Tolkien said, it was a Catholic work, right? And so it's, like, all these fucking biblical references, and Tolkien, he can't watch that shit. But, like, I didn't know that whenever we were 13. I just thought his parents were crazy. But anyway, he's chilling now. He's doing okay. He's got, like, 2 kids. Everything's fine. Even all that other stuff. And good day, Asma, and hope you have a nice stream. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And a lot of teachers do. That's the problem. Yeah, exactly. Teacher never forced their personal beliefs on their students. Yeah, my teachers never really did that to me at all. Like, I did have a teacher, like, I told this story, right? He put on a red clown nose, and whenever somebody was failing a test, he'd put it on and look at them while they're doing the test. Like, while they're trying to write down their answer, he'd have the fucking red clown nose on, looking directly at them, making eye contact with them. And, like, this is the kind of guy that'll give you a McDonald's fucking application whenever he gives you back an F paper, you know? And this guy was a fucking asshole. He was one of my favorite teachers. Yeah, exactly. It was great. And what's this here? Stu Gaming wants a war with you. Check him out. Listen, I saw that he hosted me today, and Stu is like, we don't need a war with Stu. We need a fucking intervention. We gotta get this guy. We gotta bring this man out of the fucking, out of purgatory. Like, out of fucking gotcha game purgatory, man. The pay-to-win guy. Yeah, that's him. What kind of with the 5 gifted subs? I appreciate that. Yeah, he's the man that needs our help. And like, look, here's the thing, is people don't have a problem. I said this before with pay-to-win games, right? It's like, nobody has a problem really with, like, them existing. Like, there are some people that do, but it's like, man, you gotta let people do what they're gonna do. It's somebody's life. They can make a game however they want to make a game. It's their God-given right to make a game. You want to make a pay-to-win game, go on ahead, because this is America. You do what you want. Freedom of expression. But don't you fucking put no goddamn motherfucking gambling loot boxes in there. That's the problem. So listen, I got no problem with things being pay to win. That's okay. But don't fucking put those boxes in. And if you can do it without the boxes, then that's yours to win. That's all there is to it. Just watch a video now on YouTube. Exactly. Have you seen the new Narc video? I did not, but I saw some people showing it to me. Respond to your reaction of all your valid points. Make them look incorrect or crazy. No, there's no reason. Like, the thing is, people always get too emotionally wrapped up, right? People think, you gotta remember, it's video games, man. It's for fun. It's everything for fun. You're gonna roll on Wrath of the Lich King fresh. I guess let me talk about that first. I'll talk about Wrath fresh, and then after that, I'll talk about a little bit of the tier list shit, and then I want to go through my Reddit. And apparently there's like an Overwatch event that happens at noon, and I want to watch that. You guys might not know this. I actually think Overwatch 2 is good. I have fun playing the game. I played it a lot, and I think it's a good game, and I think people are way too negative about Overwatch. Straight up. I think they're way too negative about Overwatch 2, and I think that the only reason they're negative about it is because Overwatch 2 has a 2 in the name. The reason that's fair, here's why I think it's unfair. People are expecting, like, Halo 2, right? Like, Halo 1 to Halo 2, that's a bit of a difference, right? A new campaign, new multiplayer, whole game's different. With Overwatch 2, you only really had multiplayer, and if you only had multiplayer, you can still play Overwatch 2 seamlessly. So it's like, they're literally giving you a free massive update to the game, and if you spend more money, you get the PvE content. How is that not fair? Like, the problem is, like, I think that it's so important to, whenever a game company does something right, that you don't shit on them because they always get shit on. Blizzard always gets shit on. But that doesn't mean that every single thing that they do is shit. Only 98% of it. But there is that 2%. We saw it yesterday. I got my 23 weapon. Absolutely, yeah. There is that 2% time where they don't do something wrong. That's pretty fair. Yeah, I think it's a fair thing, and I think that, honestly, Trollballs 5 get the subs, thank you. I think the fact is that a lot of people are pissed off because it says Overwatch 2, and what it really is Overwatch 1.5 or 1.1. You know, like, that's why people are mad about it. It's not because the game sucks or anything like that. It's just that it's not transformative enough in their mind to warrant being called 2. But it's fucking free, so who gives a shit about it? There's a number next to it. That's the way I see it, okay? Maybe I'm crazy, but that's the way that I feel about it. But it's also still not good, then don't play it. But all I'm saying is, if you don't like Overwatch, I can see why you don't like Overwatch. There's a lot of things I don't like about Overwatch. I don't like how frenetic combat gets whenever you're in melee. Melee first-person combat is always dog shit to me. It's dog shit in Elder Scrolls. It's dog shit in, like, the only difference where it wasn't dog shit was the Energy Sword in Halo. Okay, like, I love that. That was literally it. But besides that, I just was not a fan at all. Play Chivalry? I don't know about that. And Vermintide, yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I don't like it too much, okay? So anyway, you gonna watch the Stu video? Yeah, I'll watch this. I'll watch Stu's video. Let me do this first, okay? Actually, oh, Bitcoin price. Let's see how Bitcoin is doing. I remember I looked at this the other day. $20. Bitcoin is now worth $20. So if you give me $20,000, I'll give you $20, and so you get 2 Bitcoins back. And so, yeah, $20,000. It's gone down a lot. I'm not really sure if it will go down anymore. I think, obviously, you know, the whole economy's in a recession. How much of that is Bitcoin? How much of that is just an overall economy effect? It's really kind of hard to say. But, you know, it sucks for people that invest a lot of money into it. And that's the way it goes. It'll probably stop at 12.5K. I don't know if it even ever will stop. So anyway, we've got this right here. This is the first thing I wanted to talk about, is Fresh Start Realms with WoW Classic. So Wrath Classic. So if anybody doesn't know, Wrath of the Lich King is coming out. Why is that? Because of money. Blizzard is going to release Wrath of the Lich King and make money off of it. And so what does that mean? They are adding in Fresh Start Realms with WoW Classic. And I'll read through a little bit of this. I'm sorry I'm a couple of days late with this news. I've been a little bit lazy, but it is what it is. So, launch Wrath Classic and open Fresh Start servers, fulfilling a request from players for a long time. We expect there to be a lot of new Classic players joining us for the first time. Some may be concerned they'll feel behind. Fresh Start Realms should give those players a chance to feel as though they're on an even playing field with everyone else. These realms will be Wrath of the Lich King Classic realms from day one, so whenever they launch, they'll have all the talent trees, player abilities, and coming Wrath of the Lich King talents. For at least 90 days, you'll be allowed to boost a character, or you can't boost a character. For 90 days, you can't transfer over there, and you can't have a Death Knight on there at level 55 unless you already have a 55 on there. Anyway, so basically, Blizzard is adding in Fresh Start servers. I'm sorry to say, I am not excited about this. Am I crazy? I mean, there's a blue update to the 90 days. Yeah, they said they might make it longer. Is that right? Yeah, they'll have the Encourage gates open, and so, yeah, there's not going to be, like, a big rush for that or anything else. I'm not excited either. Yeah, it's just, like, why? The thing to me is, like, why would I get excited about Wrath Fresh Start? I mean, I'm just going to be leveling up again and then just doing Wrath of the Lich King content. That's what it is, isn't it? Yeah, you know, like, that's what it is. And it's like, no boost or transfer? Who cares? Who gives a shit? Like, it's like, what is that? Like, it's gonna stop me from playing the game? There's no way. Hardcore players are excited. Yes, and I think that these fresh servers will go the exact same way as Season of Mastery. I think that there is no real reason for a average player to go over and play on the server over the server that they already had. It's just, there's no reason for it to happen. No transfers, different economy. So it's not going to be that different of an economy. And like, also, if you're buying and selling materials, your gold that you're buying and receiving is scaled to the economy because you're still selling the same stuff, right? So it's like inflation. If you're buying something for $1 or $100, it's effectively the same if everything else in the world is priced accordingly. You see kind of what I'm saying? And so that's what it is. No booster transfer would be great if it happened in, let's say, Canada. That's it. Yeah, it's economics. That's the way that it works. After 90 days, it won't matter anymore. Well, I don't think it's going to matter at all. The fact is, people are still going to be botting. Like, if I was a botter, or I owned a botnet, what would I do? Well, I would 100% start making characters on this realm. Yeah, I would 100% start making characters on this realm and having bots on this realm, because this is where the most people are going to buy gold. Yeah, that's it. That's where everybody is going to buy gold. It's just that simple. And your take on the economy works if you take out supply and demand completely? No, it works perfectly. I understand it better than a lot of people that are... If you're disagreeing with me on this, you just don't understand economics. Listen, the only exception to that are raw gold farms that do not scale with economy. But everything else scales exactly with economy. People that get mad and think like, oh my God, like, you know, there are these GDKPs and people are spending like millions of gold. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, then just don't join one. Is this ruining your game? That like some other dipshit has a lot of gold on the server? What is it? How does this really affect you? It doesn't. It's people in the classic WoW that are trying to make mountains out of molehills and trying to create these little differences about how, oh, it's not as perfect as they want it to be. The fact is that why would somebody re-roll on a classic Wrath server just so they can level up 1 through 60, 1 through 70, 1 through 80, and then do the exact same thing? All they're really signing up to do is level up again. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, I don't know. It shouldn't be meant for new players. I mean, I don't know who it is meant for. Like, I just view this as the same as, what do you call it? I view this as the same as fucking Season of Mastery, where they remade classic fresh servers and then they immediately died because nobody really wanted to go through and spend all that time leveling characters again. It's one of these ideas, I think, that, like, people get, like, really excited whenever they hear the idea. And like I did too, I got excited whenever I heard the idea. And then you think about it for 3 or 4 seconds and you're level 17 and you realize you've got like 2 more weeks of leveling and you think to yourself, you know, I'm just gonna play my 70. Like, I think that's what's going to happen with most people, because that's exactly what happened with Season of Mastery. For a lot of people, the game dies at max level. The only thing left to do is raid log. Well, if that's really true, then why did Season of Mastery die before 99% of people hit 60? I'll tell you why. It's because it's not true. People say that. They're like, oh yeah, this is really how it is, but that's not what they do. And it's proven every single fucking time. Like, yeah, you think you do, but you don't. Well, it didn't happen. No, it did. Season of Mastery fucking died so fast. It was dead. It's absolutely brutal. It hit 60 in Season of Mastery. Some people did, absolutely. But the majority of people did not. People like fresh start in all games. People don't like feeling behind. All right, well, if people like fresh start in all games, I don't think that's necessarily true, because again, you can look at Season of Mastery. Season of Mastery was a fresh start of the exact same game, and it didn't work out. Nobody gave a shit about it. So yeah, Season of Mastery is still not dead. It's dead. It's dead. You just give it up, man. Just give it up. You know, Season Mastery is still going. It has more players than Nostalrius did. I have no idea, but I would be amazed if more than, 15,000 people are actively playing on Season of Mastery. I think it's not less. Leveling is the best part of Classic WoW. Well, okay, so I don't know why people are saying this. Why are people saying leveling is the best part of Classic WoW whenever they literally had to reinvent the entire rules of the game because people were paying exorbitant amounts of golds to skip it? And then whenever they had another server where you couldn't skip it, the server lost all of its players in like a month. It's not true. Like, it's just like, you could say I like it, but these are just not what the numbers reflect. And that's all there is to it. Somebody said it in chat, leveling is fun once. I totally fucking agree. Absolutely, man. And so, yeah. And no one wants to have half their progress reset every expansion. Stop being delusional. Yeah, I think that there will be some people that will play on these new fresh start realms. If I had a group of friends to play with and it started earlier and I could start at the same time at level 80 with like everybody else, maybe I'd do it. But like, it's just not really something I want to invest my time into. It's boring. It's just rehash content over and over and over. And there's nothing unique or special or new to it, right? And killing princess is hilarious every time. Yeah, and then you log off. Some people love leveling, but not enough to constitute a completely new realm setup for them. Yeah, I think that's the way that a lot of people would say. Most fun I had is leveling back in 2019 with Classic Refresh launch. Yeah, but the difference is that was your first time doing it in 15 years. You just did it a few years ago. Most people aren't ready to do it again. I could be wrong, and these new fresh start realms could be super popular. I think that these realms would get, I think that these realms will have a lot of players on them initially. Now, what's going to happen? Are people going to actually go and level all the way through? What I'm expecting is going to happen is that a lot of people are going to play on this realm on like the first few days, and then they're going to see how long leveling is going to take, and then they'll go back to their BC realm and then just level into Wrath of the Lich King, because they'll feel like they're missing out on like not being in Northrend with all the other people. Yeah, and so I think that's what's going to happen. And that's pretty much what happened with Season of Mastery, is like, you know, everybody was really into it for like a week or two, and then everybody started dropping off because it was like, oh, this is just the same stuff that we've been doing. It's like when your friends want to level an alt with you, they get all excited, then you get to level 23 and get bored. Yeah, that's just about fucking right. And what's this here? The main good thing about the realms is all the gold resets and no one is ahead. But no one's ahead of you anyway. Like, that's what you don't understand. Like, if somebody has 1 million gold in World of Warcraft, they can still only run Naxxramas once. They can only run it once. They can't run it 15 times. You can't buy resets. This isn't Diablo Immortal, where you can buy crests for 10,000 gold and get more gear. You know, they can buy all the gear. Yeah, well, can't somebody do that? Yeah, the alts in GDKP, it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. The content is a joke. It's super easy. You're not going to have any advantage. They're not going to have any advantage over you. You're going to be clearing Naxx. They're going to be clearing Naxx. Everybody's going to be clearing Naxx, man. In terms of flying mounts and shit, bro, like, what is this? Like, guys, please stop trying to recapture something that was lost 10 years ago. Please stop. Like, it's fucking over. There's never gonna be a prestige with having epic flying mount again. There's never gonna be a prestige to having epic mount again. It's not gonna happen, because there was no real prestige in the first place. It was just fucking grinding. It was just, you just grinded this for like fucking a month and you got it. This is not something impressive. It's only impressive because it's like basically a bunch of people that are young that don't understand the game place value in it. I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer. I'm not trying to be an asshole. But I just do it naturally, to be honest. Fact is that it's not impressive. It was annoying. Exactly. It's not prestige. It'll literally be a disadvantage if they don't have flying and everyone else does. They're gonna be at a disadvantage. What is this disadvantage? That it's gonna take you more time to fucking get to level 80? You're gonna have to maybe spend more time in Zul Drak? Come on, like, it's just, like, what do you mean? It's just, dude, of course it's a huge disadvantage. No, it's really not. It's not a big fucking deal. Like, Wrath is just, people are not gonna be going around. There's not a huge reason to go out and do world PvP. Yes, it might take you an extra day to level. So I don't think a solution to it taking you an extra day to level is taking an extra month to level. Like, this does not appeal to me. I don't, and again, maybe this is me not understanding. And let's be honest, with a lot of this classic stuff, that's absolutely what it is. I see no value in this. I see literally no value this adds. I see no audience this is really appealing to, except for people that are trying to relive a nostalgia feeling of like, oh, it's the brand new server with everybody leveling up together again. I think we had that with Season of Mastery, and it died off faster than it started. That's it. And so, yeah, it just adds no real value. I understand that some people are excited for it. And I'm happy for the people that want to play on a new fresh start realm and have fun and try to have that experience again. I just think people are trying to reanimate an undead dragon, ride it over and over and over again, and then pretend like it's a brand new experience. Guys, Wrath of the Lich King happened. Classic WoW happened twice. It's time to move on. Stop trying to think and hope that, like, oh my god, the game is going to be this, I want it to be the way it used to be. It will never be the way it used to be, because you will never be the way it used to be. The world will never be the way it used to be. Everything is different except for the game, and that makes the game different too. That's the way I'm saying it. Please, like, this is why I see this with other MMOs, etc. Stop fucking trying to be the last good MMO. Be the next good MMO. Stop fucking thinking about the past. There were a lot of great things about the past, but it's about extracting the essence of what made those things great and not recreating them at a one-to-one scale. That's what it comes down to. I see this constantly, and it's very frustrating for me. It's actually depressing. It's not depressing. It's the opposite of depressing. What's depressing is leveling in Westfall for the 17th time and saying, I remember this journey. That's fucking depressing. What's not depressing is braving a new adventure with your fucking friends, going into an unknown world that nobody knows anything about, and then making a name for yourself in a new world that's a complete unknown. That's what's fucking exciting. That's what's fucking fun. I don't give a shit about doing this again. I did it twice. I've been there. A new world? Yes. And like, that's why Lost Ark was fun at the beginning. New World was fun at the beginning. WoW was fun at the beginning. Season of Mastery was fun at the beginning. Why is that? It's because you are exploring a new world. You are a stranger in a strange land, and you're making your way in the world. And that, to me, is the quintessential RPG MMO experience. That is the essence of what I want to have. And I can't get that with a re-release. I can't get that. Like, the next time I'm gonna get that might be Ashes of Creation. It might be the Riot MMO. But the fact is that the way that media works now, everybody's gonna have fucking everything data mined, figured out before the game even comes out. So I just hope that we have games like Final Fantasy that I can play, that whenever new content comes out, it can truly be a new experience. Because I feel like people have completely forgot about that. It's deep in here. It's actually like, I think that there are a lot of people, it's almost like this is a reflection of a feeling that the gaming community wants. Is because what are people really saying that they want whenever they're asking for, like, fresh start realms back in Classic and things like that? Well, I'll tell you what I think a lot of them are wanting. They want a new place, a new game that is free from the conventions and the features that make modern gaming soulless. They're tired of playing with a cash shop. They're tired of having a battle pass. They're tired of seeing a, fucking RMT. They're tired of seeing, oh, that's a cosmetic transaction because I watched the event on Twitch. Like, people are tired of seeing this shit. And you know what? They go back and they play these old games. And I'm happy for them. But it's not the same. It's just simply not the fucking same. And fuck it, do a classic Warcraft on Fresh, anything new? I think that Blizzard, I want them to keep making WoW, but I think Blizzard needs to make WoW too. To be honest with you, I think Blizzard needs to make WoW too. I'm sick of 500 mounts, 1,000 pets, 200 titles, 7,000 transmog pieces, fucking 800 different raids, 17 different dungeons. I'm fucking tired of it. It's boring, it's old, it's played out, and yes, I'm excited for Dragonflight. I hope it's gonna be good. What they've said about it seems like they're on the right path. However, it will never recapture me in the same way that an old game like Vanilla WoW did. And to be honest, I don't know if any game will ever do that again, but what I really want is I want a game that can move beyond what it was. It would have been a perfect perfect ending of Shadowlands would have been the jailer playing a fucking flashback of N'Zoth literally killing every single person in Azeroth, and the jailer actually being a good guy to try to fucking empower Azeroth to kill N'Zoth. That would have been fucking badass. And you have a time skip of 30 years, you move forward, and everything else is fucking reset. That's what should have happened. Like, really, like, it would have been 1,000 times better than the bullshit that we got. I think anything would have been 1,000 times better. And the fact is that they need to reinvent the game. And I don't think reinventing is re-releasing. Season of Mastery, to me, showed that a lot of the Blizzard developers are too afraid to do anything that's big. They're too afraid to really take big chances with Classic WoW, with the re-release of Classic WoW. I think they should make all of the changes. Change everything. Change all of the stuff that you can and figure out, like, what really is it that people enjoy and try to make a new good game. Try to make it transformative. Stop trying to recreate and re-release the same experience again. So ultimately, J. Allen Brack was right. No, it's not that simple. A lot of players do want Classic WoW. They should have made Classic WoW. It's a great idea, but Classic WoW is not the end-all and be-all. It's like whenever they brought out the new Dark Souls, it was the old Dark Souls, right? Dark Souls 1 remastered. A lot of people like that because it's a new game, but it's the old game. It's not the same thing. So yeah, you're ready for WoW 2. Yeah, I'm ready for WoW 2. I hope that that's what we get soon, man. More than anything. And because OSRS would have died if they didn't add on to it. I think so too. Disney live action remakes, the best parts in those movies were the new things. We don't want what we've already experienced in the shiny package. We want new. Yeah, I remember I watched the Aladdin Disney remake. It was okay. I mean, it wasn't amazing or anything like that, but it was okay. And I don't know if you guys saw any more of those other ones, but yeah, it's about it. What about Warcraft 4 with microtransactions? I would love if they ended WoW and they said, listen, we're going to make Warcraft 4, and after that, we're going to make WoW 2. You know, that would be fucking tremendous. I would be so happy, but, you know, the odds are that's probably not going to ever happen. And Warcraft Immortal. Yeah, there you fucking go. One of the juries for Johnny Depp just spoke out on about Amber Heard on ABC News. I might watch that today. I don't really know. I've got a lot of other stuff to talk about, so I don't really know if I'll have time for it. But anyway, the point that I'm saying here is that these fresh start realms and everything, I think the people that are looking for something like this are looking... Kevin Jordan, one of the original designers of Classic WoW, Vanilla WoW, an absolute fucking genius, said fresh is a mirage. The closer you get to it, the more that you realize it's not really there. There you go. If he said it, he's the guy that made the game. He made the game. I think he's right. Yeah, that guy, like, yeah, when did he say that? About 2 years ago. Yeah, about 2 years ago. That's definitely true. Yeah, absolutely. And but he played a lot of Classic WoW. Yeah, exactly. I know that, but that doesn't mean that, like, playing a lot of a game doesn't necessarily mean that you think that fresh is a good idea. It's more nuanced than that. Talk to bringing Kevin Jordan on again. I think it'd be cool, man. It's gonna be a high school me all again. WoW fans gonna be trying to get a membership to play this again. Sure. And I hope that the people with the fresh start realms in WoW Classic enjoy it. I really hope that they do. I probably won't be playing it, but you know, it'll be okay, and I think that's okay. What was Nostalrius and why did so many people want to play it? Well, it's because there was no other version of the game available, right? I think that's what the biggest difference is. Final Fantasy XIV documentary today. I'm not sure if I'll get to that today or not. We have a lot of things to go over, but I might do it today as well. Depends on how long the Overwatch event is, and that's in about an hour and a half. But before that, I want to talk about some other stuff here that's happened. There's apparently a tier list that's been going around, and people are not happy about it. So for anybody who doesn't know, XQC did a tier list of all of the streamers, and they're very, very unhappy about this. Some people felt like they got a lower ranking than they deserved. Some people thought that they got a higher ranking than they deserved. The fact is that the tier list and stuff like this, the problem is, like, it's very hard to actually rate a streamer and say, like, oh, this is the best streamer, because there are so many different metrics that you have to go by. So, like, for example, Tyler1 is an S tier streamer if you consider gameplay, right? If you are only about gameplay and you like League of Legends, Tyler1 is probably one of your favorite fucking streamers. But let's say you like watching From Software games and, like, you like watching people get killed in those, then I would say that you might enjoy watching E-Rob more than Tyler1. Because I've had more fun watching E-Rob die in Bloodborne or, like, any of the Dark Souls games more than any fucking streamer. It's hilarious. It's absolutely fucking hilarious. So the problem is, like, it's always going to be a personal opinion, etc. Now, Hassan got rated lower than XQC, than he thought that he should have been with XQC's list. Now, this isn't really a big surprise. I mean, like, this kind of stuff happens. Not that he got rated lower. It's not surprising people will not be happy about it. I think that it's very easy to understand this. So, like, for example, let me go ahead and, like, make a parallel to this. I think that it's reasonable for Hassan to not be happy about it, right? Because let's be honest, how many of you guys think that it would be okay to make a tier list of all of the different coworkers in the office? I'll tell you one thing. If it was any place that I was in, they would have brought me into the manager's office, and I would have been fucked up for that. Like, it's a fucking terrible idea, right? That's fair. Yeah, exactly. So it makes sense. Yeah, it's a hostile work environment. Exactly. So Twitch is obviously different. I mean, Twitch is not, Johnson and Miller's accounting firm. So I get it. I know that Twitch is different, but at the same time, the human interactions that it creates are necessarily not that different. So if one of these tier lists did go out and, like, let's say, one of the most popular employees or, like one of the higher ups, there did a tier list for everybody, you better fucking bet that there'd be some spicy water cooler conversations about that goddamn tier list. I absolutely think that there would be, and it's not that unreasonable to believe that, okay? So now I'm going to say a couple of things about this. And, bro, who cares? I think it's an interesting topic because the reason why it's interesting is because everybody thinks Hassan is totally wrong about this. And yeah, he went overboard. He was really pissed off. He got really mad, and it was probably like, I would say it's over the line. Yeah, for sure. But I think that it's important, and this is something I've said many times, right? It's important to see where people are coming from. Even if you disagree with them and you think that they are wrong, I really try to understand why somebody thinks something. Does that make sense? Is that weird? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Why does Hassan care about XQC's opinion, not a community opinion? Well, here's the thing, right? And this is why, so, like, I never did the female girl streamer, attractive list. I never did this back, like, 2.5 years ago, because I can only imagine if you're a girl and you've had, you've probably had body issues just like literally every single other girl has had that spends any time on the internet nowadays. And you see a popular streamer like me, XQC, Hassan, Soda, Ludwig, and Mizkiff, you see any of us, and then everybody in the chat is like, oh, she's ugly, rate her a C or a D. I can guarantee you that you're not going to be able to take that on the chin. That would probably make you feel like fucking garbage. And you know what? That's because it should. It's a shitty fucking thing to have happen. That's why I never did it. Was actively hyping up Destiny, though, caused a bunch of hate to be slung on it for nothing. Destiny, I like Destiny a lot. I like Hassan a lot. I like XQC a lot. I mean, this is a situation where, it's just somebody gets put in a position and they feel uncomfortable, they act out, and that's all there is to it. You know what I mean? I do think that Hassan has done a lot on the platform, right? He's been very successful, and, he popularized, just basically doing talk show radio on Twitch. I think that does deserve, at least an A or an S tier slot. But again, it's like, there are a lot of people that don't like watching politics content. So if you don't like watching politics content and like social commentary content, you probably don't like watching Hassan, right? That's what makes sense. I mean, right? I mean, like, yeah, I don't know. That makes sense. So it's like if you're a gaming streamer and you're into that and you rate things off of a gaming streamer paradigm, Hassan's not going to be that far up there. I remember I felt bad for Hassan. I remember the fucking Ukraine thing happened the same day Elden Ring came out. He had been excited for that game for 3 years, just like me. But he's got to cover that because it's his main content, And chat hates Hassan. A lot of people hate Hassan, and Hassan did make an ass out of himself, right? But at the same time, I can see why somebody would feel the way he did, right? And is that unreasonable? Is that unreasonable to say? I don't think so. Book commentary is very stale, though. Yeah, I mean, well, It's up to you whether you like it or not, but what I'm saying is, like, just by the nature of doing it, I think that that's important, right? Yeah, I think that's reasonable. We'll look at a few of these clips, and then I want to move on and look at some of the stuff on my Reddit, okay? Whole things like high school, I don't get why people make such tier lists. It's really stupid. I don't know why everybody compares, oh, it's like, oh, this is just like high school. It's like high school. People never get out of high school. Everybody acts like it's in high school, because most people are pretty much like, most people, the way they acted in high school is the way they're going to act for the rest of their life. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it was that way for me whenever I worked at the government. My dad has said the same fucking thing whenever he worked at he was like an executive at a publishing company before he retired. And a lot of people are like this. A lot of people get their ego caught up in things, and that's all it is. I think also, like, literally a Bowling for Soup song. Yes, never left high school, exactly, yeah, I was thinking about that. If XQC put you in B category, would you care? Well, I mean, I think it would always feel bad, right? I mean, would I be very upset about this? No, I wouldn't be very upset about this, but, you know, I would be like, oh man, fuck, you know, I wish you would have rated me higher. So it's not like I would be upset or, like, cry about it or something like that, but I would, yeah, it would, of course, right? Of course I'd want to be rated highly. It's not unreasonable. Right? I mean, like, yeah, it's not unreasonable. Sure, of course, everybody want to be rated highly, right? I respect XQC. I think he's great. He's been a friend of mine for years. Same with Hassan. I like Hassan too, right? So, like, yeah, of course I'd want them to rate me high. It's not weird, right? I mean, listen, I grew up in the age of a top 8 on MySpace. Of course this kind of stuff would affect me. I've been conditioned for this for 16 years. Okay? B isn't a bad rate. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, all I'm doing is I'm trying to, like, add a little bit more perspective to it than what I'd say. SQC is saying good things about Hassan. He just said this content's not for him. Exactly. And it's hard to know where that actually falls in. And I'll look at a few clips here, and then I'll move on. All right, guys? Give me 1 second. There's always been spicy stuff. Yeah, of course, everything's always spicy. Concerned XQC, allowed to play hide and seek. I don't think it's gonna be a big deal. Like, all of this is all internet drama, and at the end of the day, it's just a show. It's just a show, and my best advice to anybody who's making content online is to treat yourself like your content. Everything that happens to you is content. You are content. Don't try to make sure that the viewers see the real you. Don't try to make sure that they see your real perspective. And you don't look to a bunch of random, random names on a screen to validate your existence. Do what you want to do. Feel good about that. Let the success of that or the lack of success of that motivate you to continue doing more of it, right? That's my best advice. That's what I've come back and I've dealt with a lot. And it's really fucking hard to do that, man. Like, I'm not going to make it out like, oh, that's easy to do that. It's really fucking hard to do that. But I think that's the right perspective. Yeah, chat going parasocial. What I'm saying is that streamers can be parasocial. Streamers can think that, oh, the chat likes them for them. And then whenever the streamer does something that the chat doesn't like and people leave or they push back on it, the streamer has a lot of dissonance whenever that happens. And it makes them feel bad. So it's not just one way. Let's see here. Your viewers are harassing him when using Hassan minutes. I like Hassan a lot, guys. Don't fucking do that. Don't be weird, okay? We can just have why can't we just have a conversation and not be weird? Yeah, it's not a big deal.
Maybe not soda popping, but like XQC to like all these other people, Ludwig as well, who are pretty fucking sizable content creators on this platform, are themselves going to be very sad about not being ranked higher in other people's streams. Unlike the rest of these people, and I legitimately am telling you this, do not give a fuck, because this is one area where I am fully secure. I am.
You should just make a Bed Wars tournament.
Who came on to
Sorry,
Twitch
it's quiet.
2 years ago.
It's as loud as it gets.
What the fuck Twitch was?
Yeah.
I did not ever participate in Twitch as a watcher. I still rarely ever participate on Twitch as a watcher.
Mm-hmm.
And now I have 12,000 people in here. Why in the fuck would I ever be upset? I am insanely fortunate. Okay? This is beyond.
What's me and the dudes are doing next
beyond
show?
my own goals and comprehension.
Jesus Christ.
To be able to have got
Who's reacting to who? Well, obviously, obviously I'm reacting to XQC, reacting to Hassan, reacting to Ludwig, or sorry, no, reacting to Will Neff, reacting to Ludwig, reacting to the streamer tier list. So that's obviously what's happening here. In case you were, in case people, you know, they got too far behind. And this is what happens with a lot of people. And I think this happens like with, it's happened with me too. I'm not special with this. I think that once you become successful, once you become more successful, because Hassan, you know, he grinded a lot. Even if you don't like Hassan, you can admit that he streams a lot. Right? Like, he streams a lot, and it seems like he really wants to get his content out there, and he actually tries to focus on things. He did grind. Like, and it's important, does he? Absolutely he does. It's a tough job, then go do it. And so anyway, yes, I think that's very true. And what happens is that once you get more popular, this is what happens with a lot of people, is that you go from being the person that people want to see succeed to being the person that people think succeeded too much. Do you see kind of what I'm saying here? Is that people are going to look and try to, like, you know, they're going to try and, you know, rationalize why you're successful. They're going to try to, like, you know, undercut why you're successful. But whenever you're still in your come-up phase, you don't have that ego yet because you're not afraid to lose something that people constantly try to remind you that you don't deserve. So it makes sense for things to change that way. It does. And it sucks. I think it happens to a lot of people. And again, I want to make sure that this is like all not, none of this is like justifying anything that anybody says. All I'm saying, it's not justifying, it's understanding. Does that make sense? Streaming is easy. Stress of becoming popular or low? Listen, the chances are a lot higher if you're good at streaming. How about that? Yeah, I mean, I don't want to, I don't want to get into, is streaming hard or easy to do? My best advice, if anybody thinks streaming is easy, go do it. Just go do it. And that's it. And so, it's an old effing video. Is LSF out of content? Well, it's absolutely relevant. I mean, it's 100% relevant. And so that's all there is to it. So all I'm really trying to get at here is that, this kind of stuff happens, and it's like, oh, this is, we'll watch this one and maybe like one more, and then I want to look at some more of the stuff on Reddit and then just talk about it. Watch the T1 clip. Okay.
Has he commented on XQC tier list? Bro, what? Bro, some people are so ill. Dude, I hate you juicers so much, bro. No, I haven't commented on it. I don't know what you're talking about. Nobody cares, man. Shut up.
It's always, I love fucking posts like this because it's like, snap back to reality. This doesn't matter. Like, none of this fucking matters. Like, it's just bullshit. You know what I mean? It's just all bullshit. And so, yeah, that's why T1's S tier. Yeah, exactly. It's funny, man. And let's see here. Let's watch this one.
Bruh. He was lower last year.
Parasocial relationships on the stream.
My brother, he was lower last year.
Fellow streamer for friend.
2 years ago.
Uh-huh.
My monthly XQCL. You got a big
Oh,
interview
but Destiny was under him.
People wish me luck.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So basically, because effectively Destiny was higher than he was, he got mad about it. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's just drama. Content fell out to space. Yeah, exactly. And have you seen the 1 minute video responding to? Yeah, I will watch the video. Give me a bit, okay? I'll get to that drama, okay? We've got plenty of other drama. Forza joke clip. It's good. Okay. Give me actually 1 second. God fucking damn it. Okay. All right, we're good now. Give me 1 second. I'm chilling. How can man's ego be so fragile? I mean, I don't think it's really an issue. I don't think that's really what's going on. Like, I don't. I think that, yeah, people get fragile egos. Like, it's always easy to talk about how fragile somebody else's ego is whenever it's not something that you've put 12 hours a day into for the last 4 years being judged in a way that you think is unfair. It's always easy to say that. It's like, oh, well, you know, it's whatever. Yeah, some people get bothered about stuff. Like, that's okay. Yeah, it's still ego. Yeah, of course.
Why not?
What's this?
Time to win some gold medals.
I don't get it.
Why not?
I don't get it. Time to win some gold medals. I don't. Cinder, can I get the 5 subs? I appreciate that. Trans athlete? Oh, I see. I don't understand. I didn't play the game, so like I have no idea what even happened. It's a trans athlete. Oh, okay. I get it now. All right. Anyway, let's see if there's any more of these. And all right, I'll go ahead and I'll watch one more of these, and then I want to move on. Okay, guys. It's just a girl with guys' clothing. I don't want to deal with that. It's like people have like big opinions about that. It's just I don't fucking know. All right, here we go. What's your opinion on trans athletes? My opinion on trans athletes is the same as my opinion on COVID. I'm not a fucking biologist. That's what my fucking opinion is. I don't make comment. Like, I honestly don't understand it. I don't know. I have no idea. People say, like, I hear what people say. It's like, oh, this makes sense. That makes sense. I don't know what's true. The coward take? Listen, I will give my opinion on a million fucking things. And I defended Alinity whenever she had the cat thing happen. And I was like, it's not that big of a deal. People are blowing it out of proportion. I always make comments on things, and I always give takes on things that piss people off fucking constantly. It's not that I don't want to talk about stuff. It's that some things I don't fucking understand. Ban debaters. Yeah, exactly.
I think that Destiny showing up to IRL events and whatnot, and doing some weird interviews on stream, and doing weird fucking relationship drama on stream with fucking Google Docs, I think that's top tier content. I think that's really hard to beat. I'm not kidding you. I think that's literally that's visionary content, whether you like it or not. It's why I put him so high. I think that is a visionary level tier content.
Buzzwords
And what
I'm not even on the list. Bro, Ludwig didn't even have me on the list. I'm not even there. What the fuck? I'm S+? Is that at the end of the video? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, that must be why. Yeah, for sure. It's behind the camera. You're in S tier? I don't know, man. Like, it's weird to think, because, like, a lot of people on Twitch, they haven't really, like, most people, I feel like there's a lot of turnover with people that, like, stream a lot and, like, are consistent with shit. I think there's a lot of turnover. And I guess it's not as much, but I feel like whenever I first started streaming, and, you know, my stream started getting popular, it's like it was an entirely different group of people that were popular, right? That's what it was. New drama just dropped. You're below on the list. You're unlistable. Yeah. I'm down there. I'm like below the letters. I'm into the numbers. You know what I mean? And that's it. Look at the train clip. All right. All right. One more. You still have an opinion if you're not an expert on something. It's a poor way to dodge something you're afraid could be controversial. Of course I could have an opinion on something, but why would I say an opinion on something? So, all right, let me explain basically what it comes down to. Is that people always want me to, people are getting mad because I'm not using my platform to push what they believe that I think I'm going to say. And so they're trying to, you know, make me feel bad and like, oh, well, you're not saying this because of X, Y, or Z thing. I just don't, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a woman athlete. I have no idea. I didn't play sports. I don't understand this. I have no fucking clue. I don't know what the hormones do. I don't know what the drugs do. I have no idea. So why would I put out an opinion about something that somebody on probably both sides could easily say that I'm wrong about because I have no context or understanding about it? Does that make sense? I try to not talk about things that I just have literally no experience in. It's not crazy. Yeah, being informed, do some research on it. Why? I don't care. I don't care. This is not an issue. This is not an issue to me. I care about like fucking the fact that like automation is gonna make 30% of the population unemployable in 30 years. And you're gonna effectively have a fucking indentured servant slave class. That's what I'm thinking about. You can think about that bullshit if you want. It's not my problem.
You're dumb as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, train. Why are you mouthing about this? Motherfucker.
Hansen has the most fragile.
You put the same GIF on the upper left of your fucking screen while you're slouching your fucking chair with your cock out.
like this,
literally.
idiots.
For like a whole 20 hours back to back. You expect to be fucking S+?
Bro, that's so wrong. Like, XQC is completely out of line in saying this. To defame Train by saying he'd only stream for 20 hours straight? That's fucking outrageous. Try 40. Yeah, right. Oh
It's
my
the same
fucking
GIF.
god, man.
At least get us a new GIF.
This former top
Yeah,
Twitch
sure.
streamer
20
ruined
hours
his
without cam.
reputation
Okay,
in
all
1
right, all right,
hour.
all right. Maybe that's it.
XQC.
Okay. So yeah, either way, I wanted to make some comment on this because I think that whenever somebody gets like, I always feel bad whenever somebody gets like super roasted. And like they get super roasted and then they you know, they get upset about it. And like I try to bring out 20 hours with Cam, 20 without. Okay, yeah, that all right, that is true. Yeah, sure. So yeah, anyway, did Hassan comment about this? Yeah, sure, a little bit. And overall, I just think that it's important to see where other people are coming from and try to look at other people's perspective on things and try to see why people feel a certain way. And then you can work backwards from that. Does that make sense? Yeah, it shouldn't feel bad to send other people. Well, I don't, the thing is, like, I don't really care. Like, it's not about other people. Like, I just care about looking at it and caring about it on my, it's just ego. Well, it's like, of course somebody's going to have an ego about something. Is having an ego about something that you do, that you take pride in, that you spend all day on, is this something that's bad? Is it bad to have an ego about something like that? I would say, to an extent, no. To a larger extent, yes. So, like, exactly, yes, it is. Ego is bad, yes. If you say to a degree, right? I think that to the degree that it makes you upset about stuff, all I'm fucking saying is this. Is I think if 99% of the people that are fucking complaining about Hassan saying this shit had themselves rated by a fucking coworker at their office, they'd be talking to HR. And they'd be pissed off about it. I'm not saying Hassan went over the line. It was a bit out of pocket, right? But it's understandable to feel that way. And I think a lot of people would be pissed off about it too. Maybe not 99, maybe just 90%, but I think a lot of people would. Okay, that's it. Yeah, be humble, exactly. Everyone talking is an ego. Yeah, exactly. Ego's bad when it's all be the same way. I don't think tier list was the reason he's mad. I don't know about that. You have no expertise in psychology? Well, you don't have to. You don't have to understand this. I think any reasonable person can understand this. It's rated by one person. Why does he care? Because it's in front of 100,000 people that are going to watch this on YouTube, on the stream live, talk about it, talk about how he's a lower tier person. That's why. Of course he's going to fucking think that. Of course he's going to believe that, man. And kids talk shit on Hassan, but they get called shitty on their main game, they get called mad. Yeah, exactly. And I have no green philosophy. Why do you open your mouth? Bro, you're just mad that I didn't take up your political opinion. I don't want to fucking hear about it. Yeah, you really gonna try and do that to me? You really think? Well, I feel much more confident to talk about that. Yeah, and that's what it is. Yeah, you're just mad about that. See, the thing is, you're not gonna bait me with this kind of stuff. Like, I am the master baiter. I'm not gonna get like, oh man, like you're gonna catch me in this one, I'm gonna get mad at you. No, you're just fucking annoying. That's it. So listen, all I'm really trying to say, band of bane morons, yeah, I don't want to deal with it. Anyway, so this is the way that I see a lot of this stuff, right? Is that anytime somebody gets called out like this, people just go absolutely ape shit on them. I feel bad, but you know, whenever something bothers me or I don't like something, I usually try to keep it to myself as much as I can. And I think it's a fair take, but some of the language you use diminishes people that do. People that do. So yeah, I think that there's a lot of people. This is one thing that happens is there are a lot of people out there that think that like, oh, well, if I was in X situation, I would do Y thing. It's like you always see videos where it's like some guy, you know, doesn't do something on like it's like somebody's getting harassed on a bus, and then there's like all these comments of these guys beating their chest talking about, oh man, I beat their fucking ass, you know, I do something about this, man. Men are weak nowadays. And it's like, the truth is, no, you'd just be maybe calling the police and you'd just be sitting over there trying not to make eye contact with that person. Because I'll tell you something, trying to fucking shut down and settle down a crazy person on a bus, bro, that's putting a Val orb on your life. They could pull out a knife. They could do nothing. They could bite you. They could, I don't know. I have no idea what could have happened. Yeah, you're the police. Exactly. No life experience. Yeah, people don't fucking understand that. It's very easy to talk. It's always very easy to talk whenever they're in a situation, right? And no one said anything about it. Sam made a big deal about it. Of course he made a big deal about it because he felt like he got fucked. He got the short end of the stick. Of course he made a big deal out of it. And also, he didn't really make a big deal out of it. It's important to keep in mind. This was him venting on like a Discord that probably was not public. If it was public, then, you know, like, shouldn't have said it, right? Definitely. But it could have been like a private conversation, effectively. I think it's okay to do that. That's totally fine. He did it on Twitter, too? Oh, that's, you know, you're right. No, that's a good point. No, you guys are right about that. He did do it on Twitter. I saw the tweet. Yeah, absolutely. And my sister confronted someone calling her insults, and they ended up biting her eye lobe off. Yeah, so I try to avoid people that are crazy. That's what it comes down to. And a friend worked as a doctor in psych ward. He's much more careful with random people after that. Things go crazy real fast. Yeah, I fucking bet, man. Well, anyway, we've talked about this for a long time. Either way, I just, you know, I wanted to add in my context to it because I have absolutely nothing to do with this. And the fact is that anytime something happens, I just feel like I want to give my opinion on it because I can. I've got the microphone, it's my stream, and people tune in to hear what I have to say. So yeah, I have really no stake in this. This doesn't really affect me at all. And that's about it. I just wanted to talk about it. And watch T-Run reaction. Yeah, I like talking about stuff like this. I find it interesting. And that's it. Wasted time for the tier list shit? Of course I did. Absolutely. But it wasn't wasted time for me. Hassan mentioned you. I'm not sure if he did or not. Oh, with the post? Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Let me see here. Pated the Olds guy in the last stream. Thanks for all the free entertainment throughout the years, man. I'm going to be honest. I think this is really good. This is actually really fucking good, man. What do you guys think about this? I'm impressed, man. I actually am. This is really nice. Yeah, what the fuck? This is crazy. This is like, if I was going to be a barbarian, this is pretty much the way that I would look. I feel like, is my mouth or my chin really that narrow? Maybe it is. I didn't realize that. Yeah, I didn't realize that. I guess it kind of is. Holy shit, yeah. Yeah. Why do you like Jesus? I don't know. But it's a bit feminine, but it's good. Hey, it is what it is, man. Look, it wasn't my choice. I just went and yeah, it's a very tasteful portrait. I think so too. Yeah, I like this. If I ever do D&D episode or season 2, maybe I'll use this as one of my pictures for it. That's great. Stormblood Dune. Okay, give me 1 second. Sorry. Storm Dude soon. Excuse me. I said it the wrong way. There you go. Storm Dude soon. I don't know if I'm going to use this one. I already have some of the other intro screens. I don't know exactly which one it is, but I'll have to figure it out. It does look okay, except for the fucking, just like that picture, I look like a sea serpent or something like that. You look malnourished? Yeah, of course. Here we go. Mark Rober installs a new device to Asmongold's home.
From this Far Side cartoon, which is like a hand wash detector. And the best thing about being an engineer is if there's a thing that doesn't exist and you want it to exist, you can just make it exist. So we have a limit switch here that gets triggered on the flush, and then a capacitive touch sensor here that knows if the faucet's been touched. And then finally a Hall effect sensor here that tells us if the door's open. And so if the Arduino under here detects that the toilet is flush and then the door has been open without the signal the sink has been touched between those two events, then this flashing light goes off and everyone knows who not to high five.
We good. All right, here we go. I'm gonna be honest. That's a good one. That's actually a good one. That's good. Yeah, I thought it was just gonna be the Mark Rober clip, but it was actually the whole fucking thing with me. That was very clever. With like the sound and everything. Yeah, really good job, man. I appreciate it. And no, why would I wash my hands, dude? There's no reason to. All right, let me see what this is. Might work, but we don't even know if he flushes his toilet. I do. That's a little bit gross. Do I do it every single time? Like, I don't know. Sometimes I take a piss and just run back upstairs, but I do it like 99% of the time, okay? Let's see here. And where's this? Now that Asmongold will return to Final Fantasy XIV, I feel like you should watch this and be reminded of the good old days. What the fuck? No, I'm just saying I forget sometimes. When I'm like in the middle of the stream, I'll run up and I'll forget to do it. Whenever I come back down, I'll realize I forgot. I'm not saying I'm not saying I'm shitting in the fucking toilet and leaving it there for 3 days. Okay? I think that's pretty normal. Holy shit, this is gold. All right, let me see what this is. I don't know if I've watched this. The Asmongold Final Fantasy Experience. Okay, let's see what this is. Here we go. Give me a sec. Let me move it up so you guys can see it. So that was me on the first day of Final Fantasy. Holy shit. Oh my fucking god. What the fuck? Bro, he looks straight off like he looks like he's straight off a Viking ship. Oh, bro, we're going with 100%. This is pretty much like what my hair looks like. Look. Look. It's literally the same fucking thing. Yeah. Adventure begins. Who's this? Oh my god, bro. Like, who are these guys? Bro, I was getting spammed with that for like 3 days. Oh my god, that's loud. That's exactly what it was like. Yes. And they're just running after me.
I die.
Please be a cat girl. Okay. There it is, dude. Okay. Oh, this was level 5. This is whenever we did that fight. Holy shit, that was badass. Later. Is this new? Survive to limit break. Survive to limit break. I like how this was like... It was like 7 or 8 days later. Still wearing the exact same shirt. Survive. Survive. Survive, Sea Lion. Anubis, you got it, man. You got it, man. This is all you, Anubis. Anubis, do it. Do it now. This is pretty fucking badass. Yes! Let's go. Oh, shit, this gets so loud. I'll pick him back up. I remember whenever this happened, it was actually one of the coolest fucking moments, man. I would suck your dick right now. I would suck your dick. I would suck your dick so hard. Yeah, sorry about the volume, guys. Oh my god! No way! Yes! Oh my god! I didn't even know this. You could ride. Yes! Yes! Oh, that guy fucking fell off. Oh, I won. I got first place. Yes, man! Oh look my god! I was so happy whenever I won that too. That was a big day for me. Oh wow! IRL chocobo racing. I would unironically try to ride one of those. Dude. I would. If you gave me one of those, I would 100% do it. just play it. Let's get it right. I was really good at this. Piece of shit! Fuck that! God, that must fucking hurt. Oh my god.
It's not necessarily a bad thing.
We've got to do this again.
So far.
I think
And
this is
also,
badass.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that you like this one, man.
Ah! No! It's Malachite! It was Malachite!
Oh yeah! There was one of Rich's friends in Final Fantasy. I remember all about this. Oh my god, alright. I think this one's great. This is, look, this never happened. This is Photoshop. This did not fucking happen. Like, I don't even know where this came from. Fuck! Yeah. Isn't this like Bleach or something? Or Naruto? Yeah, I think it's Naruto, actually. Help me reach 100 subs. Alright, you're at 126. I'll link it so you guys can give him a sub if you liked it. Alright, listen, next time you put a fucking video out, equalize the goddamn audio, alright? You know, he's a new YouTuber. He doesn't understand that. He's got 126. Yeah, there you guys go. There's the video. That was pretty clever. I liked it. Some of the ones were really, really funny. Like, I like this one, and this one was pretty good, too. And this was just... I didn't know you could fucking ride them, man. Like, I'm really skinny. I bet I could ride one. I think it'd be totally okay. Yeah, audio was wild, and it was. Holy shit. Ask Quantum TV for audio tips? Yeah, except for whenever he actually uses the audio tips that Quantum TV would give him, Quantum would try to DMCA him for stealing his fucking audio. Yeah, that's what it would be. OTK, ostrich race? I'd be down, man. I'd be totally fucking down. Like, I'm surprised that Quantum shit is still going on. I'm gonna be honest. Give me 1 second. That's better. We good. All right, there we go. The race happens in Australia. Oh, are there like bigger ones there? I have no idea. Let me see. Holy shit, this is gold. Yeah, this is good. Why have I seen this? This is a solid recap on what happened. It pretty much is. Totally accurate. I don't comment here, but here's my free reward. This is amazing. I even like the video. Something I rarely do on YouTube because it stays in my like section. Very well done. Yeah, I thought it was clever too. Porn? What's this here? Google Trends says something. All religions in the world. I see no gods up here other than me. I thought that was pretty fucking funny. That, like, if you took, like, more people search for porn on Google than all of the religions combined. Every single one of them. Yeah, and I'm not surprised. I mean, listen, you know, it is what it is. And, yeah, thank you. Yeah, God bless the booty. Well, apparently, yeah, it got higher than tits, at least. I was surprised about that. Porn's a daily thing. That's actually a good point. Porn is a daily thing. Religion is a weekly thing. You won't, listen, you only go to church on Sunday, you beat your meat every day. And so it makes sense that it's going to have more searches. Actually, yeah, that's a good point, man. And one thing all nations have in common. Yeah, that's about right. And why did someone Google a religion, though? Well, I think people want to do that for different reasons. Talk about it, etc. Asmon announced his return to Final Fantasy on the 21st. Weebs incoming, hold the line. Listen, there is... I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal, guys. Like, this is now a Final Fantasy 14 subreddit. Please depart immediately if you do not play the game or if you choose to watch dubbed anime. Anyone who has memed about Asmongold never playing again, please get in an orderly line to be efficiently processed into a high-protein sludge that will be fed to the Lalafels. Get your tribalism hats on and prepare to have your opinions validated. By this time next week, the subreddit will be ruled by the roving troves of Mad Max battle cards that will fire harpoons at anyone who's not a weeb. Thank God, guys. I'm so excited. That's exactly what we've been waiting on, right? Yeah, thank God for that. And let's go. I mean, listen, I like Final Fantasy a lot. It's a good game. I think it's enjoyable, it's fun to play, and there's nothing really too crazy about it other than that. I think it's a good game. Yeah, sure. I don't know. I think I'm the only person that's like not making a big deal out of it, you know? Like, I do also watch dubbed anime, by the way. I don't want to have to read subtitles. It's annoying. I do agree that there is more emotion in the voices whenever you don't have whenever you have the original audio. Like, yeah, you're definitely right. But like, I don't speak Japanese. I'm not gonna watch it in Japanese. It's weird. That's about it. Like, obviously, like, there are movies that are they don't have dubs, and so, like, yeah, I'd watch it in that if it doesn't have dubs, right? Sure, but, like, yeah, I don't speak Japanese, well, I don't want to listen to something in Japanese. It's crazy. Can't wait to see Reddit and chat whenever he stops playing before Shadowbringers. It'll be a beauty. I think it'll be okay. I mean, people always mauled about stuff, but it's alright. Fuck them. Traversing Stomps in Elden Ring.
Take a look, it's in our book, a reading rainbow.
Yeah, obviously you would use the horse in the swamps. That makes perfect sense. Has anyone seen my wallet? Anyone? This is a pretty good one. People have been posting this and sending this to me on Twitter. I think you can obviously see why. And, guys, Diablo Immortal. As I said, we're doing an AllCraft about the game. I am really surprised. Do you think Blizzard is going to say anything about this game? Are they going to come out and be like, guys, listen, it is what it is. The game is, you know, if you want to win, you got to pay. You know, yeah, exactly. It's a new Bellier video. I'll look and see for myself in a few minutes, okay? I've got some other stuff that I was going to watch anyway, but we've got a few of those to watch too. They banned people from Diablo 2, Diablo 2 Resurrected to get more people playing Diablo Immortal. I don't know about that. Whoa, you're giving this guy way too much credit. Now, old Bobby Kotick, on the other hand, replace him with Bobby. He's the mastermind, the Omega Dark Wizard. I will say that, like, Wyatt, like, I feel bad for Wyatt, but a lot of my feeling bad for him kind of went away whenever he told people that you couldn't buy gear in the game. Like, that really annoyed me that he said that. Because it's like I feel bad whenever they put, like, a random developer up there and it's like, hey, or a designer up there and it's like, hey, you've got to, you know, be the face for every single person's anger, right? It sucks. But it's like, bro, you shouldn't have said that. Like, you shouldn't have said that because it's like intentionally misleading. And why would you do that? Yeah, it's annoying. Sam, I couldn't resist making it? Yeah, sure. It's okay. Don't feel bad, it's complicated. He literally directed the game. Yeah, but like it could have been like outside of his control for the monetization, etc., right? Zach and Cody playing games during recess.
Alas.
We did this. That's the worst part about this. We actually did this. So we were not with this exactly, but we had like a snake. It was like a snake that I bought from the zoo, and we went on a field trip, and I bought this snake on the zoo, and we would whip the shit out of each other with the snake, and we would take turns whipping the shit out of each other. Yep, that's right. It was fun. No, it was not a real snake. Like, I'm not talking about a real snake. I'm talking about a fucking, it was like a stuffed animal snake. And, yeah, it's a toy snake. It's like a stuffed animal. Exactly. No, not a real fucking snake. That would be ridiculous. There'd be blood everywhere. It'd be fucking nasty. This man pops off on Amber Heard's interview.
Listen to this.
Even if you think that I'm lying, you still couldn't look me in the eye and tell me that you think on social media there's been a fair representation.
We couldn't look you in the eye. Flying to the Denver airport, it's an hour down the road. I'll meet you at the gate, and I will look you in the eye. Matter of fact, let's start the Amber Looker in the Eye tour. We'll book stadiums.
Oh my god.
Like to look
Sorry,
in the
volume's
eye,
bad.
Idiot. What's the thing about narcissists? They're clueless. They have no self-awareness. and her followers. I stand with Amber. How
Yeah.
about standing for some mental health?
Yes.
These are the same people that believe the earth is flat. There's no help for you.
Wait, that's the same thing I said. I got everything in common with this 55-year-old dad. Oh my God.
It's going to
It's
take
me.
An
Yeah, this is one of my viewers, maybe.
Superior alien intelligence.
Fuck.
To get you people the help you need. Go find
Holy
some more
shit,
home
man.
furnishings to drop your stools on.
God damn. That old man is pissed, including the hairline. No. Youngest Asmongold viewer. Guys, that's not, listen, that's not what it is. Play range for that chill life. What's this real quick?
I know it's hard to remember the people we used to be. It's even harder to remember. Oh, fuck, the children are right next to me. You say it's too late to make it. What is it too late to try?
The fucking mic, man. This is true, by the way. This is true. Yep. It's just... Melee is suffering. Yes, it is. Yeah, they just get to relax, just walk around. It's hard, man. Melee, it's fucking hard. Okay. It's a jam, yeah. Dude, this is a good song. Like, I know it's popular to like not like pop. It's popular to like, you know, if a song is on the radio, it's bad, right? It's like, oh, bro, like it's a song that's on the radio. Nah, bro, I like that shit. Are you watching Overwatch 2 event? Yeah, I am. It's in like an hour, right? So it's not gonna be for a bit. We're gonna pull that shit up in maybe like a half hour and look at it. And that's what my plan is. Great video. Yeah, it was fun. It's in 45. Yeah, something like that. And real subtle, Blizzard. Wink, wink. Let's see what this says. Game Master Gronfidel here. Unfortunately, players in the Netherlands and Belgium will not be able to install Diablo Immortal due to the company's gambling restrictions. The loot boxes in the game are against the law in your country, so unless the gambling restrictions change, the game will not be released in the Netherlands and Belgium. It would be illegal for you to download the game in another country, like France. If you manage to run the game, I cannot guarantee that you will not be banned for it. What I can say is that in a similar situation in the past where RNG loot boxes were against law in certain countries, we did not ban the players for it, but I cannot give you a guarantee that you will not be banned. If you do manage to play a game on PC or mobile, as long as you use the same account on both cross-save, it should work as intended. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Hope you still have a nice day. So, he wants them to download? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I can guarantee you this is fake. I'm like 99% sure this is fucking fake. It's gotta be fucking fake. Here's how I know that it's fake. Because the GM went above and beyond trying to answer the question. They would have never done that. They would have said, "We're sorry, sir. Please check our website for more information." And that's it. There's no way this is real. Like, you're not going to send me a picture of some text on the screen with a GM effectively trying to tell people that, like, oh, well, it's against the law because of gambling. That's not why. He probably has no fucking idea why it's against the law. It's fake because a bot didn't respond. There you fucking go, okay? I agree. And should make an email for Final Fantasy's return. What's this? That's actually pretty good. I might do that. Yeah, it's funny. Maybe one of these days I'll actually play Dragoon. Don't worry, Asmon, it wouldn't look bad. Yeah, that's what I was kind of worried about. Is like, that looks absolutely awful. Steam review of Path of Exile. 200 hours on record. Costs less than $100,000 to max out your character in one season. That is pretty good. AGS, this is not how you solve the botting issue. Trying to undercut them by $5 on G2G. Guys, the thing with Lost Ark, they just don't care about the bots. That's all it comes down to. They don't give a shit about the bots. I know they're gonna be like, oh no, we really care. No, you fucking don't. Because if you did, you would have fixed it. That's all there is to it. Yeah, bots or Steam numbers. Let's see what the Steam numbers are right now. I'll go ahead and I'll refresh it. And we'll have our daily validation. Let me see if I can pull this up. Okay, and 500,000 people. So, like, look at this. Look how many more people are playing the game. Over 100,000 people every single time. Bro, these are 100% bots. Like, is it 500,000 bots playing the game? Holy shit, it could be. It actually could be. That is nuts, man. 500k real players? Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's that bad, but I think it's pretty bad. I do. And they need to fix it because people are not even able to log into the server anymore. The few remaining, actually not few, Lost Ark is a very popular game in its own right. It's got a concurrent player base, I'd say, of 200 to 350,000 people. You know, like, that's what I would say. If I had to guess on, like, how many people are playing Lost Ark right now, I would say somewhere around there. And that's pretty fucking good, man. No way, man. I think so. I think that's fair. Bots are a serious problem. 20k tops. 150 to 250? Maybe. I mean, like, it's really hard to say. All I'm saying is that I think the game has a healthy player base. There's no queues anymore since 2 days ago because of the ban wave. Thank God. Why do so many games suck? Because anything's possible whenever you don't know what you're talking about. Developer, we can't do it. Management, yes, we can. Right? Huh, look at that. Wow, 10 tennis balls in one little tube. Yeah, I can see that pretty fucking well. Oh my fucking God, man. This happens a lot whenever development doesn't understand and, like, doesn't have a good rapport with management. It happens with a lot of companies. Whenever you have a disconnect between, like, somebody who's in charge, like, the worst thing to have happen is whenever somebody gets put in charge of something and they weren't promoted internally. So, like, some guy that used to be, like, you know, in charge of sales, now he's in charge of, you know, like, product management or something like that. This guy doesn't fucking know what he's talking about. He's not going to have the respect of his team. He doesn't really understand it. He's out of his element. The team is going to resent him. He's going to resent the team. You are setting people up to fail whenever you do that. Oh, God, I hate that. Yeah, I mean, like, you guys have probably had shit like that happen. Yeah, for sure. How do you know this? You play WoW? That's how I know it. Is because they have people from WoW get promoted and they don't fucking know what they're doing. That's what happens. It's not really true. It fosters a nepotism. Well, I don't know about that. I don't think that's the only reason. This little dude's learning how to whale. What's this? Bro, I thought he was going to put his paw on the $5.99. Like, he's just sitting there. I thought he was about to put his fucking hand on the $5.99. You know, the cat's paw. Yeah, I thought he was like, oh, I buy. Oh, I could buy that. It's not even $6. This is some shit Asmon would do? Okay, all right, here we go. Let's see what this shit is.
Was giving away free nuggets. So I was like, I found out that Wendy's was giving away free nuggets.
Oh, no. I went there that day. I know the exact day he's talking about. This happened like maybe, let me think, like maybe 18 months ago or so. Yeah, I remember I went there and I even made a video of it. Yeah, I remember this.
So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna eat free for a fucking week.
Just a fucking second. God damn it. Had to do a mega line there, guys. Sorry about that. Are you sick? No, I just have allergies. That's all. I think I might clean up my room a little bit and hopefully, you know, make things a little bit less allergy-ish. Get some allergy meds? No, it's okay. I just blow the snot out. It's fine.
I started scheming and
Wait.
I fucking figured out, homie, 11 different Wendy's in a 2-state area.
Oh, yeah.
Now this... Remember, like, Remember at the beginning of the fucking pandemic, everyone was just like, hey, even if you got like a scarf or a bandana, just use something
That's
thick.
all I ever did use.
Homie, I sweat a fucking ton, so I gotta have underwears with like wicking to just sop up that mess. And I was like, I put this shit on my face, like, if my fucking sharks can't make it through there, Cove is not fucking making it through there.
Right, yeah.
I got so many fucking nuggets and the sauce too, and this shit went fucking everywhere. Wendy herself. There was like so many.
They responded to him?
Look at this
no
shit.
Fucking
like,
shit.
Fucking local news. Look at this. I got a fucking reporter.
I
who's
remember
just like,
this.
hey, can we do a feature? I got fucking Arabic, homie. Like, the only thing I even recognize in there is nuggets and then squeezy jibs. I was like, hell yeah.
Yeah. Somebody, I love how somebody does this, and they go and they say this. It sounds like something Asmon would do. Look at this. What are y'all talking about? Like it sounds like something Asmon would do. Look. Where's videos? Let's see if I can find it. I've got to have it somewhere here, right? No, there's got to be. Is it not there? What the hell? There it is! There it is! I see it! That sounds like something Asmon would do. Yeah, it sure fucking does. I already went and done and did it, man. It's just got 700,000 views. Good times, yeah. Oh my god. And watch it. It's pretty much what you'd expect, man. And well, let's see whenever I get there. All right. So, no thank you. Okay. I did it on. Oh shit! Here we go. Never mind. I'll tell us. Hi, I read on the internet that you guys are giving away free nuggets. Is that true?
Yeah, you need to win any purchase.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me get a small Frosty.
Huh?
A small chocolate Frosty. I also have the keychain for small Frosties that give you, like, you present it to them, and they give you a free Frosty. I also had that, so I'm actually getting a dubby here. I'm getting a free Frosty, and I'm also getting free nuggets. Yeah, it's got over 700,000 views. Yeah, I mean, listen, guys, I'm a fucking professional. I've done this shit for a long goddamn time. This time for the Final Fantasy NoClip documentary. Yeah, let me see. How long is this? I want to make sure that I watch it after we do the Overwatch event. And celebrate the return of the king. You must wear this. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, bro. What is this? I got to wear the cat ears? What even is that? They were not this big, okay? Yeah, they were not this big at all. No fucking shot. I checked, okay, guys? Yeah, I checked. It's multiple parts? Yeah, maybe. And fighting bots only takes 2 people. I've done it. Love your takes on botting, Asmon, so I created this insight on how anti-bot measures are properly done. This 24-minute video, I can't watch a 24-minute video about this right now because we've got other stuff going on. But obviously, you can just have somebody sitting there that bans accounts. It's not unreasonable. It's not crazy. You mean compared to your body pillow? Yes, exactly. Did you see Stu Gaming made a video? Yes, I will watch the Stu Gaming video in just a minute, okay? Give me 1 second. And bots farming Vultans soon. Wait, what? Wait. This is all a bot? Why is it not do the thing? Wait, he's turning up move speed? He's hacking. He's hacking. Oh my god. What the fuck? What is this? And my favorite part about this is he's wearing the same armor. You guys have seen this armor. If you play Lost Ark and you've been to Vern, you know exactly what armor this is. This is the bot armor. Okay, so what does this do? All right. Can I actually see some content with? That's. Wait, what? He's setting up his rotations. Oh my god. Okay. So now what? Yeah, I want to see the content here. Okay, 448. Here we go. Let's see what he can do.
Start.
Nothing. He's just sitting there.
Success.
Oh! That was fast. Holy shit. Fun game? Yeah, I see that. This is nuts. Look at this. That's a hack? No, this is... He just has a lot of swiftness, guys. Yeah, this is what happens if you do the swiftness build, okay? That's why it's so good. And then... This is insane. He just whirlwinded and killed the entire guy. Oh, this guy's taking a while to kill. Wow. So they're going to be able to farm Bolton? The bots will? Oh my god. He just... And this guy's so bad. And it doesn't even matter if he's bad. It makes no difference. He's just cheating.
Success.
Bots will farm Bolton and sell Inferno mode? I think you're right. Holy shit. Okay, this one's pretty hard to do. But he's just... So he can just move as fast as he wants. Holy shit.
Failure.
Oh, he died. Wow. So, yeah, bots aren't really that bad. Yeah, see, you can still die. But he can just move out as fast as he wants.
Failure.
Oh, shit. How does this not get detected? Because Amazon... You have to understand. So the people that work at Amazon are monkeys. Okay? So would you expect a monkey to be able to figure out this is a bot? Well, no, it's a monkey. They can't figure that shit out. Like, so yeah, I mean, why are you surprised? You shouldn't expect that. Okay, let's see what the real fight is. This is going to be the last attempt. I'm like 99% sure. Okay, so he's fighting this guy. And how fast is he? Jesus Christ. It's just... He doesn't even care. Wow.
Success.
The possibilities are endless, guys. They're absolutely fucking... Oh my... Jesus, guys. What is this? What is this, dude? Oh, wow. Game of the year? Game of the century, actually. Yeah, let's be honest. That's so cute. Okay, what's this here? I haven't checked for a while. It's $20,000 now. Yeah, you're about right. And I think that eventually he'll get a 5-star gem. Now, if I was still playing Diablo Immortal, what I would do is I would just buy them. I would just buy the gems. I think that's what a normal, self-respecting person would do. I would buy the gems. I would spend real money. Each gem is probably only like $2,000 or $3,000. And you need, how many gems? How many legendary gems? I don't know, like a fucking, like, yeah, it's like, you probably only need to spend 36 36, so you're really looking to spend only about like 72 to like $100,000. Yeah, so we're about on track for things. Yeah, I think that's fine. And it's like 12K USD. Yeah, somewhere around there. Gems are less than $500 for a 5-star. Yeah, maybe I'll probably try his farm out some 5 stars myself and get those. But that would require me to play Diablo Immortal. Like, I watched somebody playing Diablo Immortal yesterday, and I looked at like the end game. And do you know what the end game is? It's the same game that you had at level 20, but the numbers are bigger. That's literally it. That is the whole experience. You can farm platinum currency for daily quests. It should take only 3 decades. That's true, yeah. Watch Asmongold 36 Asmongold on my stream. I've actually been fucked in the ass. I have been. In game. I have been legitimately fucked in the ass. I was. There's nothing weird about that or out of context about that at all. I was literally fucked in the ass by the game. Yeah, I mean, that's it. Yeah, I mean, come on. It makes perfect fucking sense. Of course that's how long was it? It happened for like an hour and a half. Yeah, it's just so fucking dumb. Let's see this. Glad this debate was finally settled today. Oh, the tits versus ass thing. Yeah, I know. I've seen that before. And maybe send this book to Amber so she can deal with her shitty self. How to be heard. Oh, I get it. Very fucking funny. MSQ stream on the 21st. Chad PC Gamer versus Virgin Mobile Game. All right. We'll watch this video in just a second, okay, guys? Let me make sure that I got all the rest of these. Asmongold exposed thinks he can fool us by faking allergies. It actually makes me want to try crack just to see what all the hype is about. Because people are always talking about crack. Like, is it really that bad? Maybe it's not. I don't know. Let's see what I've got here. Hey, Asmon, I love watching the content. Unfortunately, I don't get to watch live as we live in Australia, but I watch your VODs whenever I can. If you need any of these, take them. I don't want this shit. Wow. That is a traditional Asmongold fucking stream from back in the day. Listening to Eminem talking about, you know, potentially doing drugs and getting free stuff from viewers. Is for allergies? Yeah, actually, give me a minute. Sorry, this video just reminded me. Yeah, it just reminded me of something I had to do. That's all. I love Diablo Immortal. Yeah, sure. It's been almost a year. Good times. Okay, yeah, I saw that one there. And, well then, only ma'ams. Holy shit. Okay, and, Duran Johnny Depp trial speaks out for the first time. How long is this? It's a 6-minute video. Yeah, I guess I can watch that real quick, but, other than that, I'll go ahead and pull up the video, the Stu video, okay, guys? Is it Stu Gaming? Is that it? Stu Gaming. Let's see if I can find it here. LMFAO, they're brutal. Wait. This is about the decline of LMFAO? Bro, these guys were awesome. Dude, these guys were great. I love these guys. Remember, I'm in Miami, bitch? Sorry, the one-hit wonders? Yeah, but, like, we had, like, I remember me and Rob, we listened to their shit back in, like, 2009. Good video? We'll watch this. I want to watch that. Let me do this first, though, okay? And, I'll see if I can find the Stu Gaming one, okay? I'll pull this up. Sorry for, yeah, Party Rock Anthem. Yeah, that was, like, the fucking theme song for 2011, okay? All right, yeah, I've got to fucking watch that. Yeah, I thought these guys were great. Okay, Asmongold wants a war. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Alright. Alright, let's see. Put on multiple bangers. Let's go. Let's see what this is going to be. Alright, let's go. This is going to be funny. He's farming you, Asmon? It's funny. It's funny. Like, I'm not taking it seriously. It's just funny. People take everything very seriously. Okay, let's see what this is.
He's dying laughing right now.
Yeah, I sure am.
I like this guy.
Oh my god.
I'm watching a video about Asmongold watching my video, and I feel like I really got him, but I got to tell you, I like this guy. This guy is classy. This guy is down to earth, and I can tell you that I want to see more of Asmongold. I've just been introduced to him.
Oh my god. So here it is. Sorry, I got a I got a message from somebody on my team. You want me to read the message? Hey Asmon, huge development. I just got a call from somebody who is Senator Cruz's press secretary. We just talked about Twitch, loot boxes, and preferred ways of doing the meeting. They're interested and said he'll get back to me on Tuesday. No way? Yeah. Yeah, actually, wait. Lion Ted, let's go. This is going to be, oh my fucking god, no shot. We'll see what happens, okay, guys? We'll see what fucking happens. Huge, man. Yeah, I told you guys I was going to fucking try to do something about this. I said I was going to try. Let's go, man. It's our chance. We'll keep going. We can't just get one. Like, hopefully I can get them on board. I hope this happens, but we'll see. All right, so let's go, Governor of Texas. We'll see what happens, all right? It's a big difference, but, oh, boy. Oh, fucking boy. Wow. Oh, my God. You need to prepare a good document, Asmon? Yeah, it'll take me some time. I'll figure it out. I got some free time, man. I'm doing just fine. And, yeah, holy fuck, man. If that shit actually happens, Stu, I'm gonna fucking kill your game. I'm gonna put that shit in the dirt. Like, we're taking this straight to the top, man. So we're talking about a war. Oh, you're gonna get it. All right, let's watch this shit. Here we go. We're gonna talk about them. I think that I want to get the word out there, and I want to make sure like different lawmakers and people see what these games can do, right? Because obviously, you know, like Ted Cruz mentioned how like video games were like involved with the Uvalde thing. I thought that was dumb, but like he obviously understands. He has it in his mind, and so if he thinks that they could be involved with that, it's not that much of a stretch to think it could get kids into gambling too, right? Like logically. So, yeah, I think I could maybe convince the guy. I think maybe I could. Well, I don't know. But it's possible. I'll try. Get a haircut first so I can take you seriously? Yeah, sure. We'll see what happens, okay? And plan to seed? Yeah. And this guy makes a good conversation. Sure. And I'm not just going to stop. Like, if this happens or doesn't happen, I'm not going to stop with him. I'm gonna keep trying to talk to more people and like get the word out there, because somebody's got to do something about this. We got people like Stu here just fucking getting finessed. Getting finessed, man. Oh my God. Here we go.
So he's going over a video of mine, and he is agreeing on so many points that I'm talking about, about how app games develop. He's agreed with me on so many points. We're in 22 minutes into this video. I'll leave a link to it down below. Go over there and get Asmongold like 1 million subscribers. I don't know. Give him 5 million. Whatever he's at right now, let's double that. This guy really is gold. And I just started cracking myself up when I got to this point to where he's talking about looking at my channel to make sure that I am a real mobile gamer.
Yeah, really I know, because I thought he was fucking lying, because the shit he was saying was so ridiculous. I was like, there's no way this is like a legit thing. I'm like, oh, this gotta be like this put on, this some shit, right? But no.
But I do. So I'm going over here. So he's looking at a video title of mine that I put out there that says "Pay to Win is destroying Diablo Immortal." And I knew that all these other people that have been leaving all these comments on my videos, all the PC gamers, all the console gamers who don't know anything about app gaming would come over here immediately and grind me down for all these other videos I've done. And this is exactly what I expected the reaction to be. It is golden, and I want to see what he says about the actual video. Because he just went over my other video and agreed with me on so many points.
Oh my god! Wait a second. So when did so when did it stop? Okay, so the best part about this is it was a clickbait title. Wait. It was a clickbait title. Holy shit. Fight Stu for today's AllCraft? He actually does play phone games. This isn't like some elaborate ploy to like get
no shit.
This is actually real.
I play mobile games. And I love them.
No, he's playing Raid Shadow Legends. Why? What are you doing? Real person.
Yeah, I'm a real person.
You know, it's
right. He wasn't sure if I was really trolling until he saw all
exactly.
Of this. He's just saying before that he thought I was trolling. He wasn't sure. He wasn't 100% sure that I was a real
legitimately
person
did.
And that I really loved mobile gaming and knew about mobile gaming.
Into their beard. It's Diablo Immortal.
But here, look, he's dying. He's dying again because he says that pay to win is destroying Diablo Immortal.
This is going to be the most satisfying video. Yeah, it was. It was great. This is so fucking satisfying. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit whenever I'm reacting to.
Is it really?
And how? My ego is very big, but I don't know if I can react to myself reacting to somebody else reacting to me. Long. This was June 6th.
6 days.
This is June 14th.
What was it? How many days?
What a week. Yeah, it was a week, man. I'll say that. 8 days.
Come on, Asmon, play it. Let's go.
It fucking happened. Wow.
8 days, okay.
He thought he had a chance. And you feel bad for the guy, right? To an extent.
Okay.
Because, like, he thought...
This is him just watching me. I'm skipping ahead to see whenever I'm not moving. I'm going to skip ahead to where he's talking about it, okay? Holy shit. Holy shit. Now we got 4 people on the screen. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Brackets right now, it's because they are Paragon level 30. And this is going to happen many times through the life cycle. I was Paragon level 30, and then 24 hours later, I was
high quality
up
content.
By 350 combat rating. 350 from going and farming dungeons, getting new gear drops, just because I was in Hell Stage 2, going from Paragon level 30.
Yeah.
And those are the big jumps you're going to see when people hit the new Hell stages. Every new Hell stage, and then of course gaining Paragon levels will increase the drop stats.
Josh
on your
Strife,
drops. So I will always.
Yeah, that's going to be even better. Whenever Josh watches this video of me, and then his video reaction is like 2 more hours, and then people link it to me, and then they want me to watch that one afterwards.
Gaining new gear and gaining really, higher, all of us, everybody in the game, higher combat rating, and really a huge jump when you get to those new Hell stages. And Paragon 30 is one of the big ones that a lot of people are hitting right now. In 24 hours, last night, this is all from yesterday, I hit Paragon level 30, I went to bed, I came back on stream, we started farming, and I gained 350 combat rating within hours.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I like Lost Ark kind of has that too, with like, you go from like tier 1 is like 600 item level, and then tier 2 starts at 802 or 803 item level. It's like 800. So it's like 802. So it goes up by like 200 item levels real quick. Like and then like also tier 2 to tier 3 is 1100 to 1302. That's a lot, man. Yeah, that is a lot. 1100, 1302. Like, I feel like having incremental gains is really important. But I honestly, every time that we talk about Diablo, all it does is make me want to play Path of Exile. You like, really? Because, like, I think about, like, oh, man, remember back whenever I got that one thing and it was so good? Like, really, like, I do. It makes me want to play Path of Exile. Like, you guys might not know this. And I played PoE. I am a closed beta supporter of PoE. I had $20 in my fucking student loan account, or actually it was a student grant account, and I took 15 of it and I gave it to Chris Wilson.
And I said, I don't give a fuck about eating. I'm going to play your game. So that's what happened. Yeah, I had $20, 20 fucking bucks in my account. And that's what it was. Yeah, it was a lot of money back then, okay, man?
Very easy to do. Then you're in Hell 2, and Hell 2 is super easy to farm. Then it'll feel the same. I will say, though, going through dungeons in Hell 2, you have to learn mechanics. You can't be lazy anymore. You were lazy going from level 1 to 60 and then doing Hell 1. You were standing in the red. You weren't worried about the mechanics of the fight. Now that even though
you lose track of all the mechanics, right? There's like 1, 2 mechanics, and then, oh, fuck, like what's... Oh, shit, isn't there like a third one, too? Like, oh, my God, which one was it? Oh, my God, which one was it? Fuck, I forgot. Oh, he summons an ad, that's right. Like, that's it.
Getting strong. It was so funny because we ran through one of the harder dungeons, Cave of Echoes, and we ran through the other one that's all fire with the big fire worm where you kill its heart, Anguish, the Pit of Anguish. And the first run was difficult. We were like, wait a minute, what's going on? But we were pulling all the packs like we were used to. We were pulling all the packs to the end wall, trying to kill the pack, and then going in there and just face-taking the boss. Well, guess what?
I will say that I wish that Lost Ark had more dungeons like Diablo has. I like the fact that you can do dungeons like Chaos Dungeons, but the Chaos Dungeons are so easy, they're just meant to be daily content. I wish Lost Ark had more challenging dungeons, similar to how Abyss Dungeons are, but things that have like a little bit more to them, you know? Like, I do. I think that would be cool if Lost Ark had that. Geisha has that? I don't know if they do or not. I haven't done it yet.
Does get harder. It gets harder in the sense that you actually have to play the game now and know what's going on.
That's
so
good.
Then subsequent runs that we did were so easy. It was like
I feel like that's kind of bad though, right? Because like if like you have a game and the game's only good whenever you finally reach you know, Hell 2 or something, and you have to finally pay attention. I don't know. I like, again, like let's go back to PoE. Like in PoE, in Act 1, if you get hit by Merveil's fucking, like, the icicle attack, that shit will kill you. And like, you have to move out ahead of time because it'll chill you, and then the next one will freeze you. That shit can fucking kill you. Now, if, like, let's say you get lucky and you get some Frost Res or something like that, and then also, fucking, like, Vol Oversoul. Boom, right? That could fucking kill you. Didn't that kill Quin one of the leagues? And like, yeah, it's bad. Roa's from the second map. Roa's got nerfed a long time ago. I don't think they're still good. They're still powerful. Maybe they are. And like there's a few other ones too. Like going through the what I'm saying is, unless you're playing a Necromancer, going through the campaign in PoE is challenging. You have to either have a good understanding of the game and how to build a character that's very good, or you're going to actually have to figure out the mechanics. And that's a good thing.
I thought we had actually switched down to a lower level, but the thing was we were getting out of all the ice freezes. We were getting out of all the AoEs. We weren't pulling all the packs to the very end.
That's the way the game should always be.
As we went, and it was so fast. 3, and this is good. This is why the system is in place to slow them down.
I'll move ahead because obviously I saw this part.
Above the Paragon level. So that means they're
getting
obviously I
saw this part
in the game because mobile games take you years to accomplish things. This isn't a $60 game you buy because you're a PC gamer, you're a console gamer, and you have no concept of what mobile gamers are because as already said, he's never played a mobile game before.
But that's the same. The thing is, like, that's the same paradigm that MMOs have. Right? It's like MMOs have the same paradigm where you have like a long drawn out goal. Like, for example, in Lost Ark, getting the fucking golden turpentine or whatever the fuck, right? The 13 Ignia token mount, that's not something that happens immediately. So it's like, I am no stranger to working towards very long-term goals. Like, I set goals at the beginning of Legion that took me 2 years to complete, and I completed them. I understand that all too well. The problem is whenever somebody can have a 2-year goal and somebody else can pay $600 and have a 2-hour goal, and it's the same outcome. That's what the problem is. I don't have a problem with long-term goals. I have a problem with long-term goals that can be expedited with money.
This is why we love them.
Does that make sense?
And they are monetized by the whales. That way we can make a buku amount of money to keep this game free for everyone and just enjoy the shit out of it.
Bro, this guy makes videos for Raid Shadow Legends, and he doesn't have hashtag ad on them. He's in too deep.
Too
okay?
This is what he says.
He's in too deep. You can't pull him out. This is the world that he lives in. All right?
Yep.
Yes, this is guys. It
He
is
knows,
what it
yeah.
is.
Doesn't even try to get you to spit. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Oh
Let me
my
know
God.
your views
Okay,
down
here we
below.
go.
Appreciate your time. I really hope you're enjoying.
Oh my God. Oh
All right, I'm
my
gonna
God.
skip
This
up
is
a little bit,
just-
okay?
Holy shit.
I'm gonna skip up just a little bit.
I'm just.
Look, your precious childhood Diablo game. Give me those Diablo tears. I love it. They are salty. They are so salty. Yes, your precious. Go grab your little Diablo blankie and hold it tight. It turned into
have a shirt.
mobile game first. And then soon you'll have your game. Thanks for watching, everyone. Appreciate your time. Please subscribe if you haven't. And I will see you guys all on the video soon.
Here's the thing, right? Is like, I mean, obviously, I like this guy. I do.
Everyone.
I like Stu. I straight up actually like him. One of these days, I've got to get him on the stream and have a conversation about this thing, right? I think this is great. And here's the thing: is like if mobile games make a lot of money, right? Like obviously they make a lot of money. That's why people do them. Like I think you can easily make the argument, and you can say with certainty, and I believe this is true, that mobile games genuinely do release content faster on average than PC games do. I think there's two reasons for that. Number one, mobile games are not as complex in nature, so it's easier for them to release regular content. And an example of a PC game that does the exact same thing is Vampire Survivors. Vampire Survivors regularly releases new content all the time, and it's a PC game that's not mobile, and the reason why that happens is that it's a simple game and it's easy to iterate on and easy to design. So the reason why bigger games don't get that is because obviously Fortnite's another one, is because those games are just extremely complex. Games like World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy, and it's harder and it takes longer to develop a game that has that level of complexity. And I think that's totally fine. But what I'm really trying to get at here is that a lot of this kind of stuff, it is it's not something that, sorry, I fucking goddamn, all right, nose, allergies, congestion shit. It's not something that we want to see other games emulate. And give me, God fucking damn it, give me a second, sorry. It's so annoying. And anyway, so what ends up happening is like then more games become like this. I think that mobile games, like you can have a problem with mobile games and say, oh, mobile games are bad, etc. But like the real truth is that what PC gamers are concerned about is having the mobile game practices leak into PC games. And I think that there is no reason to not expect that to happen. You've already seen stuff like that happen with a game like Lost Ark. And now we're also seeing that happen with Diablo Immortal that is available on the PC. And no, I am not convinced that this is going to be something that's going to be unique to Diablo Immortal. I think this will happen in in Diablo 4 to an extent. Do you guys see kind of what I'm saying? The whales keep the game free, so you're okay with people being stolen from and manipulated so the game can be free? Well, I think that like the thing is like you can have pay to win in games, but like pay to win in games can exist on a spectrum. It's not like, oh, you can only have like super like super take advantage of you pay to win that like fucks you up and like gets you like really addicted to the game. Like you don't have to do that. That's not the only option. And there are a lot of free games that don't do that. That's what it comes down to. And this will open the floodgates. If Diablo Immortal is massively successful financially, every developer will jump on the bandwagon. Exactly. Because as soon as one developer sees that they can do it, then every other developer starts doing the same thing. It's the same as like, remember whenever I started playing Final Fantasy and then a bunch of other people started playing Final Fantasy? Do you remember whenever Soda Poppin' played Among Us and then everybody else did too? Trends happen. It happens on Twitch, it happens on YouTube, it happens everywhere. It happens with video games too. And yeah, a jury member spoken about Johnny Tron. I saw that. I'll look at that in just a little bit. And it's just, it won't open shit. Yeah, I don't know. Riot could have made this pay to win just because mobile game. Yeah, I think that mobile games, and the truth is, like, there's going to be more of a convergence over time between mobile games and PC games, because mobile phones will get better. The mobile phones will get better at a rate that I think will outpace PCs. And because of that, you will have more crossplay available. And that's what I'm worried about, is that this will affect PC games. And the fact is, it shouldn't even affect mobile games at all. I am completely fine. I will reiterate this again and again and again. I am completely fine with any mobile game that has pay to win and it's not in a loot box form. That's the way I see it. I'm totally fucking fine with that. Give me 1 second, sorry. God damn it. Okay, hopefully this is going to go away. It's because I talk kind of loud on my stream, and like the resonance from like my voice, I guess it like causes this to like, it breaks it up a bit. Because like whenever I'm not streaming, this never happens. And anyway, and it's not over until loot boxes are banned on any platform. Exactly. I'm afraid PC games will become obsolete in the future. Mobiles are easier to make and bring in way more money. Well, that's kind of what's happened with a lot of things, right? Is like you see less blockbuster movies and more TV seasons and shows like that. And like, but you'll still see big blockbuster movies. You'll still see things like Dune. Like Dune is an example. Like Dune is like an example of, all right, you've got a fucking, you know, a million dumbass fucking movies out there. Dune comes out. It's a massive big dick fucking movie. It's like Elden Ring, right? The same as it was for gaming. It's like, you know, this is a big movie with, you know, fucking S-tier actors, and it's great. So it's not like we're not going to get Dunes and Elden Rings. It's that we wish we were getting them more often. That's what it come down to. So yeah, I've got to talk to Stu about this one of these days on stream. And I think that'll be an interesting conversation. Yeah, things should never be a chance to win. Exactly. That's what the problem is. You look at allergy vaccination. I don't really think I need to worry about that. It just happens to me. This bothers me like maybe for a couple of weeks a year. I'm not really going to change my life or like kind of, you know, reorient myself because of this this issue. And let's see. We've got 8 minutes apparently until the Overwatch event. Let me make sure that I get this open so I don't miss out on it. Let me see where this is. Overwatch. There it is. Summer of Gaming reveal event. Yeah, this is kind of a big deal. Let me see if I've got this. And okay, it's in 7 minutes, so we've got a little bit more time. And movie is disappointing. They're not LMFAOing, are they? I will watch the LMFAO video. Not right now. I'll watch it after the event, and we also have to look at the Final Fantasy one, right? Because obviously this is a it's a big thing. Overwatch reveal. Today is the day. Today is the day. Exactly. And your opinion? How do you network as a small streamer? I don't think you should need to network. A lot of streamers, a lot of smaller streamers try to network with different people. And the reason why they're networking is because they think that's what's going to make them successful. Listen, no other streamer is going to make you successful. There are plenty of people that have networked with me and their streams didn't really see a lot of success. Other people have networked with me and their streams have. Why? It's because of content. People are always looking at some sort of a way that they can blame or put the onus on someone other than themselves for the responsibility of their own success. I don't believe in that. I think that, yes, obviously networking is important, but what's more important than networking is content. Content is what matters more than anything else. Everything else is irrelevant whenever content happens. Twitch networking equals leeching. Yeah, it's unfortunate that people have that perspective of it. I don't really think that's entirely true, but I can see why people believe it. And I'll watch this one real quick before we do it, okay, guys? We've got one little quick video. Give me 1 second. All right, here we go. I think the person's more important. Yes, content is king. Content matters more than anything else. The difference is like you will never be popular on Twitch if all you do is network, and you will be popular if you just have good content. Okay. High quality gameplay. That's me. It's a good game. It's lit.
Not even death can save you from me.
Is it Bobby? Oh no! Oh! Oh my God! Holy shit!
Am your doom.
Sanctity of this place has been fouled. It sure has. Man. Diablo Immoral. It's just... I don't understand. We'll watch Angry Joe's video in a little while, okay? I wanted to see that. I know he hasn't been... I heard Angry Joe was a little bit angry about Diablo Immortal. We'll watch that in a bit. Read the pinned comment. Fun fact, we made this cartoon almost 3 years ago whenever Diablo Immortal was first announced. We still feel like it's applicable today. That's the best fucking part, is the fact that everybody saw this coming, everybody knew this is what was going to happen, and people are still fucking... getting mad about it. Let's say Overwatch 2 stream. Yep, we've got it. It's coming up in 3 minutes, guys. We've got it coming up in just 3 fucking minutes. I hope that Overwatch 2 is good. I think that the PvE content in the game can actually be really, really well designed. I really hope so. I thought Overwatch 2 is the same shit. Well, this is the reveal event where they talk about what could be different. I hope this is good. Straight up, I hope this is fucking good. Watch the Wu Ping video. It's short. I might watch that afterwards. When's the Ted Cruz thing? The 21st? Yeah. Sorry, guys. Can't do Final Fantasy anymore. I know a lot of people are looking forward to it, but, duty calls. That's the way it goes. Isn't Overwatch 2 free to play? It's free to play. The PvP is free to play if you own Overwatch 1. That's the way that it works. If it's 3 hours campaign, people are going to be mad. Yeah. It's got to have, like, replayable content. If they had a mode, like a zombies mode or something like that, where you have to fight zombies in Overwatch 2, I think that could be cool. Or something similar to that. I don't really know if that would make sense or work, but just in general, something that's similar to that. Wait, Overwatch 2 is actually free. Like, it's actually free to play? Wow. Dude, I thought you had to buy the game. Oh my God. Yeah, that's crazy. They have that during events. Yeah, it's free. It's as free as Diablo Immortal is? No, that's not true. Like, buying skins in a game is not a big deal. Like, if it's a free game, like, I think that it's unrealistic to expect a free game to have no skins in it for sale. Like, it's unrealistic and unfair. Give me 1 second. I've got to take a piss. And then we'll watch this event. I'm excited. This better be good. All right, here we go. Here we go. Big dick, big dick, big dick, big dick. Big dick. Let's go. All right. I want to see it. Let's get this shit on. Watch it on Twitch? I can't. Watching on Twitch would be nice, but it's just not really my thing. The YouTube one is just better. YouTube has better quality video. Like, I didn't make the rules, okay, guys? Let's see what this is. You wash your hands? Why would I wash my hands, dude? I got a clean dick. Why would I do that? All right, I'll turn this off. Make sure we've got this. There's like no sound. I don't know why there's no sound on it. But whatever. It is what it is. Why'd you say a thing? Did you flush? Yes, I did. Well, what do you mean? What's this? Rule 34, new waifu is going to be coming into Overwatch. I hope so. Like, they have... Like, Widowmaker is obviously the hottest Overwatch character, and it's not even remotely fucking close. But, you know, there's a few other ones that are all right. And, play Overwatch stream? Yeah, I don't know why this isn't happening. What the hell is this? Is it not working? Why it not turn on? Why it not be on? Bridget? Diva? Nah, bro. Like, nah, bro. Widowmaker's way hotter. It's the wrong stream? I don't think so. It says stream starts soon. Like, what the hell do you expect? Let's see if I get this at Mercy's hotter. Mercy's all right, but like, I just think Widowmaker's the hottest one. Widowmaker would have an OnlyFans. 100%. Everybody knows it. Go to the Play Overwatch channel. Let me see if I check another one, okay? And I guess this one will just start whenever. Okay, and let's see here. Play Overwatch. Let's see if I can find this right now. And 52, okay, I guess we'll just watch this one. Okay. Oh, here we go.
You know there's more out there, don't you?
Even the best journeys end.
All right, let's see it.
A new one is right around the corner.
A new era begins.
I am your queen! Let's take him to the wasteland!
It's a cool map.
One punch is all I need.
Fuck that character. Free to play.
Nice work, team.
How about that?
Keep it moving.
I cannot wait to push.
Yippee-ki-yay! Boom, baby!
Check me out.
I hope this game's pay to win, guys.
Get in there.
Yeah, can you buy a legendary gun?
It takes a team to tango.
Yeah, hopefully. I love gripping people across that, right on the edge, and having them fall right down. Oh, that's the new character they announced. Early access October 4th. Holy shit, okay. So it's coming out real quick.
Hello everyone, I am Zoe Schwind, and earlier this week, the community was treated to some massive news regarding Overwatch 2.
Yeah.
Of course, the biggest announcement by far was the news that Overwatch 2 will arrive on October the 4th as an always-on, always-evolving live service game that will be free to play for everyone. Now, if you're like me,
wow,
you're eager to learn more.
That's good.
And that is why I'm here today at the Blizzard campus to better understand the decisions behind the announcements, find out what they mean for the players, and with some luck, uncover a few new game details for you at home. And be sure to stay tuned for the world premiere of the new cinematic, The Wastelander, which was teased just a few days ago.
That's cool.
So with that, let's get into it.
All right, let's see it.
Joining me are Overwatch game director Aaron Keller and
Where's
production
Jeff?
director Paul Hale. First, how are you two doing?
I'm doing great.
Yeah, where the hell is Jeff?
Yes, me too. So excited to be talking about this.
And I'm so excited to have you both here. Now, there was a ton of news which dropped over the weekend, and the community has been buzzing. And I'm excited to be able to sit down with you two now to unpack all of this for everyone watching at home. Now, the biggest announcement had to be the news that Overwatch 2 is releasing on October 4th as a free-to-play live service. That's incredible, and that must be very, very exciting for you and your team.
Yeah, Overwatch 2, it's been a labor of love for our team. We're all dedicated to creating a game that our community will enjoy for years to come.
I hope so.
We also want players to feel like there was always something new for them to play or experience in the game.
Okay.
These goals really led us down the path of developing Overwatch 2 as an always-on living game. One that continues to evolve and expand through seasonal content drops and keeps the game as fresh and fun to play long after it turns on.
9-week seasons.
We're lucky to have such a passionate and creative set of players. And we know that they've been craving more ways to play the game they love so much. In recent years, we haven't done a good enough job at delivering that for our fans, and
I've heard
we feel
that
their
before.
frustration. We took a hard look at our strategy for Overwatch 2 to make sure that we could deliver new heroes, new maps, modes, and more to the community on a frequent and consistent basis.
That's cool.
As an Overwatch fan, of course, that's music to my ears.
We know that's the community's top priority, and we feel like we have the right approach to be able to deliver that for them well into the future.
Great.
How are you and the team planning to deliver on that promise?
Well, the very first step is getting the game into everyone's hands, and that's going to happen on October 4th when we transition Overwatch 1 and invite every PC and console player to drop in and experience Overwatch 2's reimagined PvP experience. And that's just the beginning. Our plan is to deliver a steady drumbeat of new content every 9 weeks through free seasonal updates, ensuring that there's always something new to play, chase, unlock in Overwatch 2.
Well, that all sounds amazing, and it's so much of it too. And now, I am sure everyone at home wants to hear more details.
Of course, I'd be happy to share a look at the road ahead. Our journey is going to begin on October 4th, when Overwatch 2 releases free to play. This includes 3 new heroes, 6 new maps, a brand new mode, and more. The new heroes include Sojourn.
Wait, what about more? It's skins. Come on.
Junker Queen. And a brand new support hero that we'll reveal in the months ahead.
Great. So we
Our
got
new maps will take players across the globe to iconic locations.
Okay.
Our new PvP mode, called Push, will challenge teams in new and exciting ways. Players will also be able to unlock new cosmetic items through the in-game store and Battle Pass, as well as complete weekly challenges and experience the start of Competitive Play 2.0. And of course, everyone will also be able to access the revamped heroes, PvP maps, and fan-favorite game modes from the first Overwatch game.
Yeah, that's what makes sense.
Our next season will arrive in early December, where we will introduce a new tank hero, along with a new map. We'll have more themed cosmetic items for players to earn and unlock, an all-new Battle Pass, and also in the in-game store.
We don't
and
need
in
to announce a
2023,
Battle Pass.
we'll continue to release a new season every 9 weeks with either a new hero, new map, or new mode. Players will get the chance to earn more themed content, complete weekly challenges, access new Battle Passes, and more.
Great.
There will always be something new to play.
This is good. That's all that sounds good.
In 2023, we'll also begin releasing our new PvE experiences, which we're really excited about. We're really looking forward to being able to share more with the community as we get closer to release.
So they're not.
I know we've seen more and more games shift towards that free-to-play model in recent years, and it really does seem like players have taken a liking to it, especially shooter fans. Did that have an impact on deciding to make Overwatch 2 go free-to-play?
Honestly,
that's true.
Not really. For us, free-to-play games offer a lot of advantages. From the very start, Overwatch was designed to be a social experience. We have heroes of different roles, and they all rely on each other in order to accomplish their objectives in the game. So it requires a lot of teamwork. We also see that outside of our game, within our community, with fan art, cosplay, and the Overwatch League. We know our fans are having the most fun when they're playing with their friends or meeting new ones, and the move to free-to-play makes it easy for everyone to just drop in.
That's
play
why
the
Warzone
game,
was so
join
popular.
the community, whether they own Overwatch 1 or not. And with Overwatch 2 crossplay enabled, people can play together no matter what platform they prefer to play on. It's always been a game that stood for inclusivity and community. When they see the roster of heroes, we want them to feel like there's someone there that they can feel connected to. Because the Overwatch universe is and always will be a place
Roadhog's
for
my main.
everyone.
That's the guy
And
I'm
we
like.
feel
Yeah, it's like me.
Like we have an incredible opportunity with Overwatch 2 to really embrace it.
Roadhog's my spirit
I can't wait for October when this incredible journey will begin for all of us. Now that we have a better understanding of what's to come, I'd love to dive a little deeper, starting with Overwatch 2's new approach to PvP. Can you maybe elaborate and explain a little more?
Sure. PvP has always been at the heart of the Overwatch experience, and
really?
We've made some tweaks to it over the years, but Overwatch 2 really gave us the opportunity to put the mode under a microscope. And we really wanted players to feel that they had more impact in a match. And we've made significant, fundamental changes that we just couldn't do in the current live game. This was a foundational shift that changed everything. Heroes, maps, and more. So we had to reevaluate every aspect of PvP to ensure we got it right. We've been encouraged by player feedback from the first beta, and we will continue to make updates and improvements in the game.
Well, earlier today, I had a chance to sit down with a few additional members of the Overwatch team and hear more about all the work they're doing to redefine PvP in Overwatch 2. So let's take a look.
Yeah, I'm curious what they're trying to do to make it different.
One of the things that gets us up in the morning, happy to work on Overwatch. It's first and foremost a really special game. The way we portray a bright future, everyone on the team is really proud of it.
Great, that's nice.
We're bringing an all-new PvP experience. We're transforming from a 6v6 to a 5v5.
Changed a lot of how we design heroes and actually how we balance them as well. We had to go back and look at all the heroes and all the tanks especially and make sure that everyone
Dude, that guy has an XQC shirt.
This newfound importance on each individual player to feel like they can really make an impact on the game.
Wow.
We're trying to obviously maintain the original character's identity and overall silhouette, colors, statements, but also kind of bring something a little bit new.
All right, yeah, it's a bird.
We can make
That's
balance
crazy.
adjustments really quick. As fast as our design team sees that there's an issue.
Jeff Goodman and the rest of the hero design team have been loving all the feedback coming in. They have tons of awesome ideas about how to change or adjust balance.
So heroes like Orisa got a major rework. We're looking at how many barriers are in place. You think about Overwatch, you think of these really protective shields. But we're looking at it from the perspective of, what if she didn't have that? What would that even look like? We're just always looking for great opportunities to change for the better.
I'm really excited about how we've refreshed all the maps.
I think we've done a lot of great changes, especially for PvP.
A lot of our old stuff just looks gorgeous now. We've done a lot with the art and with lighting and shadows and just made stuff pop a little bit more.
I think it looks nice. The game looks nice.
Options with like daytime, nighttime.
I think all of the Overwatch 2 maps are custom recorded in the actual place. We've hired a field recordist to actually go capture ambience of the real world location. We realize it's a subtle detail, but those are the things that really make these maps come to life.
We have done a pass playing all the old maps in 5v5 and adjusting things for that kind of setup, whether it's moving cover around just a little bit or tweaking a door.
In the beta, we're listening to feedback, so we're going to improve
Buff
each map
Roadhog
based on what the players have been singing.
We've been working on these for a little while now,
Buff
and
Roadhog.
we're really excited about it.
We were really happy with the positive feedback once people were able to play it, and I think it was an important milestone for us to get it in players' hands.
Competitive 2.0. I want to know, like, what's different in the game? Like,
competitive play is a different thing to a lot of different people.
Yeah, it
and
is.
we really didn't think we were providing enough tools and measures to actually help players out if they did want to improve. We're reworking our scoreboard to provide more information to players as they're playing through the match.
Okay, that's
and then once
cool.
they finish the match, we're actually going to provide an after-action report. So
Like
you can
if you
look at the
suck?
report while you're in queue. You could actually go into your history section
Like
and
a
look.
progress
We want to work
report.
towards providing you with information that will help you improve your game.
Okay.
We've been getting feedback from a lot of different areas, from our community team, like streamers, influencers. We've also been getting a lot of feedback from Overwatch League players.
We do want to actually provide a bit of feeling of progression. So one of the other changes we're making alongside that is not making your skill rating quite so granular. Right now, it's a very hard number. Instead of a numeric skill rating, we're adding these skill tiers within the larger ones. If you see someone at a really high skill tier, you know that that person is not just that good of an Overwatch player, but they've earned it.
Oh, okay. So there's more tiers for leveling up?
One of the cool things about Overwatch 2 is it has this new push game mode and maps along with it. Push is a PvP game mode on several different new maps. We've been playing it in the beta, and we've actually been using it in Overwatch League as well.
And once we started playtesting it, it was kind of an instant hit.
There's a level, it has one path that goes all the way through it from one base to the other, and in the middle is TS1. and he's this lovable robot with a pair of barricades next to him. And the players are essentially fighting for control. And if they take control by taking out the other enemy team, TS1 will move a barricade towards the enemy base. To win, you either get that barricade all the way to the enemy base, or after a certain amount of time, did you move your barricade farther than the enemy team did? Very fair game mode. I think maps are great. Provides for a lot of different locations where a lot of great fights can happen.
That's crazy. All right. Fuck Doomfist.
We've developed a lot of engine upgrades in the game, so this allows us to do faster iteration.
Okay.
This was a huge effort by our engine team to allow the art team to build faster, more detailed environments in a shorter amount of time. You will get to experience the game world. We wanted to feel much more immersive.
Was it payload? Yeah, it kinda, yeah.
Overwatch 2 is a dream for audio features. It's everything we've ever really wanted to do.
Is that right?
We really go into every little bit of detail trying to find a way that every sound will cut through. When we started on Overwatch 1, we were really focused on the headphone mix. We thought for a PC first kind of game.
Yeah, that matters a lot.
We realized that people listen to Overwatch in all types of different places.
Right.
So now we support home theater, Dolby Atmos in the game.
It's lit.
Now consoles offer all kinds of new things too, like 3D audio that we're supporting.
This is
There's
fine.
new voice lines, new conversations between all of the favorite heroes. And we have so many, there'll be more that'll just come to the game over time. We've written 25,000 voice lines for Overwatch 2.
Going up.
So tons of new features.
Holy shit.
The reality is that Overwatch scales even beyond that, all the way up to giant sports arenas.
That's a
for
lot.
our Overwatch finals.
Everything you like about Overwatch, you're gonna get that in Overwatch 2, but even more.
We're really listening to that feedback. A lot of it we felt like, man, we really think this is gonna be super fun, and we just need people to be able to play it.
October 4th is really just the beginning.
I think they made Mercy hotter.
Just amazing work by the entire team, and I personally can't wait to finally get my hands on the full PvP experience when Overwatch 2 goes live this October. And October is just the start.
4th.
As Paul mentioned earlier, Overwatch 2 will continue to evolve and grow over time. But what does that mean for us, the players? Well, I went behind the scenes to talk with the team working on new seasonal content and find out more. So let's take a closer look at what players can expect when Overwatch 2 expands post-launch.
All right, let's see it. Seasonal actual content, what is this?
We're really excited because people will just be able to just fully immerse yourself in the maps and the storylines and the heroes.
With the new seasonal model, we'll be able to drop a ton of content in very frequently as we're updating the game.
Battle Pass isn't really content.
We're looking at releasing heroes every other season and then a map in between those. And on top of that, we're looking at dropping a ton of content involving skins and other great goodies for players to get their hands on for each seasonal drop.
We have so much that we want to do in Overwatch to develop this game because we think it's the next step for us. We think there is so much more we can bring.
I'm really happy moving to our new seasonal-based schedule, making this really huge commitment to regular updates. It's exciting at the same time because I know what this team can do.
We really want players to be able to anticipate when things are going to enter the game.
With all the new content and events coming in, it's even more important to just make sure that everybody knows what's coming.
And along with the free-to-play change, we're doing away with loot boxes entirely. We have a new Battle Pass model coming in, and we have store as well. So players have a lot more control about how they interact with the game and how they acquire new content.
We've been working on so many things over the past couple
awesome.
Years. I'm most excited for folks to see some of the new heroes that we've been kind of cooking up.
It's a bunch of different reasons why we choose to make a hero. We're trying to follow the narrative, pick the hero that makes sense, or do we need to create a hero that answers this matter, counters a certain strategy that's too strong in the game?
We've got 2 more supports and another tank in just the first couple of seasons. And we're still working on new characters for a year and a half down the line as well. There's characters that folks have already seen glimpses of in the story, and there's also characters that you've never seen before, never heard about.
We were looking at making sure the new heroes fit within this new, very fast-paced paradigm and less shields and crowd control. You can see a lot of that reflected in team play moments, but with a much faster-paced vibe.
All right, where are the new maps?
We want to push the sci-fi, the futuristic feeling of maps. There's a touch of sci-fi everywhere you look. So this is something that was a bit more subtle in Overwatch 1.
Yeah, it was.
We really want players to feel that the world takes place in not so distant future.
Coming up
like Unreal
next
Tournament
is
type
Rio.
shit.
Rio, new PvP map. Pretty sure everybody's gonna love that one as well.
It's a great map. It's close to the team. Many people on the team are from Brazil, so it was kind of fun to inject the culture, the colors,
that does look really
into this
cool.
map. There's a map that takes place in Portugal. This map is pretty close to the team because our lead environment artist, he's from Portugal. People from the location should really get a sense that we've done a ton of research, and we were very inspired. And I think we captured it pretty beautifully.
All this does not make the game better.
Map, one of the newest game modes, and we tried some pretty
this
interesting layouts for this one, so we hope the players like it. We definitely want the game to feel like a globe-trotting adventure.
There's new types of content from what you're used to in Overwatch 1. We have charms, we have banners.
Keychains?
The current mythic skin that's in the works that I worked on actually is for Genji. He's got this kind of cyberpunk Japanese demonic
that's
theme.
fucking badass.
Mythic skins are meant to be this
that's cool.
tier of skins above legendary. We want players to be able to go in there and pick and choose certain pieces meant to be this extra awesome legendary skin that you can customize. We're concurrently developing quite a few mythic skins. They're going to be released over the seasons.
I want to see
all
the
this amazing stuff, all of the amazing skins.
For weapon charms, really what we're looking for there is just for the players to be able to express themselves and dress their character up. One of our core tenets on Overwatch visually is to focus a lot on the first person view. We want you to be able to see it and enjoy it while you're playing the game.
One thing that was really important to us was to make sure that players, if they earn anything in the game anywhere, that they're able to use it everywhere. So if you earn something on console
like
or on
NFT.
PC or on Overwatch 1, you can always use it in anywhere in Overwatch 2 as well. And with each new season, there'll be a ton of new content and a new battle pass as well. These seasonal updates will allow us to be constantly infusing the game with new content, new heroes, new maps. So the game is going to feel fresh just all the time.
There's always going to be something for you to do or to work towards. There's never going to be a point where you're like, gosh, I don't have anything to do.
Being able to provide players with new heroes every so often, new maps.
It is going to be a growing and an evolving game. There's so much for us to explore as we move forward.
Get ready. It's going to be really exciting, really fun. With both PvP and PvE, there's going to be really great content for you to immerse yourself in and
that looked really
continue
cool.
to play over and over again with your friends.
That did look cool.
We can't wait for October 4th. We're just excited to be back.
So PvE isn't coming out on release, basically.
I mean, it's so great to see how much thought and care your team is pouring into really elevating the game through post-launch season. So you mentioned that PvE is coming in 2023. Now, can you tell us how the development is going and why the team is committed to bringing these type of experiences into Overwatch?
We're all so invested in the world of Overwatch and the heroes that live in it. And through the years, we've developed cinematics, animated shorts, and graphic novels for our players who just want to get deeper into the lore. With PvE, we have an opportunity to go a step further, to go deeper into diverse storytelling in ways that we really just haven't been able to before.
That's true.
So we are planning to expand the Overwatch universe through these seasons that we just described, and we will start delivering this PvE gameplay in 2023.
PvE will be delivered through the live service, and that means we'll be able to deliver and tell more Overwatch stories and create more opportunities to experience our heroes.
Well, that explains everything.
Here's a sneak peek at what we're working on.
Okay. Here we go.
The team's goal for PvE in Overwatch 2 is to basically move the overall story of Overwatch forward. We've told a lot of short stories along the way.
Yeah,
there are a lot of
that's smart.
to be continues. It's time for us to answer those questions, close off some of those stories, ask new questions. So the new game will definitely move the overall canon of the lore of Overwatch forward.
Get those doors open! For the PvP live service, for certain seasons, you're also going to get some PvE maps. You'll be fighting Null Sector in at least some of the maps. They've come back and they're mad, so it's Overwatch's job to take them out. There's going to be content for you to immerse yourself in and continue to play over and over again.
A lot of the older guys from the original Overwatch team, they're coming back, but they need help with some of the younger generation like Brigitte and Lucio. So
that would make sense.
We're going to tell the story of how Overwatch basically gets back together. Another thing we want to do with the story is to showcase more of where the characters are from. For example, Torbjorn is from Gothenburg. Players will get a chance to see what Torbjorn's factory looks like.
You can play PvE with your friends and immerse yourself in the world and stay inside of it.
That's cool. Okay.
Wow, this is incredible. It's so great to get that first sneak peek. So thank you so much for sharing that.
That looks okay.
Is there anything you would like to say to the community watching?
Yeah, we are so excited for today, and we're so excited for you all to be able to see everything that we want to show you. And we really cannot wait for October 4th when we're all playing this game together.
Neither can I. Now, we'll also take a deeper look at a brand new hero. That's right, Junker Queen, who will be playable for the first time during the beta later this month already. Now, before we do that, though, we thought we'd take a look at Junker Queen's origin story to get to know the next great Overwatch character a little better.
All right, we might have cinematic.
Aaron, we appreciate you spending some time with us today. Best of luck to you and, of course, your entire team as you gear up for that launch. Let's take a look.
Nice. All right, here we go.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, Mad Max. Okay.
What the world since 17. She let it down with kerosene. She went on a journey to break the curse of the 5 metal demons of the betting land. They thought they were bad, found out she was worse.
Pretty good.
She left it to rust beneath the stairs. This is the legend of the Junker Queen.
Yo, what do y'all think?
She's a hurt machine. What the world since 17.
Well, I know sacrifice and I know pain. On Mixed Mutants Raiders, many I'd slay. Junker Town is my domain, and when I'm done, none of this will remain. There will be a reckoning.
Yeah, I thought that's cool. With like the whole punk rock vibe, I love it. That's cool.
Wow,
sure.
Just wow. What an unbelievable new hero.
Not that bad.
And we will dive deeper into Junker Queen. But first, I wanted to introduce art director Dion Rogers and a few new faces to the show. We have narrative designer Miranda Moyer and cinematic director Ben Dye. Thank you guys so much for joining. Welcome.
That was okay.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Happy to be here.
I'm really excited to share this. It takes an army to create a game.
I mean, the effort is clearly paying off. That short was just so much fun to watch. Now, it's been such an exciting week for everyone watching, but I'm sure for you three as well. Players have learned that the next beta is coming on June 28th. Can you tell me a little bit more about what we can expect to see in this beta?
Oh, so the biggest thing is open to console players this time. We're gonna add a new map, Rio. Junker Queen will be playable finally. So this should be pretty fun.
I mean, I personally can't wait to get my hands on Junker Queen, and you're representing her right there with the cool shirt as well. What a great segue. So let's talk more about the newest Overwatch hero.
I think it's super exciting. I know everybody has been really anticipating this character for a long time. She's been super prominent in our lore ever since the Junkertown map came out, and I think people have really been looking forward to finally getting to experience everything that she has to offer.
What makes Junker Queen so unique, and why do you think the Overwatch players will love her?
So Junker Queen is interesting. Usually when we start a character, we do a bunch of drawings and we have a little story. But she was kind of born out of the Junkertown map. We started to create this map that was associated with Roadhog and Junkrat. This narrative started to appear where they've been kicked out of the city. And so we're like, who kicked them out?
This came out like 5 years ago.
Maybe there's some sort of leader. So we had the kind of Junkertown decree that you can see in the level. And then over time, it kind of developed that it was a queen.
During the short, we're actually developing her personality. She's full of attitude. You know, that's what we love about her is she's really, really strong. So she's very recognizable. And obviously the lore behind her is very interesting. So some of that potentially can bounce off what the game design would be.
It's great to hear that it's just such a collaboration with the Overwatch team.
Yeah, this is the fun part about working together.
The Overwatch universe, it's filled with memorable heroes. And as you said yourself, Ben, it does take a village of dedicated developers to really bring each one of those to life, but in a meaningful way. So let's take a deeper look at the making of Junker Queen.
Okay, let's see it.
When we started on Junker Queen, first we have to decide what kind of role she's going to take. So She's a tank. She's a really aggressive tank. You know, we didn't want her to be kind of a Reinhardt style, stay back and guard her team. She's got this very ferocious nature, and we wanted for that to be represented in her gameplay as well.
I might play
Personally,
that.
What I'm most excited about Junker Queen is just her big axe. You know, just
yeah, I like
swing that thing around is awesome.
It's always great to have some sort of anchor point to make sure we really incorporate this.
It's an aggressive tank, yeah.
Abilities. Her secondary we call Jagged Blade. If you do your quick melee attack, she will kind of swing with the blade instead of normal punch. It does a little bit of extra damage and creates a wound on the enemy. So she can throw the blade as her secondary fire, and it's really a great sort of skill shot to be able to land on the enemy, especially like a moving enemy if you can land it.
She only got 400 health.
After you throw it, she'll recall it, and the force of recalling it, if it's stuck into somebody, will actually pull them forward. So she can actually kind of pull people to herself if you can manage to stick that blade into somebody.
Scuffed Roadhog.
Her Junker Queen's ultimate, we have an ability called Rampage. She creates this kind of whirlwind of magnetized metal, including her weapons, and it whirls around her, and then she dashes forward and try to go through as many enemies as possible and tag them all up. That also wounds everybody, which is really important because it's very easy to hit with this large area effect, so it heals you for a lot, but also it creates a debuff on the enemies that reduces the healing that they receive to 0.
Our sound designer has done an incredible job with her. She's full of snarky fun to the way she plays. So all throughout her kit, there's little guitar sounds actually hidden. So if you listen to her axe, she pulls it out and there's a big screech on the guitar strings as she pulls it forward. We have a wonderful actor named Leah who we found after a huge global search trying to find the right voice for her.
Here I am.
It's really amazing when the right actor matches the character and the personality. You feel this sort of magic that comes out of it.
I think players are gonna love her. She's scary, she's awesome.
She's a departure from any other hero that we have here.
You know, this is just a straightforward badass character.
She's just been so much fun to work on, and I'm just so glad to get her in people's hands finally.
The Queen of Junkertown has arrived. So how does the Junker Queen fit into the overall world of Overwatch?
I think Junker Queen's pretty interesting because there have been previous rulers of Junkertown. Junker Queen was not always the queen. And the old rulers of Junkertown have always been kind of content to just, you know, lord over the city. But Junker Queen, she has a very big axe and big ideas to go along with it.
What did
Imperialism,
you aim
manifest destiny, I like it. All right. Yeah.
We want to tell deeper stories for our heroes. Have
now
heroes
we're
that
talking.
Are connected to the world of the game.
Big ass.
Big thing for Overwatch 2 is to move the lore of Overwatch along. So these type of heroes help that.
What are her abilities, and how do those abilities actually make her successful in the role she's in?
What's pretty awesome about this hero, she was developed when 5v5 from the start. She was never a part of the 6v6 world of Overwatch. Knowing she's the only tank on the team, what abilities that will help bolster the team. She has this commanding shout. It boosts the speed and armor of the heroes around her. So especially you need to push through a choke. She does the shout, all the players hear it, they move forward. She has a bunch of weapons, you know. I think she named one of her weapons, right?
Yeah, her knife that she throws and pulls back is named Gracie.
Yes, right. A lot of her abilities kind of drain on the heroes and gives her health back.
Her ultimate, basically, it shoots you forward and you do this whirlwind with her axe.
That's cool.
It does like a big anti-nade on everybody around you.
Yeah, that's
She's
cool.
very
I like
aggressive, and people are going to have a ton of fun playing it.
Are there any particular maps
I might try that
you feel
character.
that Junker Queen plays really well on?
Getting close is where she's pretty dangerous. So maps that have a nice flank routes allow her to get in closer to the enemy and start to do what she does best is reckoning.
So another big piece of news over the weekend that got the Overwatch community just buzzing. With excitement was, of course, the tease of your new cinematic trailer, The Wastelander, which we're going to premiere here in just a few moments.
Oh,
but
shit,
before we do,
all right,
Ben,
we got a new
can
trailer.
you tell us a little bit more about it?
I remember in the very beginning of our story room jam sections, there's talk about what type of story we want to tell,
Explain what that means.
Should we include Junkrat? Should we include Roadhog? But ultimately, I think we wanted to center focus on our main character. It's a character reveal. It's potentially a sort of a revenge origin story, you know, actually give a little bit more lore into Junkertown, how she become the queen, how was that society being governed, you know, prior to she become the queen.
Well, you and the team, you guys pour so much love and time into these cinematics and into these heroes, and it really shines through. I want to thank all three of you for taking the time to sit down with me today and sharing all of this amazing information.
Yeah, thank you.
I know the fans at home are on the edges of their seats. So am I, waiting to see it. So
Yeah, let's
take
see
a look at the world premiere of the
Overwatch
2's new cinematic, The Wastelander, featuring the latest hero, Jungle Quin.
This better be good. They're building this up. Better be good.
Take them out with the rest of the garbage. Let the wasteland deal with them.
Mom? Dad? What's happening?
We fought in a war together, Mason. Don't.
Please, don't leave us out here alone.
Get out of my city.
Okay.
What? I'm not allowed to have a bad dream?
All right, now what? So is this like a Coliseum?
Has ever made it to the reckoning before?
It seems that way.
But here I am.
They should add this into the game.
With 0 rules.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
And Survivor.
It is? I didn't know that. I haven't played it in a long time except the beta.
Welcome back,
King Howell has never lost. Not in 13 years of rule.
On the battlefield.
Not until today.
The reckoning begins in 5.
Okay.
Did you really think this would be a fair fight? You don't survive the reckoning unless the winner grants you mercy. That's why I've got to win.
Where's Roadhog? Yeah, oh no, I guess he's kicked out.
All right, let's get this started.
It's just... It just reminded me of the cube crawl thing, man. Whenever he poured out the drink. Oh my god.
You ain't so bad.
That was the first thing I thought of.
You know how to fight dirty. I want scabs like him on my side when I'm queen. Speaking of, come on, big boy. Off target, this one. G'day, Mary. What are you smiling about? If you're smart enough to run the tinker,
is this gonna be another hero?
Stronger.
It's cool how they show the abilities. I like that.
Like you'd be any better. At least I wouldn't shoot my friends in the back.
No way. Oh, I thought she was about to fucking... Bro, I thought she was about to execute his ass. That would have been cool.
Because we're stronger than you. You haven't had a real fight. In 13 years, we had them every bloody day.
I am the king. I own everyone here.
Not in this arena.
Is this the ult? Good fuck. Where's Junkrat? The fuck?
This meathead has a bigger magnet? Figures.
Wait, did it cut her arm off or some shit?
That could have gone better.
You idiot! I'll kill you for that!
No, not today.
Mercy.
I'll give you the same mercy you showed my family 13 years ago. Get out of my city.
They should have done more of that story. Yeah. I didn't even put those two together.
Didn't it? But now they're probably wondering what sort of changes I'll make around here. Well, buckler, they're about to find out.
This is the legend of the Duck.
Bro, I thought it said Odessa D's nuts.
Watch your back, see the hurt machine. Fuck the world's been said and paid.
Wait, it did? No, it didn't. I'm like 99% sure it did not. That was okay. Oh, they threw him out. It's Alex across the Obby POV.
Well, that about wraps things up for today here at Blizzard. I want to thank each and every one of you for tuning in, and make sure to follow Play Overwatch on social for all the latest news and announcements about
Roadhog origin story? There's no way that's Roadhog.
I can't wait to see you all in game.
Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, it's not. There's no way.
What's your favorite?
Okay, what's this?
Mine's Tracer. She's like, cheers, not the cavalry's here.
You're one of those heroes, aren't you?
Before me, I see the future.
They showed Roadhog in the crown at the beginning? I didn't see him.
You know there's more out there, don't you?
Even the best journeys end. But a new
I feel like the what did y'all think of the cinematic?
Right around the corner.
Yeah, what did you guys think about it? He's mad. It could have. I think it could have been a lot better.
Let's take him to the wasteland.
It was okay.
One punch is all I need.
I think like it's much more interesting to tell the actual story of the characters than to have like some battle scene. You know, in my opinion.
Nice work, team. Keep it moving.
Yeah, that's what they should have done more of. Make it a character that like people can like identify with.
Check me out.
Yeah, like Hanzo. Yeah, the Hanzo one was really good. I remember that one.
Get in there.
I think the Reinhardt one was really good too, if I remember right. Okay. Dialogue this week? Yeah. So it's October 4th. That shit's pretty soon. That's real quick. Now what? What we got now? So that's it. Okay. All right. So let's talk a little bit about this. Zero hype. I feel like They didn't really show that Overwatch PvE is not ready. No, they said it's not ready. That's literally what they said. They're like, yo, this shit's not ready. We're not ready. The YouTube chat, look at all those W's in chat. Like, a lot of them like it. W developers, huge. W, that's it. No sign up. Yeah, I mean, they forgot the beta information. What do you mean, W? That's not too bad, man. No content, where's the beta? It's Morbin time. I don't know. What you guys think? Do you guys like it? When's the install day? I mean, you try out the game, right? The shit's free. I think that's good. And it's the balance of issues. It's like, the thing is, like, whenever they start talking about, like, oh, we went to, like, some place in the world to make it, like, more accurate or something like that. Like, that's the kind of stuff. Remember when I told you guys about how, like, game developer companies, like, they have, like, this, like, they have this idea of, like, what the players care about? Bro, like, maybe I'm just speaking for myself, but, like, I don't think anybody gives a fuck about that. Like, I just want to play the game and have the game be good. Like, if the game plays well, if it's dynamic, and if it's good, like, that's what matters. Like whenever she swings her axe around to hear, like, a string from a guitar, bro, like, I'm not about that. That's not my thing at all. Those are the cherry on top. Yeah. Attention to detail is cool to see. Yeah, but it's just like, I just, to me, it just has no real bearing on if I'm going to enjoy the game or not, you know? I like it, but it's not a core focus of me as a player. Yeah, competitive shooter, I'm turning off ambient noise. Yeah, I mean, that kind of stuff's the way that I feel about it too. It's like all the competitive stuff is like, you know, that's really what matters, is like the moment-to-moment gameplay. Is like, that's what I think really matters more than anything. But like, overall, I think the reveal was all right. I mean, like, the whole fucking the event with like cinematic with like her and all that. I mean, this is good. I mean, she's pretty hot, and so, like, I mean, look, I look forward to seeing what skins they think of for her, and I think a lot of people on DeviantArt feel the same way. And so what happens to Overwatch 1, it just gets rolled into Overwatch 2, as far as I know. Again, though, like, the maps and everything like that, that's what really matters a lot, is like the competitive, like, moment-to-moment gameplay. I'm disappointed that we didn't see enough of the PvE content. I wish we saw more of that, because that's one of the things that, like that really matters. Like, I feel like that's the one thing that, like, Overwatch 2 is, like, really bringing to the table that's, like, actually different and transformative. Because as far as I know, like, this is kind of what I'm expecting, is that Overwatch 2 is going to have pretty much the same PvP, right? I mean, like, there's going to be differences, but, like, if you stopped playing Overwatch 1 because it was, like, boring or repetitive, I think that you're probably going to run into the same problem with Overwatch 2. Like, maybe I'm not right about that, but I think that's probably what's going to happen, is you're going to have a lot of people that feel that way, and then they just get they get bored the same way. So, like, the PvE content is what really, that's what really is going to move the game forward. Overwatch 2 is much faster paced too. Yeah, they don't understand the new ranking system. I think, like, you know, like in WoW, how, like, now you have, like, Challenger 1 and 2 and, like, Rival 1 and 2 rather than just Challenger and Rival. I think that's effectively what they're doing. I'm not 100% sure, but that's kind of what I'm thinking. They only showed Reaper once and didn't show Soldier 76 at all. Well, I have no idea. I don't think there's, like, any reason for that. I mean, they're only going to show so many characters. Like, they didn't show other characters as well. And so that could be a big reason as well. And so, yeah, I don't know. Watch the Jinx cinematic, you'll laugh. Watch the Jinx cinematic. That's fucking, like, League of Legends, right? I'm pretty sure. Don't, please. Like, please do it. No, you won't. Yeah, I'll probably look at that another time. Like, I'm not that worried about do it. Do it. It's a classic. Do it. Don't do it. Like, don't do it. Like, what? See how similar it is? Let me see. Jinx cinematic, lol. This one here? Yeah, which one? I think I've obviously seen one of them. Yeah, it's the first one? Okay, alright, let me watch it. I don't remember this at all. It's a 3-minute cinematic, who gives a shit? Let's see if it's really the same. When did this come out? 2000, wow, this came out 2013. It's almost 10 years ago. Oh my god. Okay. People say this is pretty much the same cinematic. That's cool. Yeah, I think that, like, for people that like League, they'd like this. I bet people like this. Guy's got like 100 million views. I could see this for sure. Totally different. Yeah, this isn't anything like that. I feel like there's no real comparison here. This is just some like crazy emo girl going ape shit. I mean, like, yeah, this is like scene girl power fantasy. I mean, come on. This is much better. I think it's fine. I mean, they copied Arcane, I think. I don't know. I feel like League usually has good cinematics. I've watched pretty much all of them. I've never really played the game, though. That's cool. Sure. What are you comparing it to? The new Overwatch one. Because people said it was like this. It's nothing like this. The only thing that it's like this is it has like some like alternative punk girl. That's about it. Yeah, there's literally no other fucking... Yeah. It's the same. It's not the same. It's not even the same thing. It's okay. Yeah, sure, it's okay. Is it amazing or anything like that? No, but it's okay. And that's fine, right? And yeah, I don't feel like it's anything like what I saw before, man. It's just not. And both women, it's obviously the same. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know, like, but I think this is really what the question is, right? I'll ask you guys, like, did that make you excited to play Overwatch 2? Like, did that trailer or that, like, event make you excited to play Overwatch 2? Like, I feel like it was about a neutral effect for me, right? I mean, like, it was like, okay, this is cool, but, like, we didn't really see a whole lot. New characters, interesting, sure. But, like, maybe I'll play that character. I'm not really sure. I can take a piss, guys. I'll be right back. Not really. Yeah, it's just, all right, we'll watch this, and then I'll watch the Final Fantasy documentary. I said I would do it. I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay, hope you flush. Shut up. Shut up. Why y'all just start fucking bring that shit up? Let me see here. Wash hands. Bro, why would I wash my hands, dude? There's no shot. Chat don't know about Comic Tank Girl? Yeah. That was an old movie, too. These words, content immersive very liberally in the video. Hopefully there'll be actual content immersion other than a battle pass and some skins. Yeah, that's the thing, is like skins and like a battle pass, like, you know, that's not really exactly what I get excited about, right? I want to see some more some more transformative gameplay, right? It's like, let's have like new modes, like different types of like, you know, like do like a battle royale type fucking thing, right? With like something small, do something like in that cinematic, like a gulag, like, I don't know, just something interesting. Try shit, try and do different stuff with the game. Now I want to watch this. Now I always liked LMFAO, and I want to see what this video is about. It better not make them look bad. It's called Where Are They Now? Parentheses, Their Brutal Decline. So, like, yeah, I'm a little bit worried. Okay, let's watch it. They're canceled? Wait, why? Watch the new Force Gaming video? What's that? Let me see it. Force Gaming. Where is it? Why you should be concerned about Diablo 4. Oh, bro, bro, maybe I'll watch this. Oh my god, like I kind of want to watch this. Like it's just after Final Fantasy. No, I'll save it. I'll save it, guys. I'll save it. We're already concerned. Well, let's take a look at this one here. Watch it. Yeah, why not both? I just don't know what I'll have time for, because I said that I would watch the Final Fantasy thing, and we'll get into that. Okay, tomorrow maybe. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Okay, let's see this.
They were the most iconic musical duo of the early 2010s.
Yeah.
The wild hair, the lensless glasses, and the bizarre outfits, mixed with a bright, overly saturated color scheme, helped to generate a combined 4 billion views across their 4 most popular music videos, in the process making LMFAO an almost unforgettable act.
They were great. Like, I love these guys. These guys were hilarious.
Time, however, the 2 members of the group hated each other. Redfoo and Skyblue feuded publicly on Facebook, became involved in lawsuits, were berated and destroyed by the media, all while each of their careers died a silent, slow death in the background, with failed project after failed project following their peak in 2011. The story of LMFAO is a brutal warning about the risks of going into business with a family member, because, as you may or may not know, the group began as an uncle-nephew duo. Redfoo, being the uncle and older of the 2 by approximately 11 years, had been born into the music world, with his father being the incredibly rich and famous Berry Gordy, who founded Motown Records, which signed artists such as Stevie Wonder and Michael Jackson.
God damn, I didn't fucking know that. Oh my god. What the fuck? Yeah, I had no idea. Damn, yeah, pay to win. Yeah.
Blue being the 11-year younger nephew of Redfoo, and therefore also being in the same family.
You're actually part of a very famous family.
Yes.
And that is?
The Gordys.
The Gordys.
It's safe to say that the 2 were in an advantageous position from the very beginning. However, this certainly didn't guarantee success for either of the 2 family members. In 1997, at the age of 22, Redfoo released his first studio album titled Balance Beam, which, according to the Discogs website, sold only 44 copies. In an interview from 2002, over 5 years after the release of his first album, it appeared as though Redfoo was still somewhat confused about the direction in which his life was going.
Yeah. I'm doing some stand-up comedy. I'm doing some music, I'm doing some rapping, but for the first time in my life, I'm trying to just build myself.
Yet at around the same point in time,
it's like, listen, sometimes you're not gonna win right off the bat. Like, he tried to put out a record, he tried to put himself out there, it didn't work, man. Like, you can't laugh at the dude for that. At least he's trying to put himself out there.
Redfoo and his nephew Skyblue seem to have subscribed to the popular self-help movement known as The Secret, believing that if they simply envision themselves as big DJs, the path to such a position would reveal itself as time progressed.
And it started off really with The Secret.
The Secret, the motivational
thing,
video.
We really saw that putting out there what we want is going to come back.
With the goal of becoming big DJs now established, that impulsively...
I don't think that's entirely wrong. Like, I don't. I think that, like, for example, if like, you should not act like you're trying to put on a good show. It's like, it's true. It's not like some, like, fucking, I'm gonna manifest a triceratops until it's in my backyard. I'm gonna manifest this fucking dinosaur so goddamn hard, they're gonna think Jurassic Park was real. No, obviously that's not how it works. However, I do think thinking as if you're gonna work hard and you know, like, as if you're trying to put yourself in that position, I think that's a good thing. Yeah, that's not a bad thing.
Decided to form LMFAO whilst at a family Christmas party.
One day we were at this Christmas party at the family crib at my grandfather's house. He's like, yo, we should form a group together.
Also mentioning that they originally planned on calling themselves Sexy Dudes, yet decided to go with LMFAO, fearing that Sexy Dudes might result in judgment from their grandmother. Subsequently, Redfoo and Sky Blue began to live what they described to be the party.
Bro, like grandma acts the fucking band name. Like, that's some straight up fucking... That's some good shit. Grandma said, no, y'all not doing that.
Rock lifestyle, DJing 3 nights per week at random clubs across Los Angeles, whilst working on improving their music during the daytime.
We were just living this lifestyle, which was, you know, party rock. You know what I'm saying? Like, we went and did clubs 3 times a week, and people didn't know who we were, didn't know our music, and we just get up there, yo, what up, we LMFAO. We were partying every night. We're performing, and every night. Good. If not, we're creating something, we're making something. Okay. To me, that whole time just felt like one long party.
This is where LMFAO's family connections came into play. Redfoo and will.i.am from the Black Eyed Peas had conveniently been friends since high school, and by 2009, Redfoo and his cousin had been creating music for over 10 years, giving LMFAO enough skill and experience to land a major record deal through will.i.am. Subsequently, he and Sky Blue would release bangers such as Yes and I'm in Miami, at which point they'd fully embody
I'm in Miami, bitch. I remember whenever this shit came out, I loved this song. Yeah, I remember that, dude. That was like 2010, 2009, yeah.
Idea that success happens not at all, then all at once. Yes went certified gold in the United States, boasting over 500,000 sales, whilst I'm in Miami peaked top 50 in the charts throughout the United States, the UK, Canada, and Australia. The extreme popularity of these 2 songs caught the attention of David Guetta, who would feature them on his song Getting Over You alongside Fergie, which has over 250 million views to this day. Yet, the music seemed like only half of what made LMFAO so iconic. A large portion of their skill seemed to lie in their memorable style and branding. You could tell that the members of LMFAO were just these 2 Los Angeles bozos.
What's your favorite thing about Los Angeles? The women.
Who had a genuine passion for partying and making others dance. Everything about them was just...
Yeah, and that's the best thing. It's like, yeah, people thought that it was like a legit thing. You know, they live the life.
So authentic. Their wacky style and carefree attitude felt effortless and unapologetic. Yeah. Every other DJ seemed to be trying so hard to look cool or suave, yet LMFAO was so comfortable in making a fool of themselves for the entertainment of others, as if they were mixing comedy into their music.
Exactly.
However, this approach certainly wasn't appreciated by everyone. In June 2011, LMFAO released their most infamous album titled Sorry for Party Rocking, which would receive a 0 out of 10 review from NME, which included a statement reading, LMFAO understood the pain they were inflicting on the world and did it anyway. That's a horrifying thought. Even Lucifer had good intentions. The Guardian...
That's fucked up. Oh my god. Was it really that bad? The album substance? I don't remember if I downloaded this one or not.
Would give it Sorry for Party Rocking a slightly better review at 1 out of 5 stars. However, if anything, these reviews were simply proof that taste is subjective, as the songs within this album would go on to become some of the most popular in pop music history.
See, that's the thing, bro. It's like, I was about to say this. Like, these guys were fucking everywhere. So you got these, like, snobs, these, like, music people, like, oh, man, you know, if you're not listening to, you know, Dead Kennedys and fucking MF Doom, like, you don't know anything about music. Bro, like, let's be honest. Like, these guys were fucking huge. They were really, really popular, man.
As mentioned in the beginning, the 4 most viewed songs on the album, Party Rock Anthem, Champagne Showers, Sorry for Party Rocking, and Sexy and I Know It, boast a combined total of 4 billion views here on YouTube, while on the Billboard Greatest of All Time Hot 100 Songs, Party Rock Anthem still sits at rank number 7 over 10 years later. However, while on the surface it seemed as though everything was going incredibly well for LMFAO, nobody could tell that behind the scenes, the relationship between the 2 members was beginning to deteriorate. The beef between Redfoo and Sky Blue began in early 2012 after Sky Blue would injure his back during a live Super Bowl performance alongside Madonna.
During the Super Bowl, my disc slipped when I was performing. And so as soon as I went down that little elevator, I collapsed and I couldn't even watch the rest of the show or anything.
This injury meant that Sky Blue couldn't continue on with the tour or possibly even make music at all, meaning Redfoo had to perform the tour by himself while Sky Blue recovered from his injury.
Was food there for you during that time period, during your healing process?
No. No, he's doing his thing. You know what I mean? He was really focused on what he needed to do. The tour kept going, and then I just had to go home, and you know, and everybody kept doing the Party Rock and kept doing the LMFAO without me.
As a result, Sky Blue wasn't paid for the tour.
Did you still get paid though?
Hey, look, I don't.
So that's some fucked up shit. Like, I could understand, I could easily understand him saying, like, listen, like, I've got to keep going. Like, we've got to keep the ball rolling. You know, we're big, we're huge, we're like one of the biggest acts in America right now. I have to keep going, bro. You're going to be okay. Just chill, take it easy. But, like, not giving them the money, that's fucked up. That part is fucked up, especially in the context of the fact that their grandpa, bruh, he signed Michael Jackson. Neither of them ever need to fucking worry about money. You know what I'm saying? Like, you didn't work, you didn't get paid? Bruh, that's not how you do it. Somebody gets their shit fucked up, you keep them in the loop. That's the way it goes. He not fucking up his back on purpose to not work. And Stevie Wonder, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I wish.
So you got kicked out the group because your back went out.
That's fucked up.
You know, yeah.
Which must have soured their relationship pretty heavily, as after the tour concluded, Sky Blue and Redfoo wouldn't speak to each other for over a year.
After
That's horrible.
My back went out, you know, I didn't speak to Foo for a year. Me and Foo didn't talk for a year.
That's fucked up.
You didn't talk on the like Happy Merry Christmas,
Did he text you?
Nothing.
It became even worse when news outlets began to catch wind.
That's brutal, man. Like, it's like, nah, yeah, though. Yeah, musicians there and not pay leave. They chose the life, bro. He didn't chose the life. His fucking his family member chose that for him. Like, it's not about, oh, you chose that life. Nah, your family member chose this shit for you. Like, that's not it at all. That's awful. Yeah, that's his family, man. Would you pay Misk if he broke his back, though? I mean, fuck him, dude. I mean, look, that's different, okay?
Of the conflict. One article written by E! News in April 2012, approximately 2 months after the back injury, read, "The New York Post reported yesterday that the Grammy-nominated rappers are fighting, apparently over the cash they've made from their catchy tunes, including the #1 hits Party Rock Anthem and Sexy and I Know It,
That's
and are on the verge of going their separate ways."
Sad.
The two LMFAO members would shut these rumors down in an article written by Rolling Stone titled "LMFAO Break Up Rumors Completely False," which stated, "In a conference call with reporters on Wednesday, the duo dismissed the speculation as merely a byproduct of their rising fame. It's completely false. We're family at the end of the day. Blood is stronger than anything," said Sky Blue, alluding to the fact that he is Redfoo's nephew. "Sky might be doing a DJ set in South America and I might be in Vegas, and they'll say, oh, they're doing separate things. How can we make a story out of that?" said Redfoo. "We have to be smart enough to recognize it's all a game, keep executing our vision, and turn this world into a party planet." While this response from Redfoo and Sky Blue sounded quite authentic, only 5 months later the two would make a different statement confirming that LMFAO was officially coming to an end.
I think the reason why people like them is that they actually just were two goofballs from LA that like to party. Because, like, I mean, really, you go back at the old tapes, and it's like, that's pretty much what they did, right? It's like before they were famous, like, they were just goofballs that wanted to fuck around. It's like, yeah, the music was okay, but I mean, they're likable, you know? They were the original Island Boys. Bro, that's some fucked up shit to say. No, I actually, like, as I said, I like these guys. I thought they were great. But, like, honestly, the fact that, like, he didn't get the money, like, that is some fucked up shit. The rest of it is, like, all understandable. But that is just, oh, man.
Discussing the relationship of the duo, Redfoo would state, "I think we naturally just started hanging with two different sets of people, two different crowds, but we're always family. He'll always be my nephew, I'll always be his uncle. I feel like we've been doing this for so long, 5 or 6 years, and we're kind of like saying, well, let's just do what's natural and just kind of explore that instead of like forcing it all the time." In video interviews, Redfoo would reinforce that he and Sky Blue had simply grown apart.
Two people just, you know, grow. You know, you grow and we kind of grew into our own individuals. and you know, we just wanted to do so many things.
Yet shortly thereafter, Sky Blue would write a Facebook status directed at RedFoo, implying that their split wasn't so amicable. I've been wanting to
damn, that's fucking brutal.
Speak my truth about this whole LMFAO situation for a long time.
See, this is why you fucking keep people in the loop, even if they have some real shit go down. Is because they're gonna fucking turn around and they're gonna make you a problem. They're gonna be a problem for you. I guarantee you, think about it like this. Fucking both of them would have way more fucking money if he had just given him the half and they had kept performing together. And that's a fact, because they could have kept bringing out more party rock anthems, more I'm in Miami bitches. And it's like, yeah, the songs were not like the greatest thing ever, but you know what? People liked them. People listened to them. It was on the radio. That's it. And like, yeah, it's like, so think about how much money that cost him in the long run. That's what it is. The relationship was worth $200 million. Yeah, that's what happened.
Of respect to my family, I kept it all to myself. The way you belittle people and your crazy power trips were some of the main reasons our relationship as family and partnership has greatly suffered. My back went out right before a big arena show. You went out and performed, but then just left on the tour bus without seeing me. In fact, you didn't speak to me after that for about a year, which is around the time you announced our hiatus.
It's like what do you think? He threw his back out on purpose? You think he's trying to fuck himself up on purpose on stage at the Super Bowl? People are too short-sighted. Yeah, you don't see what's going to happen. That's sad.
Someone who really cared, loved, and had your back, this really hurt. I mean, you're my uncle, my blood. You even kept touring as LMFAO and made a lot of money doing it. You never once called me to ask me how I was recovering. You just kept shuffling every day without me. I really loved you. I looked up to you, man. But the more successful we got, the more you wanted control. Possibly spotting a weakness in the duo, LMFAO would then be presented with a $7 million lawsuit by their former management, as well as another lawsuit by Rick Ross, who claimed that their line, "Every Day I'm Shuffling," had been copied from his 2006 song titled "Every Day I'm Hustling."
That's the fucking funniest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Like, I'm sorry, like, that is the funniest fucking thing I've ever heard. Honestly, Rick Ross thought they stole that shit? And like, what, you can't do two things every day? Like, did he sue Jake Paul? It's every day, bro. That's what I was thinking. Grow up, man. Like, shut the fuck up, Rick Ross.
Interestingly, throughout the lawsuit, Rick Ross would get further insight into the reason behind LMFAO's split. Further, Ross says Sky trashed his uncle in a deposition, where he said the real reason LMFAO broke up was RedFoo's refusal to keep him in the loop.
Exactly.
With LMFAO breaking up and being sued, RedFoo and Sky Blue's only logical path was to continue as solo artists, only this didn't exactly go as planned.
Bro, because like, if the thing is, like, if you're going and you have like the whole idea of like, oh man, like, it's like I'm partying, you know, and like that vibe, that's a vibe that you make that is like that's like something you bounce off somebody else with, right? Like, you don't do that solo. Yeah, you don't do that solo. It's like there's a lot of people, it's like it's not Simon or Garfunkel, it's Simon and Garfunkel, right? Like, that's what it is. Most of the time, that's what happens. Like, a lot of times, like, whenever artists break out, like, you have people like Justin Timberlake was in NSYNC and he did his own fucking thing, right? Andrew WK, yeah. But, like, he always was interacting with people and doing shit with people. That was the first guy I was thinking of, right? Is, like, maybe the closest parallel in terms of, like, vibes. Harry Styles, yeah. It's like, I don't think he's ever going to be as big as One Direction was. Like, no shot. John Lennon, yeah. The Beatles, yeah. What's this here? Justin Timberlake bought MySpace? Yeah. Beyonce was in Destiny's Child? Yeah. I mean, sometimes it does happen, but most of the time it doesn't.
Such a success in LMFAO, and then going to a club, and then there's like 20 people there because Sky Blue's coming, not LMFAO.
As mentioned, Sky Blue went from selling out arenas as LMFAO to having 20 people show up to his shows as a solo artist. He released 2 singles in the year after LMFAO's breakup, each of which performing reasonably with around 2 million views each on YouTube, yet this was basically all of the success that Sky Blue was able to achieve as a solo artist. His career would fizzle out in the 3 years that followed.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that bring out you know, like, music and it gets like a few million views per song, right? I mean, like, that's not awful, right? It's really not. Like, that's great, but it's not on the level that they were at, where it was like national big dick level. I can't believe everyone even goes see him as a duo. I feel like they're just an opening act. Bro, like, this is what happened to me if I broke up Elena. Yeah, true, Nick. True. It's like you wish this is all that would happen, I bet. Holy shit. Half a star review? No, I just, as I said, I thought that the first, their stuff was good.
His final piece of music being released in late 2016 before he disappeared from the music industry. And while this marked the cold, bitter end of Sky Blue's career, Redfoo, being the more famous of the two, had substantially more success as a solo artist, but only in the beginning. He'd initially landed a position as a judge on X Factor Australia, in the process dropping songs such as That New Thing and Let's Get Ridiculous, each of which going platinum in sales, whilst both cracking the 100 million view mark here on YouTube. However, alongside these two incredibly popular tracks, Redfoo would also feature on a song titled Literally I Can't, which would unravel much of the success that he had built as a solo artist. The song, which according to one article follows a group of sorority girls who are pressured into drinking and dancing, was labeled as misogynistic by countless different news outlets, prompting—
See, like, that's pretty bad, you know what I mean? It's like, we always talk about, like, I mean, that's a lot. Literally I can't, like, that's a bit much. You know what I mean? Like, that's a rookie mistake, cancel alert. Well, the thing is, like, you talk about somebody getting canceled. I don't know. Like, getting girls drunk and trying to get them to do stuff whenever they're drunk. Like, bro, that's some fucking... Like, what the fuck is this, man? Like, that's cringe as shit, man. It's pathetic. It's fucked up. It's like people... It reminds me of, like, people that, like, I don't know if I want to make this analogy. People are going to probably take it the wrong way. But it's like people in, like, video games that try to kill people that aren't trying to play, right? It's because they can't do it on their own on a fair playing field. And so they have to, like, get somebody drunk. That way they can get what they want. It's the same thing. Like, it's just fucking weird, man. I'm not a fan of that at all. It's some nasty shit. Yeah. It's short. Yeah, another example of short-sightedness. Yeah.
A response from Redfoo, who would state, another example of critics victimizing an artist by purposely misinterpreting his/her work to support a pre-existing agenda, #literally I can't, which will create a rift between him and his audience, with Twitter responses such as, dude, you've got a video of bros victimizing a group of women because they don't feel safe drinking with them. No, this isn't victimizing. You're a blatant example of extreme misogynistic behavior. Whatever made you think those lyrics were okay? He's sexist and he knows it. Others would go so far as to create a petition stating that Redfoo shouldn't be rehired on the next season of X Factor, which went on to receive over 23,000 signatures. Incredibly, the petitions—
It's like, I don't see why, like, for example, whenever I piss people off, whenever I say something, I will usually say, like, yeah, I can see why people will be mad about this, right? For, like, many things. It's like, you don't really lose anything if you can be like, yeah, I don't think it's a big deal, but, like, I can see why people are mad. You know what I mean? Like, 23,000? Wait, what was 23,000 again? What he did was stupid, but fuck, I hate cancel culture. Bro, like, there's sometimes people do something and, like, people just don't like it. You know what I mean? Like, people, it just rubs people the wrong way. It's not necessarily, like, cancel culture or anything like that. It's just, people just don't like it. It's weird. And also, like, this is another example. Like I said, like, oh, it's cancel culture, bro. Like, what do you mean it's cancel culture? Like, that's just some fucking, like, that's some... I wouldn't say it's like, I don't know if that's like really against the law, but I mean, I know it can be in certain situations.
He knows it. Others would go so far as to create a petition stating that Redfoo shouldn't be rehired on the next season of X Factor, which went on to receive over 23,000 signatures. Incredibly, the petition's request became a reality only a few months later, when Redfoo was ultimately fired from the show. He'd get another shot on television after being invited to compete on Dancing with the Stars, only to be eliminated in the very first round. Yet being booted from X Factor and being eliminated on Dancing with the Stars was nothing compared to the reality check that Redfoo would receive after he'd release a brand new album in 2016 titled Party Rock Mansion. The album was dubbed—
And this is another problem you got with all the party rocking stuff, right? Is that a lot of people, it's like whenever you're party rocking and you're 26, everything is fucking lit, man. It's perfect. Like, the world is exactly where it needs to be. But whenever you're party rocking and you're 39, it just gives off a different vibe. You know what I mean? It's like too old already. No, that's what everyone was out. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's a different fucking vibe. And it's like, yeah, you do have people like Johnny Depp or like Keith Richards. You know, these are people who are professional party rockers. But most other people, they grow out of it, and it's just like the way that you do it is different. You know what I mean? 144. Yeah, it sold 144 copies. That's bad.
Commercial failure after it would sell a miserable 144 copies in Australia for a number 172 debut, which was especially terrible as Redfoo had counted Australia as one of his most successful territories. The lackluster performance of the album seemed to indicate to Redfoo that his music career was coming to an end, as he'd only create a handful of songs in the 2 years following the poor release of Party Rock Mansion, creating his final song in February 2018 before also disappearing from the music industry. In countless interviews from before the pair disappeared, both Redfoo and Sky Blue seemed pretty confident.
I feel bad for the guy for having that happen, but the fact is, like, you did that shit to yourself, man. You cut your nephew out, man. You cut him out. You fucking, like, you didn't even go to see him. Like, this is all on you. Like, I feel like this is one of those examples. It's like, I mean, I'm sure, yeah, we didn't hear his side of things, so, like, maybe it's different. But, like, this video, this is like, he is 100% wrong. Like, straight up, he's 100% wrong. The other guy, like, fucking Sky Blue, did fucking nothing wrong. Yeah, like, just, why would you do that? Like, this is straight up own goal, man. Do you think Redfoo and Sky Blue are their gamer tags? I think there's a really good chance of that.
That at some point they'd get back together for an LMFAO reunion.
Will Sky Blue and Redfoo ever get together and make another LMFAO project? Is that even possible based on where you at now?
I believe so.
Yet, for obvious reasons as outlined,
that's fucking sad, because like, even after all this, he still held out hope that, you know, maybe one day, like, he'll be able to chill with his uncle again, you know, and make music together. Like, I feel so bad for him. That's so sad. That's actually so fucking sad. Fuck.
It doesn't seem like this will be happening
Shuffle
anytime
one last
soon.
Time. Fuck, bro. Like, that's depressing, man. Oh my god, dude, James Charles. Like, I gotta... Dude, James Charles. Where is that shit?
Obvious reasons as...
Oh, that one. His career is basically over. Never apologize. Yeah, you never fucking apologize. That's it. One last shuffle. Yeah, man, we gotta watch. We gonna watch that the fucking Final Fantasy thing, okay? Like, maybe we got time after that. We watch it, but overall, I just feel I feel bad for Sky Blue, man. I really do. That fucking sucks, bro. Like, that actually fucking sucks. To like, it just it just sucks. Like, that's all I can say. Like, it just straight up fucking sucks. Final Fantasy is a bit long. It's all in one sitting. Well, yeah. That's why we watch it right now. Give me 1 second here. And let's see this. Wrath Classic. We ever play Genshin today? I didn't plan on playing Genshin today, man. That wasn't what it was gonna be. Let's go Final Fantasy documentary. All right. Let me get to it. Or is it? This is something people want me to watch for a long fucking time. Like, I'm talking about like a long ass fucking time. Holy shit, it's been a while. It's 3 parts, by the way. Well, we'll at least knock out 1 part for it today and see what it's about, okay? And he quit it before he even played it? Yeah, maybe. All right, let's see what this is. When's AllCraft? It's at 3. It's in an hour and a half. That's why I'll at least knock one of these out right now. You're going to love it? I hope so. The thing is, like, Final Fantasy, I always respect whenever you have content like this that... like, people try to do, like, they do something wrong and then they try to make it better. Like, to me, that's a big deal. I think that's very important because it shows, like, a dedication. You know what I mean? And, yeah, that's the way I see it. Hope your allergies are getting better. It's okay. You hear what happened with the U-Haul riot stuff in Idaho? Oh, about those guys in the U-Haul? Yeah, I saw that. All right, let's start this. Here we go. The initial flop made everyone hate the game. I know. Turn on subtitles. What's this shit? Settings, subtitles, English. Okay. All right, we got it. This is it. It's time. What's the music?
Square is buried deep into the culture of Japan. Originally a spin-off from Masafumi Miyamoto's father's Powerline construction firm, for over 30 years its games have helped power the rise of Japanese games development. There are no shortage of games that live under the Square Enix banner, but none as big as Final Fantasy. From our Western perspective, there's an air of mythos around the company. The accepted truth behind the series title is that it was named...
Wait, give me 1 second. So what is this here? Japanese speakers only? How do I change that? Oh, I got it. I've never done this before, so I don't know what to expect. Okay, let's do it.
Final Fantasy, as it was Square's make-or-break game to avoid impending bankruptcy. And even if the real answer has more to do with creating an acronym that could be pronounced by both Eastern and Western audiences, it's that first story that gets told. That's the legacy of this series. Stories about adventures that get passed from generation to generation, as nearby as the arcades of Akihabara and as far as the playgrounds of Europe. As the Final Fantasy series has moved from numeral to numeral, there have been high points and low, but with each new game comes the promise of a new story, a new myth. The story of what happened with Final Fantasy XIV is one such myth. What we know about it comes from old reviews, archived message board threads, and through conversations with those who were there. The reason for this is that the original version of Final Fantasy XIV doesn't exist anymore. Unlike the vast majority of other old games, there is no way of playing it. It was redacted, painted over. Where once stood
I like how, like, with a lot of the old games that, like, there's not an old version for it. People have, like, a private server for it running somewhere. As far as I know, nobody has a private server for the original Final Fantasy XIV. Nobody has it. It's okay.
That threatened to sink the Final Fantasy brand forever, now stands the second most popular subscription MMO in the world. And as the years pass us, the myth of that original version and its incredible redemption story are at risk of disappearing. How did it all happen? How did the same studio that shipped a broken mess turn it all around in 2 years? Why did they make the decision to keep the old version still alive while secretly working on a brand new game? And how did they manage to make all of this, the redesign and rebirth, part of the game's lore? We knew this was a story worth telling, not only for those who were there to see it all go down, but for the millions of you who have never heard about this, who never knew the extraordinary lengths the development team went to save this game. So we did just that. Pack your bags, friends. NoClip is heading to Tokyo.
Here we go. Holy shit, this is a real-ass thing. Oh my god. I hate flying in airplanes so much. It's the worst. I think it's a little loud. So is that what Japan looks like? Wow. Yeah? Should go to Japan? Maybe one day. Damn, that reminds me of like New York, where they have like signs up everywhere. It's like super crowded, is that it? This shit was cool. Real? Yeah. The fuck? When Tokyo was pretty crowded? Yeah. I had no idea. Dude, this fucking cinematic was fucking awesome. The ending of it? Oh my god. This is one of the best. Shit was lit, yeah.
Hello and welcome to Shinjuku, Tokyo, home of Godzilla, restaurants full of dancing robots, and Square Enix, one of the most prolific video game companies in the world.
For the past few months, I've been playing catch-up with this story, playing the latest version of the game, talking to players, and watching community retrospective series like the Speakers Network's fantastic fall and rise of Final Fantasy XIV. My goal, to make sure we asked the right questions when we sat down with the team. During our time here in Shinjuku, we're going to talk to everyone from the engineers who worked on the original game, to localization leads, community managers, and even the CEO of the company.
Oh, wow.
All to allow them the opportunity to tell their side of this fascinating story.
Holy shit.
The fall and rise of Final Fantasy XIV happened in real time in front of millions of people around the world. But we wanted to know about this story from an entirely new perspective, as far as I know. From inside the corporate machine that made it happen, that led to its terrible launch and ultimately its incredible rebirth.
My name is Michael Christopher Koji Fonks. I am the English localization lead for Final Fantasy XIV. And my middle name being Koji, it's not something I gave myself, it's a name my father gave me. My father was stationed in Japan for 2 years in the Navy when he was young. Went back to the States. My mom had me. They wanted to give me a Japanese name. The family was having none of that, so they kind of snuck it in the middle name, but then they always called me Koji. And so I guess the joke was on the rest of the family. My dad being in the Navy.
That's cool. I like that.
Really
That's
learn
interesting.
A lot about Japan, other than he really liked Japan, but didn't learn any of the language. So I always knew that my name was Japanese, but beyond that, I really didn't know anything about Japan. But there was always that little seed in there. And then when I got into high school, there's a Japanese class, and I like games. Oh, they make games in Japan. Hey, let me study Japanese. If I study Japanese, I can play all those cool Japanese games that never come out over in America.
That's the way it used to be.
When I graduated from high school, I took a trip to Japan for 3 weeks, homestay type of thing, and I fell in love with it. And during that period, I got to visit a lot of schools and a lot of English classes in those schools. And I thought, wow, I know English, I could do this, will be easy. It wasn't as easy as I thought it was going to be, but I studied a couple years at a university in America, then transferred over to Japan, started over 4 years at a university in Japan.
Wow.
Got my teaching license, and yeah.
It's hard work being a
Holy
teacher.
shit.
Yes, I mean, I loved it, but
that's a lot of work,
yeah. And that's why, very much after you'd go to school, 6 in the morning for morning basketball practice, because I was the basketball coach, because as my principal said, hey, you're tall, you're the basketball coach. Then you'd get into classes. I mean, I'd have my homeroom class, then I'd have
volume.
6 or 7
okay, I'll turn it up a bit.
Other classes, teaching. Then
he leveled up twice.
School, all of a sudden, it's there's after-school basketball, and then you'd get home and you'd correct. So I was really always at school every day. It was very draining, and I would go home and I would play FF11. It was how I was able to relax, and being able to go into my little room and turn off the lights and put on my headphones. And
wait, so this guy could have played with Ninja? There is a chance that he could have played with Ninja. Oh my God.
Get into that world of Vana'diel was something that helped me escape from the stress, and then it just happened to be, one day I was online, checking for 11 related information, and I saw that Square Enix was looking for a translator, and it just kind of, wow, that would be really cool.
You did it, damn. That's an interesting
Koji
story.
wasn't alone. Final Fantasy XIV was launched in 2010.
Well, I have to say, like, this face, it just looks so dumb to me. What it reminds me of is, like, remember whenever that old crazy lady painted over Ecce Homo? And she painted Jesus' face back onto him, and it was all, like, fucked up and shit? That's what it reminded me of.
The story of this game starts 8 years earlier with the launch of Final Fantasy XI.
Yeah, they made the cat girls way hotter.
The early days of online. Many of the team who worked on 14 started on 11. One of those was Kasuga-san, who joined the company in 1999 to build a network infrastructure for this fledgling MMO.
They all have such good hair.
自分はネットワークとサーバー担当で入っていて、なので一番最初にやっていたのが、当時プレイステーション2で初めて、厳密にはドリームキャストがその前にあるんですけれども、プレイステーションプラットフォームとしてはオンライン要素が入った初めての時期だったので、プレイステーション2でネットワークを作るために TCP/IP のドライバーを作ったりとか、まだ当時モデム通信の時代だったんで、PPP 通信とか、あと ADSL がちょうど普及し始めた時期だったんで、ADSL の認証として使われた PPP とかっていうその本当にネットワークの下の部分、今だとあんまし誰も書かないようなところを書くっていう担当で入社してました。
まあ11に関して言うとね、まあスクエアエニックスって言いますか、スクエアが初めてまあオンラインのあれだけの規模の
So this is the guy.
でやるってのはもう本当初めてだったんで、いやもう正直。
Oh man, so yeah, this is the guy.
こんな言っちゃっていいのかな。
Wait, was this the guy that wrote all the stuff about NFTs? No shot, this was the guy. Oh my god, there he is. Oh man, this is the president of Square Enix. Am I allowed to say more? Looks at PR and laughs. Yeah, it's about fucking right.
OK なの？あ、いいんだ。まずね、どういうことがあったかというと、
What year did Final Fantasy 11 come out?
とかね、海外の例えばウルティマとかそういった先行事例あるんですけど、まあ基本的に PC ですよね。で、俺らが今週末期でやるなんてもう無謀の極みだとかってね、もうたくさんそういうふうに言われました。まあソニーさんがPS2 のハードディスク BB キットなんかもですね、もう何度もそういうの吸ったもんだしていろんなことがありましたんで、まあほとんど不可能だとかでよく言われてましたよ。
That's pretty visionary.
成功なんて。
I didn't realize that.
11 was my first MMO. I hadn't played one before.
Dude, I didn't even realize like I just thought Final Fantasy 11 was just like some dumb old game. I didn't realize it was like probably the first console MMO. Holy shit, man. Yeah, dude, I had no idea. It still runs, yeah. Like I didn't even understand the perspective of it.
I remember purchasing the PlayStation 2 broadband unit because they were all sold out. I ended up paying double on like some Yahoo auction or something like that.
eBay.
Ridiculous, but I had to play it. We got a new internet connection. We were on a regular modem at that time.
Dude, in 2001, this was crazy.
We needed a new modem. We had to upgrade to ISDN,
insane.
128, you know. But yeah, it was definitely
first
worth it.
cross-platform,
something that was completely new to me, but
holy fuck,
fascinating. And ever since then, I've been into MMOs. It was
like
that
Dark
was the gateway
Souls
drug for me, going in from
Came out like, what,
FF11 and then
15 years
trying,
later?
Some of the Western MMOs as well, getting into World of Warcraft, seeing the differences between the two.
Personally, I think it's very different, here in Japan from the Western market because, yeah, it is for everyone in the globe. It's very first MMORPG on the console, PlayStation 2. And also, it was the first ever cross-platform MMO between PlayStation 2 and Xbox 360. The obvious one is that most Japanese people don't really like to chat in public.
Right.
So, in the world, there's a lot of characters, but it's very quiet because people are using a tell instead of the say or shout. And then, but if you go to the Western world, game world, every single one is shouting around. So yeah, that's a huge difference.
While
that's crazy. I had no idea about that because yeah, you go on any American server and it's like I remember like any of them. There's just people popping off constantly. Yeah, Baron's chat.
You have your EverQuests and you had your Ultima Online. In Japan, there was none of that. And then so Final Fantasy 11 was really one of the first MMOs in Japan. And so getting to work with
people never shut the fuck
basically
up.
The pioneers of the Japanese MMO was really exciting. On the other hand, you could also say that it was possibly kind of a curse in the sense that they were all, doing their own thing. They had their vision of what an MMO should be and what a Japanese MMO should be. And then me, again, not having played an MMO before, getting on this team and thinking, okay, this is an MMO and translating away and working in that project, I kind of, started thinking, okay, this is what an MMO is, this is what an MMO is. And then that one day I start playing WoW and it's like, oh, oh.
Yeah.
Seeing the differences between the two and saying like, okay, what I thought was the norm in Final Fantasy 11, the grinding for 20 hours to go up one level and then only to have your level drop when you, pull too many crabs and it shows you you lost 5 hours work. Like, I thought that was normal. And then you're like, well, that's not normal, is it? The Japanese...
I'm glad they added that bit of context in there because like WoW was like, yeah, WoW was a huge departure from like old games. WoW was considered the super casual MMO and that's why it was so good. That's why it was so popular.
base game, Final Fantasy XI, had already released, and they were working on the first expansion pack, Rise of the Zalart. I was part of the team that was working to get the base game and Rise of Zalart all translated before the Japanese Rise of Zalart was finished.
Yeah, well, it was hella casual. That's why it was so good.
Did you get it on time? I got it on time. I haven't missed a deadline yet. That's one thing.
This was recorded before
Final Fantasy XI was a huge success for Square Enix. It established a concurrent user base of around 250,000 players for years.
Bro, Squaresoft. That's the old school shit. Like, that's what I remember seeing at the beginning of my games back in Super Nintendo, was Squaresoft.
It was the most profitable Final Fantasy game ever, and at one stage was the 6th most popular game on all of Xbox Live. More than that, it established the Japanese style of MMO. And when the decision
Squaresoft was like the From Software of the 90s. Like, any game that they put out was a banger. Like, every single one was good. It was finished. It was well designed.
It was made in 2005 to start work on a sequel. The new MMO was built around things that made 11 successful, focusing, like most Final Fantasy games do, on beautiful graphics and an interesting battle system. This new game was to be directed and produced by the same duo that shipped 11, series veteran Hiromichi Tanaka and Nobuaki Komodo. Final Fantasy XIV was announced for Windows and PlayStation 3 in 2009, but behind the scenes the development team was struggling to put the pieces of its new world together.
ファイナルファンタジー14のその最初のバージョンの自分が見た時の一番大きな問題点、最終的にそれが問題だったと考えているものっていうのはその最初のコンセプトとしてそのプランナーがスクリプトを書くことによってゲームを作っていこう。で、利点としては、プランナーが考えて自分たちで実装するので、高速な開発ができる。要は、そうじゃないと基本的にはプランナーさんはものを考えて、開発者にエンジニアに相談してどう実装するかを決めて、で、ゲームデザインをする。
Bro, you couldn't even jump? Wait, you couldn't even jump? Oh my god. Man, whenever I found out you couldn't jump in the original Guild Wars, I said, nope. I'm out. That's it. You can't, well, if you can't jump in a game, I'm out.
人はそのどういうパラメータをいじりたいかとか相談しながらエンジニアと話をしてものを作っていかなきゃいけないんですけれども、そこの部分に関してスクリプトを導入すると自分で考えて自分で実現することができるようになるっていう発想でゲーム実装の大半がスクリプトで組まれてたんですね。でそのスクリプト UI の問題もそうなんですけれどもゲームも UI も基本的にはスクリプトで書かれていてでスクリプトを動かすエンジン側がかなり負荷が高いというか CPU をたくさん使わないと動かない状態になっているのでちょっとした何かをするだけでもゲーム内で少し何かをするだけでも非常に CPU リソースを使うことになっていて、すぐにサーバーが回るサイクルが遅くなっていくっていうことが問題として発生する。
PUBG had this problem too.
結果としてそのサーバーでできることは少ない、あとゲームとしてサーバーで実現できるところは少ないですし、何かしようとすると負荷が上がっちゃうんで、じゃあそれを回避するためにどうしようとかっていうことで、結果的にそのゲーム内容としてリッチなものが実現できなくなっているってことが起きてましたね。で、UI もスクリプトで組まれていたので。
I feel like the style, the art and everything, and like the extravagance of Final Fantasy art, like that's really like at the core of what the game is. So like if you don't have like that extravagant fucking crazy art style, is it really Final Fantasy?
なんかちょっと処理するだけでもすごい時間がかかるっていうような問題が発生していました。
Like I mentioned before, again, localization being in a position where we get to see all the parts come together first. We were some of the first to realize that, Houston, we have a problem. That type of situation. I mean, you had the battle team. They're like, yes, we have this great battle system, with stamina and these things that you can do. And then you had the story team. That, yes, we have this story. Oh, hey, we have these guild leads and all of these parts. And everyone was really, really proud of their parts. Look at this grass. It's so beautiful. Look at this barrel. It's the most beautiful barrel ever to be, represented in graphical form.
It's got as many polygons as the character.
Yes, and all of those parts, all of these teams, again, very, very proud of their work. I mean, the team was, put together some of the best minds in Square Enix. You had people that were, leads that could probably even, lead their own projects were all come together, and it became a
sometimes that can be a bad thing whenever you have a lot of people that all are supposed to be like, you know, they're like really experienced, and like you never know really who's in charge, right? Because you have like, yeah, too many cooks, bro.
A lot of just tiny little groups making something that was really great.
Yeah.
But once you put it together, it was kind of a mess, and no one really knew that, except for localization and probably QA as well. And we're like, okay, we need to do something. Together. But by then it was one of those, it's kind of too late to do anything. But for us, we would be looking at the text.
Oh shit, there's the girl. She's the one you got her earring, and then you bring her back to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. This is Gilfina. Yeah. She's the one that adopted Milfinov's mom. Yeah, after her parents got killed by the Gubu and fucking Ul'dah.
Some of it, you know, it wouldn't make sense, or it would just be very
Thancred
bland.
saved her.
And thinking, if there's any way to make this game better, what can we do? It's like, well, I can take this text and maybe add some more stuff into it, add some more flavor to it.
Because that's what it
you know, maybe
said.
that will distract people from the fact that the battle is not that fun.
At a fundamental level, the piecemeal design of the game was
people.
causing problems. Graphics were inconsistent. While many elements of the world were copy and pasted ad nauseum, some environmental objects had as many polygons and shaders as a character model. The battle system was just confusing. The game didn't have elements fundamental to most modern MMOs, things like jumping, auto attack, and the ability to interact with the map using a mouse. It had
I think that's one of the things, is like WoW was just like, you've got to remember, like WoW was so far ahead of its time whenever it came out. It basically put every other game that came out within 5 years of it into the dirt. Like it was so good, and there was nothing that even came remotely close to it. Like the amount of like the especially in terms of like core design, right? Like movement, menus, you know, like interactivity with the world, interacting with the NPCs, like all of that stuff. Like World of Warcraft was like contextually probably the most, like it was like the equivalent of the iPhone. Right? It was like remember whenever Apple brought out the iPhone and like nobody else was even fucking in the same universe as that? That's what WoW was like.
System that nerfed hardcore players to make sure they didn't level up too fast. The UI was confusing. Crafting was incredibly complex and took forever. And simply, there just wasn't enough content. The closed beta wasn't going well. They needed more time to fix these problems, so the open beta was pushed back to within a month before launch.
There she is.
The team knew there were problems, and they were getting frustrated.
で、今まで話していた仕事っていうのは大体その2010年の1月から、実際にリリースされる 8月ぐらいまでの間にやっていたことで、で、ゲームが本当に良くないっていうのがこう。みんなに認識されて自覚されていくっていうのは結局ベータが始まって本番が始まってっていう8月9月10月ぐらいまでの期間に起きたことなんですね。で実際にはこうチーム内の意識としてもリリース前そのベータが始まる前から本当にこれをリリースしていいものかどうかっていう議論はある程度そのチーム全体でそのオフィシャルであったわけではないですけれども、開発者の中ではやはりその世に出していいクオリティかどうかっていうところは議論がありました。
It's almost always a bad idea whenever a game gets released to the public and it's bad. Like pretty much every time it's a bad idea. Like it's like if it gets released early, like Cyberpunk, New World, Shadowlands, what are some other examples? Like it gets like what happens is like people's first impression is so important. No Man's Sky, right? And like I don't know how that game's doing now, the population, I have no idea, but people still have like a negative impression of it. Like if you release a bad game, that game is bad forever. That's it. And like this isn't the Shigeru Miyamoto quote from like fucking 30 years ago. I'm talking about like it's bad forever in the mind of people. Like even if it gets good, it's still bad.
1.0 was getting made. Was the mentality that, oh, we're not like
That's like their thing, and we have our very own successful thing over here. We're going to just make another one of those.
Right, and that's really what it felt like, is that we're going to continue doing what we did because it succeeded before. Why wouldn't it succeed again? And seeing that direction, them taking that direction, and knowing that, having worked on 11, that yes, they were very successful, seeing the success that they had with Final Fantasy XI, seeing these great creators, creating something that was, revolutionary. But then on the other hand, knowing that what they were doing was, yeah, but maybe that worked 6 or 7 years ago, but a lot of things have changed since then. And
that's kind of what happened, I feel like, with Cyberpunk, is that Cyberpunk, what my understanding was like they just kind of assumed that it would be good because they made Witcher 3. It's like, well, we made Witcher 3. How could this be bad? And you found out.
I think there was even one guy on the localization team that got to that point where he just got so frustrated that he just wrote this scathing mail and sent it out to the whole team before telling anyone else on localization he was going to write it. And then we all get it at the same time, the devs team. We're reading, it's like, wow, this is really terrible. I hope he doesn't, he sent it to the whole team.
My man.
Because he just got really frustrated because to him, they were being very stubborn. They weren't, they hadn't moved on. Whereas the rest of the world had moved on and adapted, with. Wait,
so he literally was like, so he straight up said, like, y'all doing the old fucking game. This is not the way the game should be anymore. Oh my God, I love that. That's amazing.
Release of WoW and what they had done.
Yeah.
Whereas the team here was like, no, we're going to stick with what we know, and that's good enough.
Then start feeling more concerning the situation. This is not fixed.
Yeah.
Not fixed. You announced the launch date, but it's not fixed. So, but still, some major portion of people are still thinking, believing. No, it's better. Still better. Last phase.
And it's like, also you got to keep in mind, like, at that same time, 2011, this is like right on the heels of like WoW, and it's like absolute peak of popularity, right? This is like 2010, 2011, fucking like Wrath of the Lich King is out, Arthas is getting killed, like it's the biggest fucking thing, man.
Still better, so it could be, fixed or changed at the launch timing.
Kind of went from thinking, okay, this project's going to be great, to, there might be some problems. Can we fix them? Can we fix them? Okay, we can't fix them. Is there anything we can do? I don't know. It was a very taxing experience.
The team crossed their fingers and hoped that the game's beta problems were simply that, the same issues that most MMOs have, ones that could be fixed with patches once the game entered live operations. And so
that's what they all say. Yep, that's what they all say. They're like, yeah, we know it's fucked up, but by the time, whenever it comes out, we'll fix it eventually, right? It's like that was the cycle, the WoW cycle. Oh, they'll fix it in alpha. They'll fix it in beta. They'll fix it in the live game. They'll fix it in the first patch. They'll fix it in the second patch. Oh, wow, they finally fixed it. And then a new expansion comes out. Oh, they'll fix the new thing in the next expansion, the first alpha, then the beta. And it's like, yeah, finally, this is what happens. New World. Yeah, they'll get it eventually, right?
Final Fantasy XIV Online launched on September 30th, 2010. It sold well its first week, and after a month, had over 600,000 players swarming into its world. But it didn't take long for the cracks to appear. The problems in the beta were echoed by new players. The game was sluggish, the servers crashed, and Eorzeans quickly ran out of things to do. Quests were limited, and the fatigue system even made grinding for XP next to impossible.
It's crazy how something like this could happen, and then New World could come out and do the exact same thing wrong. Like, New World did the exact same thing wrong.
Critics ate it alive too.
Let's get right down to it. Unless you've got the patience of Job or some kind of masochist, you shouldn't play Final Fantasy XIV. Its problems are so vast that I could spend hours talking about them. The awful interface, the recycled content, the stringent limits on questing, the useless maps, the stupid market ward, these issues and dozens more constantly have you asking that age-old question, what were they thinking?
So, what was it like seeing public reaction?
Not good, I bet. Yeah, not fucking good. People fucking hate it. Like, the thing is, like, I was so balls deep in WoW at that point. Like, I had just graduated high school like a year or two before then. So, like, I was chilling with the boys, fucking playing Wrath of the Lich King. I wasn't thinking about no fucking cat girls. I was thinking about the Lich King and Deathwing. That's it. And so I wasn't really keeping up with this whenever it happened.
Yeah, it was very, I mean, very disheartening.
Yeah, it sucks.
Because
I bet it would.
You'd want to look at those and you'd want to say, no, they don't understand. They don't know, what's going on here, or but deep down, you'd know they were right. And that was what kind of, that dagger in your heart, and it's twisting because, you want to defend what you worked on. I mean, the people that I worked with are the greatest people. I still, work with a lot of them. I had worked with them before in FF11. Yeah. I consider them not only coworkers, but friends.
That's nice.
But, and then you see people online, bashing the work they did. And I know how hard they worked. I know how many hours they put in. I know that, like, in the last 3 or 4 months, people were basically living at work, all putting their 100%
That's nuts. People working so fucking hard on that shit. Like, people always talk about it here in America, like, the what's it called, crunch time or shit like that. But, like, yeah, they sleep at work. Yeah, they just work all fucking day. Japan work ethic is nuts. The thing is, like, it's also the it's like the culture. A lot of the culture is different. And, like, you do have companies that work this way here in the US, but it's like there's a good part of it and like a bad part of it, right? It's like, working hard and like a dedication to like stay late and like really make sure the job is done, like that's good, but like then it goes too far and like people do die from getting overworked and shit like that too.
It's a game that was, destined to...
You call it Death March?
It's kind of crash and burn, and then to have people online just say, oh, that sucks, this person is a piece of shit, or their work is terrible. It hurts, but it hurts more because if I was not here and was a user and had played that game,
agree?
I probably would have said the same thing.
Yep, there it is.
当時はね、私CFO やってたんで、見てたんですけれども、ローンチのタイミングやっぱり一番大きく違ったのは、11の時のいろいろごたごたね。
I do find that little part of it to be a little bit, isn't that interesting? That this guy used to be the CFO, and he's the guy that's promoting NFTs. Little bit of fine print there that is very illuminating. Very, very illuminating. Not CEO, sorry, President.
14の時のごたごた一番違うっていうのは、
No longer investing.
11の時はいろいろごたごたあったけど、ゲームに関して言うと、さすがに相当やっぱり相当程度やっぱり受け入れファン相当のやっぱり評価されたんですよね。で、オペレーション上のねトラブルとかっていろいろ多分あるっていうのは、これはある程度つきもので、大変だったんですけれども、それはあったんですけど、ゲーム内容に関して言うと非常に評価されたというふうに理解してますけれども、前作の場合の一番やっぱ私はちょっとまずいなこれって思ったのは、やっぱりゲーム自体の評価が非常に厳しいものだったということですね。これはちょっとやっぱりそういうのをローンチした後ね、
the worst。
やっぱりそこはね非常にリアルに感じましたね。それはそうですね、ローンチしてしばらく経って、そんなに長い期間じゃなかったですね。そうしばらくなんでやっぱり相当なこのままで大丈夫なのかっていう社内でも相当やっぱ議論ありましたからね。
I mean, the first few months was just an endless stream of translating apology mails from producers and directors and finding out
that sucks.
Trying to figure out different ways of saying we're sorry, because the more you say it, the less weight it has. But Japan being a country where people apologize a lot, that's part of the culture. But then trying to translate that, it's like, okay, this is the 10th time I've said sorry in this one post, and then from the American myself, it's like, yeah, people are going to look at that as insincere. The more you apologize, the more insincere. And then trying to explain that to the team, it's like, no, we have to apologize. It's like, yes, you have to apologize, but and it just became, we weren't talking about the game anymore.
I remember this same thing happened whenever Yoshi P recently apologized for the delay on Endwalker, and like everybody here was like, yeah, I mean, Because at this point, right, I think a lot of people, like, I think we're just kind of tired of, like, having a game come out and, like, it's not ready or it's bad. So it's like, yeah, take all the time you want. I think most gamers would rather wait and play the game as it's good. Even though some of them might say, like, oh, no, it's fine, we'll fix it later, I just want to play it right now. No, you don't.
We're talking about how to translate apologies, and it seemed like that lasted for, a couple months.
Actually, we see a huge drop. I mean, right after the launch timing, we got good number of the subscribers. Then that fall. I mean, as you can imagine. So I mean, it was failure, and we announced failure. So we see lots of decline.
さっきも話した通り、実際にはその開発内でも。
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
今リリースすべきかっていうかリリースできるクオリティにあるかっていうのはベータ直前とかベータが始まっても常に疑問はあったのでリリースして実際にただ、それまでにチーム内にあった空気はやはり出したら意外と受け入れられる可能性があるんじゃないかっていう漠然とした出せばどうにかなるのかも自分たちが
I love seeing this and then thinking of like all the other games. Like remember whenever Ian was like, oh yeah, they just didn't understand as right. We'll fix it whenever the game comes out. And then they bring out BFA and it's awful. Like when has this ever actually happened? Where like, oh, it comes out and they fix it very soon after release and everything's okay and people don't have a bad impression of the game. Pretty much never.
思っているほど悪くないのかもっていう何の根拠もない希望的なものがあったんですよね。で出た結果結局そんな魔法は起きなくてやはり自分たちが感じている通りにまだ世に出すには早いというか世に出せるクオリティに達していない商品を出してしまったっていう気持ちはみんなにあったので実際に改善しなきゃっていうか根本的に対応しなきゃいけないっていうところはチーム内に割とすぐ広がったと思ってます。なので特にすごいそんなことはないっていう意見がすごく強くあって誰かを説得しなきゃいけないみたいなことは特になかったですね。
That would make sense, yeah. It was bad. Like
today's
everything that I've heard about like the original Final Fantasy 14 was like it was just garbage. Like everything about it was bad. It was just a horrible game. Like graphics were bad, gameplay was bad, everything was bad. That sucks.
Is based across multiple floors in a modern office complex in Shinjuku, Tokyo. It's a company that is often designing multiple projects at once. And while Final Fantasy XIV was being developed, in another part of the building a different game was being made. Produced by a Final Fantasy fan, his name, Naoki Yoshida.
一番最初はファミリーコンピューターUS だとエンターテインメントシステムのマリオブラザーズが一番最初にプレイしたゲームです。とにかくテレビの中テレビっていうのは見るものだと思っていた子供の時にところがマリオブラザーズで初めてコントローラーを握ってゲームをプレイした時にまずそもそもテレビのものを自分が自由に動かせるっていうことがものすごいショックで友達の家でプレイさせてもらったんだけどものすごい興奮したのを覚えてます。ドラゴンクエストっていう日本で RPG を
It's crazy to think about that because like I mean obviously he's a bit older than I am and a lot of us are. So it's like I remember like how crazy it was whenever the internet came out, right? And like how big of a deal that was. I bet for people like video games probably were like that same level of fucking like holy shit. Like I'm actually moving shit around on the television, you know? Like that's nuts.
大きく広めたタイトルを初めて触った時に
I never played
アクションではないゲーム数字のやり取りでこんなにまたさらにゲームは面白くなるんだっていうのを特にストーリーラインがあってっていうまた次のカルチャーショックを受けて RPG っていうジャンルにものすごくなんだろうフォーカスしていくことになったかなとは思います。当然翌年に出たファイナルファンタジーにも映画的な演出ファンタジーをより強く打ち出したっていうところにもすごい衝撃を受けてたので
Yeah, I don't remember Dragon Quest at all.
僕の中でドラゴンクエストとファイナルファンタジーっていうのはすごい大きかったですね当時
Like most Japanese players at the time, Yoshida-san played all the early Final Fantasy games. He holds them in high regard, though he still holds the bitter memory of not being able to save before the last dungeon in Final Fantasy III. But when he was 11 years old, a brand new type of gaming experience arrived at home. His uncle gave him a PC. On this PC, the young gamer learned how to program BASIC. His first video game centered around trying to break into a bank vault. But this PC also exposed him to a spectrum of gaming that eluded most Japanese players.
How old is Yoshida? Yeah, how old is he? He's 49. Holy shit. Okay, so I'm just trying to do the math. Like, wow. That must have been like pretty much the first fucking PCs. Holy shit.
Western role-playing games.
Wow.
He fell in love with games like Diablo and was stunned when he first went online and played with other players.
でその翌年にウルティ
I
マ
wonder
オ
what
ン
he
ライ
thinks
ンの
about
ベータ
Diablo
か
Immortal.
らプレイし先輩にとにかくすげえゲームあるって言われてウルティマオンラインをベータから始めたのが初めて MMO をプレイした作品でやっぱり同じようなその3回目の衝撃3000人が同時に一つの世界で遊ぶっていうのがもうとてつもないまた衝撃でしたね。まあウルティマは本当に自由度のウルティマオンラインは特にとにかく初期は自由度がめちゃくちゃ高いゲームだったのでそのいわゆるロードの称号をつけたそのなんて言ったらいいんだろうなすごく紳士的なというかコミュニティリーダー的プレイをするキャラクターと完全に悪のプレイヤーキラーをやるキャラクターを2つ作ってどっちも
Bro, he was ganking people and shit? Oh my god. It's a PK, yeah.
MMORPG っていうゲームがどう作られているのかどういったエンジニアリングが
See, like, I love the fact that, like, because you think about it, it's like, who really knows, like, how to make sure that people don't get fucked with in a game are people that used to fuck with people in games. Yeah, like, they're the ones that, like, really understand it because they know how to fuck with people in games. Exactly. That's what it's gotta be.
必要なのかっていうのもものすごいそこで勉強させてもらったと思います。もうその頃からはコンソールと同じぐらいの比重で PC でゲームをかなり遊ぶようになってたので、自分で PC パーツ買ってきて組み立てたりしてたし、でやっぱりそのあたりで FPS もかなりプレイし始めてたし、特に 3DMMO のスタートであるエヴァクエストその後プレイをし始め
EverQuest was a pretty big step up too. Like, I mean, you got to keep in mind, like, before EverQuest, like, you didn't have it where you could move around like this. It wasn't the fluidity. Like, EverQuest was a big step up. Now, I wasn't into EverQuest. I did not like the game. However, I can respect the fact that it was a tremendous increase. Like, it was 3D. Yeah, it was massive.
当時エヴァクエストのパッケージを日本で手に入れるのが本当に大変で出張で東京に来た時に秋葉原をね時間を作ってゾンビのように店をこううろうろしてエヴァクエストってゲームないですかエヴァクエストってないですかって
Yeah, we did the same thing with WoW.
Yoshida-san would embark on a career in games that would eventually see him joining Square Enix to work on the Dragon Quest series. Though he wasn't working on the Final Fantasy team, he was part of the umbrella group that was allocating programmers to various projects. He didn't have granular visibility on FF14, but he knew the team was struggling. I asked from his perspective as a producer where he thought the game's problems were coming from.
まあわかんないこれ広報にカットされるのかもしれないけど、クリスタルツールズって呼ばれるミドルウェアを全社でその作ろうとしていたので。腕のいいプログラマーが全部そのチームに
Yeah, this is like their engine or something.
各なんだろうゲームラインから招集されて
Yeah, it was something like that, right?
みんないないっていう状態になってしまったのでどのプロジェクトもものすごい大変な時期だった。まあオリジナルの14がああなってしまった理由の一つでもあるかなとは思いますけど、さらに2つ大きな問題がそこに絡まっていてスクエアエニックスその全体にプレイステーション2のジェネレーションで本当に世界一クオリティグラフィックスのクオリティが高い
Yeah, like I'm telling you, like Final Fantasy X was like, that was like, I'm trying to think of a game. It's like the next game that was like that big of a jump is like I don't even know about like Half-Life 2 maybe, but like it just completely took graphics to a whole nother level. Yeah, Crisis, like yeah, maybe Crisis or something like that. It was massive, man.
ゲームエクスペリエンスがものすごく詰まったゲームっていうのをたくさんリリースしたので、本当にこうなんていうんだろう、ある意味自信過剰にもうなっていた時期で、自分たちが世界一だし、自分たちのグラフィックスこそが世界一だし、その作り方はその自分たちにしかできない。だからなんだろう、でも超巨大な成功体験ってやっぱり足かせというかにもなる例だと思うんですけど、ものすごくおごってた、まあ悪い言い方をすればおごってた時期だったと思う。
That's what happened again. Like that's what CD Projekt Red was. I think that's also what happened with WoW. It's like after you succeed so many times, you know, like you just kind of get used to and assume that like things are gonna be fine, and then eventually they're not fine. You know, like the looking at you, yeah, there's a lot. It's complacency. You can't be wrong anymore. Exactly. It's too big to fail, and then people fail.
ですね。まず例えると、その刀を作る刀匠のような職人たちが本当にたくさんいて、彼らが一つずつを手作りで作って、世界一のクオリティを作り上げていたんだけど、実は世界は、まあ、特にその北米を中心にテクノロジーでそれをカバーするっていうところをずっと追求してきた時期で、プレイステーション3の世代になった瞬間にテクノロジーの方がそれを上回るっていう時期が来たせいで、作り方を変えようとはしないし、だけどテクノロジーも追いつけないっていうことから、さらにそれを知ってるはずのプログラマーたちはミドルウェアの制作に行ってるっていう状態で、でもグラフィックス作ってるそのアーティストたちは自分たちの作り方こそが世界一だと思ってるので。
That's what happened with a lot of, like, the thing is that graphics, this used to be a really big issue. Like now I feel like a lot of people have like better PCs in general, but like even back 10 years ago, one of the biggest problems with games is whenever a game had really good graphics, it was effectively unplayable for a large amount of people. People just could not, yeah, they were not ready for that. And like you'd have games come out and it's like, this is a great game, but nobody can fucking play it because of just like how high the options were. Crisis, you know, another big one was Half-Life 2. Half-Life 2 was fucking massive. Like that came out in what, 2004? No, people still didn't have graphics cards by then. You know, they were still running, they were still trying to boot this up on a Windows 95 PC. It was brutal.
古い作り方で引き続きものすごく負荷のかかるやり方でアセットを作ってたので、もうそれらが絡まってっていうのがまあもう一つの大きな、さっき2つあるって言った問題の一つ目がそれです。もう一つはプライドはいついかなる時でもとても大切なものだとは思うんですけど、そこにやっぱり超巨大な成功体験をしたっていうこと自体が乗っかってきちゃうと、その自分たちの作るゲームこそがベストであって、他をあんまり見る必要がないっていう時期でもあったんじゃないかなと思っていて、例えば当時世界多分 MMORPG を知ってる人に世界最大の MMORPG は何ですかって言ったら、100人に聞いたら100人がワールド・オブ・ウォークラフトって言ったはずなのに、誰もプレイしてない。
Bro, like that's like that. I'm so glad to hear this. Is the same fucking shit that happens with so many other games. Is that it gets developed by people that don't fucking understand the genre. They just make their one game and that's it. Like you have to always be looking at what other people are doing. You have to always be like innovating. It's like I go and I look at, like, for example, it's like I thought WoW was like the norm. Then I go and I play Final Fantasy. It's like, wait a minute, no, I don't have to do a fucking 30-second, 30-minute run back, like whenever I was doing Cthulhu, right? I don't have to do this. Like, oh, I don't have to like rebuff every time. Like my buffs just stay on. It's fine. It's like a lot of the things that you just take for granted as like this is just the way it is. Other games say, wait a minute, why? Right? And like you have to look around and say like, this is actually take a step back, deconstruct it and say like what really matters. Like Blizzard used to be the best at this. Blizzard, one of the things that Blizzard was better at than any other company in the world was taking a good idea and making it better. Straight up. Like that is what their strength was taking like, anytime a good MMO came out, everybody'd be happy. I'd be happy. I'd be like, great, Blizzard's going to steal all their good ideas and put them in WoW.
開発チームがこれはワールド・オブ・ウォークラフトを知ってるか知ってないかっていう話だけの話をしてるんじゃなくて、その自分たちが世の中に対して新しいそのビデオゲームをリリースしようとするときにライバルになるタイトルは何だろうとか、ユーザーは今プレイヤーはどこにそのゲームエクスペリエンスの最新の状態をプレイしてるんだろうっていうのを知らないっていうのがその感覚として僕には結構信じられない。なんでもっとみんなゲームプレイしないの？だって自分たちが今どの辺りにいるか分かんなくなっちゃうよっていうのがまあ言いたい。で特に14の場合に関しては。
Yeah, you got to keep in mind, like this was whenever Mists of Pandaria was out. Like WoW was in full swing. It was the game still. Even with Mists of Pandaria, it was the still game. No way, no research at all. Well, they probably thought that they were making better games, or they were, high off of their own success, so they never really thought about it.
もちろんファイナルファンタジー11の超巨大な成功体験っていうのが邪魔をしたっていうのもあるとは思うんだけど、あの当時はエヴァークエストを徹底的にプレイをしてだからこそ11を作ったはずなのに、新しいレストランをオープンするときに隣にあるレストランがどんなメニューを出していてどんなサービスをしてるかを知らずにレストラン開店させる人はいないんじゃないって。
So, just at the launch stage then of 1.0, what was the feeling within Square Enix? The beta was quite close to launch. Were people anticipating that there would be negative feedback, or were they less aware that that was going to happen, I guess?
僕は他のチームにいて、すごくベータの評判が悪いっていうのはネットでニュースは見てましたね。ただ多かれ少なかれ MMORPG のローンチは絶対に荒れやすい、サーバーがすぐ落ちるとか、ストレステストをやってるけどプレイヤーの方は遊びたいからやっぱりサーバーが落ちるとやっぱりすごく文句を言って当然だと思いますし、だから僕もやっぱり11を作ったチームだからそうは言っても11のやっぱり完成度が高いのでそこと比較をしてあの機能がないこの機能がないっていう話をしてるのかなっていうふうに思ってた。僕は僕自身の開発が忙しかったのもあって、ただそれも
People never get tired of complaining.
少しずつ収まっていくんだろうなっていうふうに僕は当時は見てた。
They never get tired of it.
ただ別の角度、今度はそのオリジナルの14チームの中のその視点としては、このままだと本当にまずいもっと時間をかけて品質を上げないとっていうもちろん声を上げる人たちもいたけれど、会社って
It's just really surprising. Like I can't get over like how much this reminds me of New World. Like I feel like this is like one for one what happened with New World. Like am I crazy here? Like I think that's exactly what happened. It's exactly like New World. Yeah.
の判断としては、ファイナルファンタジー11のスタートもそうだったと。機能たくさんなかったし、ものすごくネガティブなフィードバックもたくさん来たけど、パッチでどんどん直していって11は完成したんだから14も大丈夫だと、最初は絶対こうなんだっていう風に判断したのでベータを終わらせてリリースセーフに切ったっていうのが当時のジャッジだったって、僕はチームに入ってからインタビューをしてそれを確認したので、チームの中ではやっぱり議論はあったそうです。あのままじゃダメ、まずいっていう話は。ただ最終的なジャッジは今お話しした通り 11の時もそうだった。でも11だってずっとパッチを続けて、ああなったじゃないかと。
Eventually, corporate realized that this wasn't usual launch problems, so they called on a few select members of the team to create a task force. This task force would research what changes the game needed and the resources the development environment would require to do the work.
I don't know why companies don't do that here in the US. Like, this is a smart thing to do. Because you've got a massive fucking product. You've invested, like, you know, millions of dollars into this. And it's like what I feel like we do. I feel like it doesn't happen. A lot of times, it's like the game comes out, it's not good. And it's just like, well, it's, you know, it is, you know, it is what it is. I don't understand why that happens. It's so frustrating. And, like, I'm mainly talking about WoW, but, like, it's like, how did this not happen with Shadowlands and BFA, you know? Like, it just frustrates me so much. Because, like, it's just common sense. Of course you should make a team to decide, like, why it's messed up, right? Especially if it's a live service game. Fuck.
Of that team would talk to Yoshida-san about their worries after hours. His thoughts were that the current organizational structure would need to be modified if the team was going to make the changes required. In October of 2010, Yoshida-san talked to the then Square Enix president Yoichi Wada and suggested they initiate a company-wide emergency to get the team the resources they needed.
Holy shit,
Wada-san
Amber
spent
Alert.
a few days talking to the 14 development team about their concerns, and while a lot of the team had suggested that the current task force was in fact up to the task, some members of the 14 team had pleaded to have Yoshida-san join the project to help. And so it transpired that in late November, corporate took the decision to remove Hiromichi Tanaka from the team and move Nobuaki Komodo from director to lead designer. Both of their vacant positions would be filled by Yoshida-san.
Damn.
At that time, he was leading a team that was working on an original IP for Square Enix.
All right, yeah,
he was
replaced two
disappointed
guys.
to leave that team, but excited for the opportunity to work on one of the company's crown jewels, a numbered Final Fantasy game.
Yeah, it's
so,
huge.
He got right to work.
やらなきゃいけないことが当時3つあると思ってて、まあ、順番にやってったんですけど、まずそのチームにまあ、オリジナルのチームにトップが変わります。であとそのタスクフォースメンバーもそのまま開発コアとしてリードに入りますっていう当然話をしなきゃいけない全チームに。ただ僕はドラゴンクエスト側のゲームを開発することが多かったので、そのほとんどのスタッフを知らないというか、まあ顔と名前ぐらいは知ってるスタッフはいたけど、一緒に仕事したことがある人がほとんどいなかったので、まず「Say hello」っていうところからで、一度もみんな仕事したことがないから、どんな仕事をする人間なのかを見てくれればいいよってまずで、あ、こいつダメだと思ったらチーム抜けて構わないからっていう話を。
If you don't like it, you can get the fuck out. That's what it is. Yep, there it is. Holy shit. Yeah, then you can leave, but just give me 3 months and then let me know what you think by then. That's confidence, man.
最初にして一緒に仕事してみよう。でも1回はいいよねって。でそれでダメだと思ったら本当すぐ抜けて構わないから3ヶ月ぐらいまず一緒にやろうよっていう話を僕スピーチでした記憶があります。でまあもう1回チャレンジするよ。まあ当然その時申請するなんて話はまだ計画がなかったので、とにかく立て直しをやるよと、ギブアップはしないよっていう話をした時に。
It would make them like, the thing is, you got to keep in mind is like Final Fantasy is like such a big thing with Square Enix. This is like their main game. Like that's like the main thing. That's like, you think of Square Enix, you think of Final Fantasy, right? So like if there's an L Final Fantasy, that's gonna be like there's an L expansion. Like if Blizzard, if WoW is bad, Blizzard is bad. If WoW is good, Blizzard is good. That's just the facts.
よしやるぞっていう人たちと、
13 huge fucking now?
もう無理だよっていう人たちと、なんだよこの急な体制変更って言ってまあ怒ってる雰囲気の人たちとっていうのが大体のその時の雰囲気でしたね。まあそんな中で今も14のサウンドディレクターやってるソケンが、まあその話をしてた時と大きなホールだったんですけど、 2階のサウンドブースで僕のマイクの調整とかやってくれてて、その素見があいつだけですよ、やり直すぞっていうか、そのリベンジするぞって言ったらガッツポーズしてたのはあいつだけです。今でも覚えてますよ。2階席でおっしゃーってやってたんで、あいつ。
I saw both reactions. I saw the, oh my God, we just went through a year of hell and now he's asking us to go through a year and a half of hell to this point that might, you know, be another failure.
Yeah.
Because, you know, no one had taken a game.
Wait, that was Soken? Holy shit, I don't think he mentioned his name. God damn, so he was there ever since the beginning. Holy fuck. He did? I didn't see that. Maybe I looked away for a second. Soken was a sound mic dude? Yeah, I just didn't know his name. I didn't see the name.
Rebuilt it.
Holy shit.
In this manner before.
That's so
basically
cool.
Saying like, yeah, you just have to trust me, and yeah, you could, you know, waste another year and a half of your life and it could be a failure, and, you know, but you're gonna have to believe me on this one. And so, yeah, a lot of people are like, I can't do this anymore, I don't know. And I can understand that because, again, it was a gamble. But then on the other hand, there were, I mean, a lot of us, you know, myself included, but I mean, a lot of people on the team that were like, no, I mean, we worked so hard on this and we did our jobs the best that we could, but for a lot of, you know, reasons, some circumstances that were out of our control, you know, decisions made by higher ups, decisions made by other teams that have, you know, affected our work, and nothing that we could do about it. But we had put our all into it and we were invested in the project. We still believed in the project. To have someone from the outside come in and not just come in to say, okay, you know, forget it, we're just gonna do it my way or the highway. He's like, you know, he asked our opinions. He laid out a roadmap. He gave us a vision and a hope. And it, even though it seemed like it would be difficult to achieve, it didn't seem inconceivable.
Yoshi P knew
that's
there was
one of the things that's really important whenever you actually are like in charge of people, is you can't just tell people what to do. Like, you can't do that. Like, it's just, you have that shit happen and like nobody's gonna fucking listen to you. It's just not going. Remember, this is what I said before, like with that last video. It's like you can't just like fuck people over and expect them not to turn around and bite you on the ankle, you know. And like maybe it's not going to take you down, but it's just going to make your life more complicated. It's going to be annoying, right? And that's it. Lead by example. No, well, you treat people. The thing is, like, you treat people like you're not in charge of them, right? You treat them like you're responsible for making sure that everybody succeeds. It's like you view yourself not as a position of power, but as a position of responsibility. I think that's kind of like that's how I would put it. It's a big responsibility to be in charge of shit like this. It's not just like, oh, I'm in charge, I get to tell people what to do. No, this shit's hard.
No time to wait. He worked with corporate to make sure the team had time off, both for them to relax, but also to give him time to build his new vision, to do research playing other MMOs, and to help draft his plan, to deliver the vision and how the team was going to do it. They had very little time to fix this game, so once they started, the specifications document would have to be watertight, and as captain of the ship, he needed to be able to answer every question the team may have, quickly.
Yoshida-san was now at the helm of his first Final Fantasy, and as an avid MMO fan, he was looking forward to getting in there and fixing it. What he couldn't have known at this stage was the scale of the job ahead of him, that no matter how much they patched Final Fantasy 14 online, they couldn't ever fix it. What they'd have to do was something that no developer had ever done, to rebuild an entire MMO while the original version was still running.
I don't think that
that's what they should do with WoW.
Immediately that it was something that couldn't be solved via patches. I think they still believe that, you know, if we patch it, it'll be fine. And it wasn't until they reevaluated and then brought in, you know, the new blood. Yoshida-san came in and told them, okay, yeah, this is not something that can be patched. If we want to fix this,
that's one thing that's like really important that I think a lot of people don't realize, is that it's actually super important to have new people come in and have new people like really have a fresh look at things. Not just go and fucking have the same shit fucking rehashed over and over and over. You know, you have to have a new perspective, new people to see things.
Take a drastic step.
Yoshida spent 7 weeks researching and returned with 2 options for corporate. It was then he realized that it would be impossible to convert the current game into an MMO that could last the test of time. Ultimately, though, this was a decision that corporate had to make. So he returned with not 1, but 2 plans. Plan A and Plan B. During this meeting, he explained that Plan A would be to patch the game and make it more playable, but that ultimately the game would never really satisfy players, and though Square Enix may make their money back, the damage to the online brand would be catastrophic. And then there was Plan B.
今のファイナルファンタジー4、当時のオリジナルのファイナルファンタジー14をパッチを当てて、
That's big.
そのできる限り
That's the red pill.
ポジティブに遊べるものにしながら裏で全く新しいそのファイナルファンタジー14をもう一度作り直すっていうのがプラン B で、まあその話だけを聞くと、まあそんなバカな
It's like at this point, I don't think any other game had really done something like this before. Like I'm trying to think about like, has this ever really happened? Like at that point in time, like I'm pretty sure that was basically never what had happened. Like No Man's Sky, that was like fucking like 10 years later, man. That was like way later. And so like Lost Ark, yeah, way later. I'm talking about like a new game, and or sorry, a game at that time. So like this like that just saying that is like crazy. Like wait, what the fuck? Because like nobody had thought of doing anything like that.
ってなるので当然どうやってそれを達成するか。
Yeah, it is a big leap.
2つに分けてでどういったそのマネジメントスタイルでそれをやるのかで大体発売時期はプレイステーション3版をリリースするっていうのがプレイヤーとの約束だったのでプレイステーション3の寿命が来る前にリリースしなきゃいけないので2012年年末から2013年中には絶対リリースできるこの計画であればっていうプレゼンテーションをしてリスクは高いただ当然そんなことをしたことはないしゲーム業界でしかも同じタイトルで作り直してるから成功うまくいったとしても成功するかどうかは分からないただ少なくともやっぱりファイナルファンタジーってクレイジーだねとかすごいことするねとか
That's one thing that's like also really a factor is like Final Fantasy was always like a game that pushed limits. Like Final Fantasy 7, huge game. I think Final Fantasy 10 was like probably like the one that most people can remember where it's like this one just like fucking went above and beyond. You know, it was a limit breaker, exactly.
少なくとも自分たちがミスしたことを認めて信頼を取り戻そうとしたっていう努力は見てくれてる人は多分見てくれるだろうだからどっちをチョイスするかは会社に任せるただどっちであっても全力でやるよっていう話をプレゼンテーションして、まあ、結果的にはねプラン B でって言ってくれたんで今こうなってますけど
That's a big dick move for them to just say like yeah fucking remake the whole game you know let's bet on it going well yeah no Western developers would choose B a lot of people would not choose B they would just say like let's make the money back let's move on do the next one yeah reputation yeah the reputation matters a lot it's something that's like it's like you don't read the reputation.
Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 was in a state of disarray. Square Enix had decided to suspend subscriptions to help ease the negativity around the game, while the PS3 version was indefinitely postponed. For the next 2 years, Yoshida-san and his team would work tirelessly on not one, but 2 MMOs, patching the original 1.0 to fans' expectations, while secretly working on a brand new version of Final Fantasy XIV.
That's nuts.
In our next episode, we focus on that 2-year period and tell the incredible story of the falling moon of Dalamud, the death of 1.0, and the birth of a new Eorzea.
Holy fuck, man. Holy fucking shit. Wow. My game account link video? I'll link the video real quick, okay? We can watch it, but we gotta watch it quick. I can't do too many pauses, alright? Because we got AllCraft coming up right after that. So we'll do part 2. Part 2 is 36 minutes. We might pause it or like, you know, not finish it today. But if we don't, we'll just finish it next time 100%. But yeah, there is a part 2 and we'll go into it. That is just nuts, man. Holy fucking shit. Like, yeah, let's go. Yeah, we'll watch part of it at least, right? And then we'll go from there. I'm gonna have to say, like, it is like, it's like, obviously, like Yoshida, everybody thinks about like the fact that like, you know, he kind of saved the shit, but you've got to think about it. Like the corporate people at Square Enix, they were the ones that really made the call to do this. You know, it was him that made it happen, but they were the ones that funded the shit, right? Like that's a big dick move. Absolutely. Those are some real gamers, bro. Yeah, exactly. They had to agree with it. Oh my God. All right, let's see it. Here we go. This is the second part. I think I got this shit set up, right? Let me see if it is. What's this here? Okay, we got it. We good. We good. Crazy monetary risk? Yeah, exactly. Imagine Bobby making that decision. I could not.
So what did you think from your perspective as CFO to fix this problem?
That's a no-shot situation.
It's going to involve creating a new game. It's going to involve keeping the other game still running. Did you think at that time that that was a solid investment, that's what Square Enix should be doing, or did you think that it was a risky venture?
単純にそこだけ見るとね、すごくリスクの高い話に多分一般的には多分なるというふうに思うんですけれども、さすがに当社はね、ナンバリングタイトルでフラッグシップのタイトルで MMO のタイトルなわけですから、それがこのままサービスが頓挫してしまうというのはこれは非常に将来的にまずいと。
See, like that's the perspective that like a lot of people somehow don't seem to have. Is like, whenever your reputation is damaged, it's not something that you read on like an accounting ledger. It's something that's like, it's like the Hong Kong thing with Blizzard. That's gonna happen to them. People are gonna bring that up in 10 years.
非常に大きなダメージを与えるということで。再度作り直しと並行してやるということの投資に関してはこれはまあはっきり言ってやっぱりやるべきっていうか、やらざるを得ないというふうな判断でしたね。ものすごい財務的なリスクがものすごい大きかったですけどね。
Yeah, it's just becomes part of your legacy. Yeah. That's the perspective that people just don't seem to have. Is like how much that just fucks you.
Hello and welcome back to our series on the fall and rise of Final Fantasy XIV Online. We rejoin Yoshida-san and the team at Square Enix at the start of a long adventure, and with players leaving en masse and the clock ticking, it was time for them to formulate a plan. But how exactly do you rebuild an MMO while people are still playing it?
Yoshida-san set his eyes on a 2013 launch date for the new version of 14, as he wanted to have the game out for fans within the PlayStation 3's lifecycle. But to do this while still patching 1.0, he would have to create an entirely new MMO in less than half the time of most conservative estimates.
Oh shit.
So before we get into specifics of what exactly was changed, I wanted to know how he did it. So for a moment, we step away from game design and dive into a critically important aspect of video games development that we rarely talk about.
What's that?
Project management.
Oh.
Designing an MMO must, I just imagine the timeline for something like this is at least 5 years for anything. And you're being asked to do it in less than half of that probably. When you're designing games, when we talk to people, so much of it is iterative, that you create something and then you refine it and you brush it and then you look at it again. But you didn't have that luxury. You had to make sure that the version of A Realm Reborn that was coming out at that date was the final package. So did that change the way that you had to set up the team and the way your workflow kind of went?
MMORPG の開発に5年が普通だっていうのはもうちょっと強く言っといてください。まずそのスケジュールトラブルを起こさない。
MMOs are like the riskiest thing for like for somebody to develop. It's like whenever you make an MMO, you not only are investing like a ton of time and money in the front end, you're also making an investment into the future. It's like you can't just release an MMO and be like, you know, right? I mean, well, you can do that. We've seen that happen, but that's not a good idea, and it's just it's gonna make the game worse, right?
ためのそのマネジメントの工夫としては、
yeah, it's a huge one.
なんだろうな、言い方がちょっと難しいんですけど、ものすごく腕のいい、特に100人に1人ぐらいしかいないようなプログラマー がたくさんやっぱりいるわけではないので、かつものすごい短い期間で大量のコンテンツやアセットを作らなければいけないので、人がたくさんどうしても並行作業が多くなるとかかってしまう。能力のこの差を高いレベルに合わせるんじゃなくて、低いレベルに合わせるというか、言い方が難しいな。平均的なところに合わせるっていうそのマネージメントをすることでリスクをなくすってことをしました。この後ちょっともうちょっと詳しく話します。
I remember killing this motherfucker.
何をしたかというと、
I think it was a warrior quest.
とにかく一つのタスク、例えば、ドラグーンというそのジョブを作るっていう時に、今言ったドラグーンっていうジョブを作るっていうタイトルって1タスクに見えるけど、そうじゃない実際には。何個のドラグーンにはアクションが必要で、そのアクション一つプログラミングするのに、どれだけかかるか。もちろんそのドラグーンの特定のアクションを作るために仕様書も必要だし、仕様書を作った後は実際にその仕様書に例えば
That's the thing is like you itemize time invested into different things and you know like how much and how little time certain takes. Like that's a big factor. It's like like you can't have like a bunch of cut content.
それを例えば僕に確認依頼が飛んで僕がチェックするのに例えば15分かかる。そのぐらい一つのタスクに見えるものを徹底的にもう細かく分解させるっていうちょっと
like abandoned content is wasted time, wasted money.
究極のそのミニマムな管理方法を引いたので、
I bet they were stressed.
結構ストレスだっただろうなとは思います。で、そのさらにシングルタスクに対して、
it would be brutal.
最もこのタスクが自分で早く終わると予測される時間、この時間でこのタスクが完了したら自分を褒めてもいい。逆にこのタスクがこの時間以上かかってしまったら給料をもらう資格がないっていうぐらい、その最悪のケースっていうそのミニマムで終わる時間とマックスかかってもこれだけだろうっていう時間を両方申告させて、その平均値で基本的にはスケジュールを管理するっていう、本当にミニマムマイクロマネージメント、マイクロすぎるぐらいのマイクロマネージメントをしてました。
That's one of the big factors that, like, again, having somebody in charge that understands what things are rather than just like looking at things and being like, yeah, this is how long I think it should take because this is what like a book says. Like, min-maxing your time, basically. That's it. Like, min-maxing time is actually like super fucking important.
最初はウィークでみんなそのやり方に慣れてもらうために毎週1週間でそのマネージメントを回してで1週間経つと結果が出るので、さらにそこに個人パラメータ。
Yeah, like my dad, he actually did this. Like after he retired from being an executive, he did consulting work and he did basically like process analysis stuff like this. It's actually like one of the big things I learned from him is like how to not like waste time doing bullshit, right? And like that's why I was always like very good at WoW and shit. And like getting stuff done is because I would figure out like the most optimized way of doing something. And like you'll notice that like anybody, if you look at like top end guilds or like anybody who's like really high up there and like you ask them like how do they actually go about solving a problem, they have shit itemized down just like this.
例えば吉田はやたらとミニマムをこう
they don't fuck around
するけど、結局タスクが終わってみるとマックスに寄りがちだなってなった場合は 50% で見積もるんじゃなくて、もうその係数をかけて吉田はマックス側に寄るからきっと次の週のスプリントはもうちょっとマックス側に寄るだろうみたいなのをどんどんこうで個人特性までそうやって管理してたので1日の稼働時間は8時間ではありますけど、まあ、トイレに行ったりっていう時間も必要だし、あと必ずミーティングやその会議室でのミーティングじゃなかったとしてもスタッフと仕様の打ち合わせを絶対に そのデスクトゥデスクでフェイストゥフェイスでやることもあると思うので、
Yeah,
1日の稼働は6時間で計算してましたね、その時は。
Yeah, it's like whenever people are actually working 8 hours, they're in the office for 8 hours. They're not working 8 hours. They're working like maybe 6 or 5.
全員6時間、8時間では見ない。
Yeah, he says 6 there. Yeah, exactly.
2週間スプリント
Like
に
3?
変えて、あとは毎朝必ずスタンドアップミーティングをして、それぞれのセクションで自分のタスクが今どうなってるのか、誰かのタスクが遅れてるせいで自分のタスクに取り掛かれないとかいうのは毎朝スタンドアップミーティングをして、ではこのタスクを入れ替えてこっちを先にやってくれないとこの人が止まってしまうからっていうのをもう全部毎朝やってましたね。だからスクラムっていうそのマネジメント手法のちょっと変形型ですね。ただ最後に言っときますけど、このマイクロマネジメント普通じゃないのでおすすめしないですよ。
Yeah, it's like doing that kind of stuff burns people out a lot. It's like you have to have everybody like on the same page with shit. It's like I'm sure some of you guys have probably been in like a situation where like everybody is working really hard around the clock and like morale is super good. Everybody has like a shared goal and like people are just trying to get it done, right? They really care about it. And then like, and that feels great, right? But you've also probably like at least heard of times where it's the opposite. People are just being worked to death and it's like there's no real point to it. There's no end in sight. It's just brutal. Yeah, it's a stressful environment. Like morale becomes more important the more stressful things are. So yeah, it's really important to make sure that like people feel like they're getting heard and they, you know, they're not upset about things.
2年弱で MMORPG を作る、逆に言うとスタッフにも2年かからず終わるから、このマネジメントだから今は我慢してって言ってやってもらったものなので、一般的には絶対お勧めしないです。細かすぎます。
Yeah,
I mean, anyone can come in and say, "Oh yeah, we're gonna rebuild the game. Follow me." But he came in with, this huge Excel that had all of these lists of everything on it, what we're going to do here, what we're going to do here, this is when we're going to do them by, and this is what we're going to do here.
Yeah.
And to see that, it's like, okay, this isn't just a stopgap type of thing where a president's like, okay, crazy here, let's just change the leader and hopefully things will,
get things will get better.
It was an actual, okay, this guy really wants to do this. He has this plan.
Yoshida had them running like a well-oiled machine, so it was time to get to work. First things first, they had to start the rollout of patches for 1.0, but a critical part of the failure of the first game was the poor communications the development team had with their community. So to keep diehard fans on board during this protracted period of redevelopment, they had to be a lot more transparent.
What we explained to players at very first is it was failure. Failure. So we need to restart the game. But
I actually just realized this. Lost Ark stole the Tukis, the way that they organize themselves on who's the best and who's the worst. They just stole that from Final Fantasy's kobolds. They literally lifted that shit straight off of it. Like, I didn't realize that till I looked at him there. I thought of it. Like, yeah, they straight up fucking airlifted that right off. They were like, yep, same thing. And they're both like little goofy little animals, It's pretty much the same fucking thing. If it works, it works, yeah.
At that timing, we didn't
War
announce
Tuki?
Realm Reborn is not announced, but we are going to fix this game. We need more communication. So just list all the changes, plan changes. So some upper management people doesn't like this because if you show this to the players, player knows what we will do. So, after that, you did this, but you didn't do this, you didn't this. Yeah, everyone can check that. So, some people doesn't really like that way. But when Yoshida-san and myself are discussing how we deal with the community, but what we need to do is to establish the trust.
確かに、今の14のそのユーザーベース
That's a big thing. Is like trust matters a lot, and you see that with like Endwalker. Like Endwalker had a lot of problems on release. It did. Like the server queues, like that was fucking like if you can't play the game, that's a huge fucking problem. But like the people trusted the developers, and they realized like they're doing their best. And it'll be ready when it's ready, you know what I mean? Like, that's a massive thing. And it's like, you see what happens whenever that trust gets eroded, and like, people just don't, they don't want to hear it, even if it's something reasonable.
It's
my fault. Yeah, I got tweeted at whenever it happened. I was doing it.
メディアの皆さんからも、そのプレイヤーからも、そのファイナルファンタジー14はもうダメだ。むしろなんであんなダメなゲーム遊んでるの君たち。どうかしてるんじゃないのって言われながらも、いや、ファイナルファンタジーシリーズだから絶対なんとかしてくれるはずだ。いや、これはこれで僕らは楽しんでるからほっといてくれ。その11だって最初の頃はいろいろあったけど、
Yeah, people thought the game would get better.
きっと良くなるはずって言って、数はもちろん今と比較したらすごく小さい。
That's what happened with WoD. Is that people thought WoD was going to continuously get better. And to be fair, I think Blizzard pretty much delivered. Like, Legion was fucking insane. Like, the amount of content that Legion had was astronomically more than like pretty much any expansion that we had before, right? And so, like, people got rewarded. They felt good about it. They're like, all right, you know, and then BFA comes out and it's an issue. And it's like, well, hopefully it's good. Shadowlands comes out and it's also an issue. People are not happy about that, right? That's whenever you lose the trust. That's what it was.
そのコミュニティだったかもしれないけど、誰よりもスクエアエニックスやファイナルファンタジーのことを応援してくれている人たちだったので、この人たちを無視するんだと、多分この先もうファイナルファンタジーはダメだろうと思ってたので、むしろ何よりも大切にしなきゃいけない部分っていうのが最も大きい理由。それは何億円使おうが回収できない後でコストだと思うので、信頼ってそういうことなのかなっていうふうに会社にもプレゼンテーションしましたし、僕もそう思ってたから、まあ続けましたけど。あともう一つやっぱり大きなポイントは、本当にファイナルファンタジー14がリバンプしてその大逆転するためには絶対に彼らの力が必要だっていうことももう一つ重要な意味を持っていると考えてました。
Next, Yoshida split his team in half, some working on the new version of 14 and others working on the updates to 1.0, what he called the guts version of the game. But with so much of the game requiring fixing, where do you even start?
まず一番最初にやらなきゃいけないと思ったのはインターフェースをとにかく
It's crazy how bad that interface was. Oh my god.
遊べるように。
Like I didn't even realize it was that bad.
僕最初にやっぱりオリジナルの14触った時にインターフェースがあまりにもなんだろうひどすぎて
It's just awful.
話にならない。だって PC バージョンしか出てないのにゲームパッドがないとまともに遊べない。聞いたことがないそんな PC ゲーム。
And it's like these are all like you keep in mind, right? In the context, like these are all insights and experience that he's had. Probably some people on the team didn't even think this was a problem. You know, but he had that insight because he played other MMOs. He played WoW, he played Ultima Online. And so like he knew like, oh, this is not how it's supposed to work. This is not how the game's supposed to be played.
でまともに遊べないゲームなんか見たことがなかったので、いくらそのコンテンツを作ろうが、ジョブを作ろうが、インターフェースがダメだったらコンテンツの面白さに到達する前に人はゲームをやめてしまうので、とにかくインターフェースを直さないとゲームにならないっていうふうに考えたので、一番最初にすごい丁寧に取り掛かったのはやっぱりインターフェースの改修っていうところですね。僕最初にプレイした時5分ぐらいでやめちゃいましたもん。でもね、笑い話でクイットの仕方が分からなくて、ウィンドウの右上にある
You could quit the game. He tried. He's all right. I'm out. I'm done.
ゲームを終了するとデータがセーブされない可能性があります。それでもよろしいですかってダイアログが出るのね。いやいやよくないでしょって。いや僕はエンジニアだからサーバーに常に書き込んでるからそんなわけないじゃんって思ってるんですけど、万が一のことがあるから多分出てるんですよそのダイアログ。でも意味がわからない。そうなるともう怖くて押せないですよね。なんだこれ。
Yeah, people don't want to leave.
押すとまたゲームにいるわけでしょ。X 押すダイアログでしょ。どうやってクイットするんだよこのゲーム。
Interface isn't sexy. It's not something you tend to hear a lot about in video games coverage because
Yeah, you do. Remember whenever all the Ubisoft developers were upset and other game devs were mad because the interface for fucking Elden Ring was dog shit but nobody cared? Yeah, it was like, it's workable. Yeah, is it good? No, I mean, it's not good. But it's yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, I hear about that all the time. That's familiar. Yeah, people are used to this, whatever.
Really, when it's done correctly, you're not supposed to notice it.
Yeah, exactly.
So when the early patches for the game concentrated on interface and quality of life updates, much of the community began to get frustrated.
Yeah.
The team needed to fix it quickly, so Yoshida employed the help of a Square veteran.
I think this is kind of what's happening with Dragonflight in a way, is that like, WoW, like they're trying to fix like core issues with the game, like UI, like base character design, and like people want new bells and new whistles, and sometimes you don't need new bells and new whistles. You got to worry about the fucking wheels and the axles and shit, right? You got to worry about the goddamn engine. And it's like people perceive that as not being like not working on it, but like they actually are.
One of the developers on that original 1.0 task force.
はい、皆川博と申します。ファイナルファンタジー14ではユーザーインターフェースの、設計デザインとあとアート的なビジュアルの方も担当しています。よろしくお願いします。今47歳なんですけれども、25の時に入社したので22年経ちますね。当時はまだスクエアエニックスがスクエアという会社だったので、ですね、ファイナルファンタジータクティクスの、アートディレクターを担当していました。なので普段は少ない情報、なるべく少ない情報やシンプルな表示を心がけているんですけれども、今回はカスタマイズ性というかよりツール的な考え方でいろんなプレイヤーがそれぞれ自分の好きなカスタマイズができるようにということを普段よりも強く意識してます。まあやはりバトルがテンポのスピーディーなテンポのゲームなので、カーソルフォーカスを十字キーで動かしながら決定するっていう、まあ、そういう操作性ではちょっとゲームにならないだろうというところがあったので、まあ、かなり最初の頃にクロスフォットバーというアクションを選択するインターフェースを考えたんですけれども、ただこのインターフェース自体は割と昔から他のゲームで自分自身作ったり使ったりしていたものだったので、絶対それでいけるだろうなという思いはありました。なので実はそこはあまり苦労していなかったりします。まあ例えば表現方法が変わると必ず僕はこっちの方が良かったっていう話は来るんですね。例えばインベントリーは以前はテキストで表示されていたんですけれども、アイコンになると当然
Yeah, that's what it used to be. Like in the old Final Fantasy games, like you didn't have icons. Like you had it would write down, and this is like all old fantasy games. That shit was just written down. It's like, you know, elixir of power. Boom, there it is.
よくわからないとか。なので両方欲しいっていう話は受けて、両方作るのは大変なんだよなっていう。
Written down an amount, yeah. X5 or something.
今でも ARR のリリースから積み残しの仕事リストみたいなのがあるんですけれども、まあ2年以上経って今入るみたいな機能もたまにあったりします。
でもう一つはバトルシステムをとにかく変更しないとコンテンツが作れない。つまりあまり良くないバトルシステムをベースにして、コンテンツを作ったとしてもコンテンツが面白くならない。だから順番としてはインターフェースを修正しながらバトルシステムを変更してやっとその先に
a game has bad combat, it's a bad game, period. That's it, it's done. That's all I have to say.
コンテンツを作る
Bad combat, bad game
っていうのが、
That's it.
順番としては僕は真っ当だと思った。当時のバトルシステムも当時は15人でパーティーが組めてあって、しかもマジックポイント MP の管理っていうものがほぼなかったので、当時のファイナルファンタジー14の中で最強の回復魔法だったケアルガーっていうスペルをずっと連打してても MP がゼロにならない。延々ケアルガーして OK で、他の魔法いらないよね。じゃあとにかく当時は15人で一つのモンスターを殴りまくって回復しまくってっていうすごい大雑把なゲームだったので、これを戦略的な バトルシステム計算式に変えていかないとコンテンツが面白くならない。
Yeah, having back attacks I think makes it way more interesting. Like I'm a fan of like the back attacks and shit because like like in Lost Ark I feel like that's what makes combat interesting. Is you want to get behind them and shit. Positionals, yeah.
だから UI を直しながらバトルシステムを変更して。
It can be frustrating. Positionals can be frustrating whenever you're not the only person controlling them, though. That's what the difference is. AllCraft, yeah, I'm gonna join up in the chat in like probably like two minutes.
それらの準備をしながら最も重要だと思ってたのはファイナルファンタジーエレメント
Yeah, that's why it's frustrating for tanks or for players with
っていうのが次のというか最も大きな課題だっていうふうに思ってました。なぜなら当時ジョブもなかった。ナイトもいない。ブラックメイジもいない。ホワイトメイジもいない。これはファイナルファンタジー。
You couldn't ride Chocobo. Wait, you couldn't ride a Chocobo.
チョコボに乗れるわけでもないし。
That's like core
イフリートは出て
gameplay.
きてるけど戦えないし。一体何なんだこのゲーム。だから僕らがコンテンツとして。
Bro, like, see, that's the thing is like he thinks about the shit that matters. Like, bro, you can't fucking you can't ride a Chocobo. Like that's, I mean, like, come on, that's a big fucking deal.
入れていかなきゃいけなかったのはやっぱりイフリートやそのガルーダ、いわゆる召喚獣って一般的に呼ばれているものとのボスバトルを入れていかなきゃいけないと思ったし、チョコボに乗れないなんて
You gotta be able to ride a Chocobo. You're goddamn fucking right.
チョコボにちゃんと乗れるようにしなきゃいけないし、
Yeah.
何よりジョブがないのも FF じゃない。少なくとも僕は FF だと思わないので、だったらジョブをちゃんと入れていこうっていうところが、
Need chocobos.
でもそれもやっぱりさっき言ったようにインターフェースとバトルシステムが直ってなければいいものにはならないので、まあだから回収をやりながらきちんと仕様を作ってそれを一つずつクリアしていくっていうのを中盤以降は続けて、そこからやっぱりグッドゲームの評判はやっぱり Q14 も良くなっていってプレイヤーもずっと増え続けていったので少しずつですけど、あれは僕らもすごい励まされましたね。やっぱりちゃんと
See, this is what I wish happened with New World. Is like I think New World gets too much hate, but like because like they do try to make the game better, but I don't know if they can get it back without a fucking like a massive change, you know? I don't trust Amazon.
みんなプレイをしてくれるっていう
A lot of people don't.
数字の上からもよく見えたので、当時の7つ一気にリリースされた7つの
7 classes at the same time is
8ナンバ
nuts.
ー忘れちゃったけど
Holy
7つの
shit.
ジョブがいっぺんに実装されたんですけど、
Yeah,
たった
that's
一人のゲームデザイ
insane.
ナーが作ったんで。
One dude did all of
The team
that?
had their sights set on what needed to be changed and how they were going to do.
Holy fuck, man. God fucking damn, that's a lot. That one guy made 7 classes. Jesus. This is not even, yeah, he's not fucking around. Listen, we're gonna do AllCraft. Obviously, let's be realistic. There is no way I was gonna finish this one. We're gonna watch this and also the last part. Next time, I'm gonna watch all the rest of this. We have AllCraft, guys. I want to say that this is a very special episode of AllCraft. We have a returning guest, Quin69, the individual that spends too much money on Diablo Immortal, and we also have a new person today. We've never had him on AllCraft before, Josh Strife Hayes. So we're going to have both of those guys on today. We're going to talk about Diablo Immortal, where the game's going and everything. Give me 1 second. I'm going to join voice chat with them.
Too much.
Yo, what
Bro,
up?
I wail on Magic as well.
Oh my God. Like you're not even going to wait for the show for this?
Sorry, we were all just, we were just trading more stories.
Combo, dude.
Yeah.
It's basically started.
Okay. All right. Peckies, how we doing?
I'm ready to go when you are.
Okay, all right. We'll go ahead and we'll start it up. Give me just 1 second, and can you send me the link again? Just on my on Discord, just so I can see it.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay,
as soon as I take the stream live, I will.
Give me 1 sec. All right, guys, we're gonna do AllCraft. Give me like literally 2 minutes, and then we're going to be live. We have Peckies do production for us, so like I go offline just for a second, then I'll come right back online for AllCraft. Just so he can run production and like transitions and everything like that. Honestly, ever since he did that, the show has been 1,000 times better. If you guys have been watching AllCraft for years, you know what it was like with Hotted trying to fucking change everything and do that. It was an absolute fucking nightmare. So give me 1 second and we will start it up in just a second. Well, guys, it's been quite a while. It's been over about, I don't know, Rich. How long has it been since we did the last episode?
I think it's actually been 2 months.
Oh my God. It's been 2 months and 2 weeks with Diablo Immortal. And we figured we would bring in today the resident money spender, Quin69, and also Josh Strife. Welcome, guys. Go ahead, Quin. Go ahead.
Dude, what are you talking about? That's Rich Campbell. You talking about Rich Campbell? You talking about me right now?
How much have you? All right. Which one of you spent more money?
I'm only $22,000 in New Zealand. That is, so that's actually not that much. Like,
okay. Really. How much is that in real money?
I haven't done the maths. I think it's somewhere around like 13,000 USD, maybe.
Oh, maybe. That's it?
Yeah, it's not really that bad. It's actually, people are hyping it up like it's a huge thing, but actually, it's,
Oh my God, I feel so much worse now. I've spent 20,000 American dollars, the real monies.
Holy shit. Josh, how much have you spent?
I've spent nothing. I'm just excited to be on the main monitor. This is a new experience for me.
Yeah, I know. Usually
people have dragged it from the second to the main, and I'm looking forward to seeing what we can talk about and how we can do this. Now, I've managed to be completely free to play, which is probably why I stopped at level 50 and moved over to Path of Exile, but I did have a good time. I enjoyed it. I thought the gameplay was decent, and I'm looking forward to talking about the design of it.
Did you get to enjoy any battlegrounds?
I saw other people going into them, and I thought, that looks fun. And then I thought, maybe one day I'll get there, and that never happened.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely have a lot to talk about with this game, and I think, in general, with Blizzard, right? Back in the day, Blizzard used to have a giant statue out in front of, they still do have the statue to my knowledge, but on the base of it, it says gameplay first, and now it looks like it's all about game pay first. Let's actually talk about if we think this is going to affect Diablo 4, but first let's focus on Diablo Immortal and what we actually think happened here. Obviously, the game's been getting worked on for a really long time. Asmon, I think they announced it at the BlizzCon we were at, right? It was a long time ago that they actually announced this one.
Well, I remember, Quin, didn't you come out here for that BlizzCon?
Yep, I went out all the way to America.
Man.
Oh wait, no, wait. I went to the default one. I went to the actually better one.
So you went to the good one.
There. I went to the good one. Yeah. No, I was there. Okay.
I remember whenever it happened, it was just like such a just massive fucking shock. Nobody expected that they were just going to announce a mobile Diablo 4 game. Diablo game. Nobody thought this was going to happen. Everybody was excited for Diablo 4. I remember all the people there, they had like their Diablo t-shirts on, big fans of Diablo 3. And it's like, finally, Blizzard actually cares about us, after 4 years of Reaper of Souls, like just being new seasons and shit. And then that comes out, and don't you guys have phones? The fact is, it turns out a lot of people do.
It was the fact that they put on the main stage as a main event, and they said Diablo. So everyone was expecting, the next Diablo, like what the Diablo fans want, and then they, came out and said like, mobile game, authentic Diablo experience, all this, and everyone just like, it was the most out of touch, insane thing I think I'd ever. I was like, wait, is this a bad dream right now? Like, is this even real? Like, how?
It's like. Yeah, Josh, did you play Diablo 3 a bit at all?
I played Diablo 1 and 2 a lot, actually. And I played 3 mostly on console with some friends of mine. We sat down, we did couch co-op, and we finished the entire main story. We did a couple of the extra hunts, then we played through Reaper's Souls. But I have a very specific memory of Diablo. I was at university at the time, and I didn't have much spare cash, but I knew how to just download emulation and ROMs, and I couldn't even afford like a bed or a desk at the time. So I've got this very specific memory of sitting on my carpet with a computer with Diablo 1 on it, just playing Diablo 1 for like hours and hours and hours in between lessons. And then when Diablo 2 and 3 finally came out, I was super excited about them, played it couch co-op, and then they announced the mobile game. Now, the mobile phone is the most popular video game console in the world. I know it sounds horrible to say that, but more people have phones than consoles and PCs. The phone gaming market's
put
bigger
together.
than console and PC combined. Yeah, it's absolutely massive. But it's strange how mobile has become synonymous with monetized. Just because a game releases on a phone does not mean it needs to be bad, and yet we've got to the point where people immediately assume that's what's going to happen, and then most of the time that's exactly what happens. So I think people were very justified in having this I'm nervous reaction. And the "don't you guys have phones" seemed quite confrontational, didn't it? They felt negative feedback to that announcement, and their immediate response was to attack, to place the onus onto the audience instead of saying, hey, don't worry, it's going to be great, it's going to be fine, we've got all these cool things. They straight away pushed back, which doesn't leave a great taste in people's mouths.
We're the unreasonable ones.
But please, Josh, continue. I'm blown away by everything you put together in that video, right? I think a lot of us have been just hanging out, playing the game a little bit and complaining, but you broke it down very well. For anyone who hasn't watched Josh's video, we're definitely going to be mentioning it a whole bunch, and you should probably check it out after if you haven't already. He's actually made a recent one as well, which shows another layer of trickery.
He thought he had it all, but he had to make another video just in case.
Dude, the second one. Dude, the second one with the crests, I actually kept going, is this a bug? I could see it. I would see it every now and then. I'd be like, this is a darker purple. And I always thought that it was the first crest. Like, I thought it was just a visual bug. And then later you realize the reason that it's sometimes happening to the first crest is because it automatically uses that one first. You can't even select the different crests that you're getting inside of the bundles. And the game is trying to take advantage of you in every single path.
Both different crests also have separately tracked pity systems, so you're guaranteed a decent legendary at 50, but that's both 50 Eternals and 50 Legendaries. So if you've used 49 Eternals and 49 Legendaries, you're actually not going to hit the pity system on either of them until you spend one more of both.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And because you have to spend your free ones first, it's almost de-incentivizing you from using the free ones, because if you've used so many paid ones, you want that pity system to keep ticking up. So you're now thinking, should I bother getting the free ones? Because I want the pity system from the paid to roll over faster.
I think my favorite is the fact that you can only buy one of the crests a month from the hilt vendor. One a month. It's like, that's how they try to, it's like you spend 11 months, almost an entire year, and you can finally do one 10 crest run. It's nuts.
Can you actually get 50 free legendary crests if you, and when I say free, I mean the legendary, not the eternal, even if you do purchase the battle pass and the boon of plenty and the prodigy's path? I haven't done the maths, but I don't know if you can actually get 50 eternal crests.
I'm sure it's probably like 49.
A ton, right? Take a massive amount of time. And fuck. On top of that, you were talking about the pity system. There's this massive rumor going on that you get, everyone seems to think you get a 5-star gem because it says you get a 5-star gem after you've done 50, crests. And what that means is it's a question mark out of 5-star gem, which means a 2-star, 75% for 2-star, literally. I mean, speaking from experience, after putting $22,000 into crests, I have not looted a single fucking 5-star gem, and I've been trying for that for a long time because people keep going in like, how has he not got the pity one yet? And they've literally designed this system in a way where people actually expect it. Like it says, loot your star.
You're 1,000% right. I think this is one of the most insidious things with this game as well. Pretty much every other gacha game that I play, and Asmon, you know this. Quinn, you probably don't know this about me. It's kind of embarrassing. Josh, I started to mention it to you, but I play a lot of gacha games. I play pretty much every gacha game that comes out because I'm a sick individual. I don't know when it started to happen, but Asmon's seen it happen a million times. I'll be sitting next to him. I'll be playing Raid Shadow Legends, right? I play pretty much every single
sponsored. He's not sponsored. Actually, like literally playing it for free.
I legitimately play. I play Epic 7. I play Raid. I play Kuni. I play Genshin Impact. I play every gacha game. Yeah.
Did you play Raid Shadow Legends first from a sponsor though, or did you unironically play it
here's
first?
Basically what happened. They offered me and Asmon a sponsor, and we said before we play this game as a sponsored game, we should play it to see if it's any good. Yeah. And a few hours later, I was like, Asmon, I love the game. We should definitely do it. And he was like, Rich, dude, what the fuck, dude? What are you doing, man? And I was just sitting there swiping. It was right around when we first made OTK. But the thing is I do love gacha games. And the thing that usually happens is there's going to be a banner which allows you to target something that you want, and then there's going to be pity, so you know that you're going to get it, and you have a decent idea of the price tag. You can.
Well, they had this with Apex. Like if you opened like $500 worth of boxes, you were guaranteed to get an heirloom item. Like it was a 100%.
Well, so basically what happens with the gacha games, usually the thing that they do that's screwed up is they use the token economy, right? So they confuse you, can't really keep track of even what that pity is. And then people start to go, you know what? If I wish one more time, I'm going to have a chance of getting what I want. In Diablo, they do all of it. They do all of this. They basically put their scams inside of scams. So you have no way to really predict how much it's going to cost you to get what you want. So you're sitting there and you're like, wow, I want a 10-star gem. And then they're like, wait, that's not even the only system. We've identified you as a payer. Now we're going to throw more systems at you, and we're going to try to give you that itch to spend more money. On top of that, exactly what Quin said, it's very unclear with the 5-star gems. They're difficult to get. There's no pity, and there's no targeted. So if you decide that you want to get a certain rank of gem, you basically have to do it for all of the gems at the same time, unless you want to get deeper into token economy and use a conversion to platinum as well. I've never seen a game like this before.
I don't know why platinum exists. Well, I do know why it exists. Money. Right? I mean, it's actually like, oh, I don't know why they have this. Yeah, you fucking do. It's obvious why they have it. If you buy a platinum gem, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but a platinum gem is like $600.
I spent $888.88 on 2 gems yesterday. I took the day off to buy them.
Well, dude, on my server, I saw one for $1,700, and I was like, "Fuck, I should buy that. That's a good deal."
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh my god, I need to buy it." And I straight up, bro, if it wasn't for the challenge, I don't know, maybe I would have done it. It's hard to say because I want to loot my 5-star. And yeah, that just shows you how messed up it is when you're looking. That's fake dollars, which is probably down closer to 1,000, but still, it's absolute insanity.
Well, you want to hear what's even more fucked up? When you talk about that fear of missing out. So the way that the auction house works is the auction house, you know that they give you a very long timeline. It's about 11 hours or 12 hours before the gem is buyable. So what happens there is you start to panic that you won't be able to get the gem because somebody else will. Yeah. So you get the fear of missing out the same way that you do with the banners, which is another tactic that they use to try to get you to spend money. So I literally set an alarm clock. Like, I understand what they're trying to do, but I'm still this sick type of individual that's just a rat that's intravenously strapped up to a machine, pressing the button in the experiment. Like, I'm inside the Skinner box and I can't freaking get out. Somebody help me. But the thing is I see this and I get the itch. I go, I have to be on it this time or I will never be able to get this gem. These gems are so rare. I want them so bad. I've been working so hard for this. Everything that I've done is for nothing if I don't get this gem. And I woke up at it was 4 a.m. for the one. I woke up at 7 a.m. for the next one. And then I bought a few other ones, like 2 stars that were below 30K. So it was good value. And the whole time Mia kept being like, honey, what are you doing? I was like, work. I own a company. Leave me alone.
Yeah, try to rationalize it however you can. It's nuts. Like, I see some people, they have over 5,000 resonance now. It's insane.
Yeah, I'm at like 4-ish K.
Well, in terms of the systems for the game, what I've noticed is that every single system that actually exists, it's not a single one of them is actually for the game. It's just another avenue for them to monetize. Mm-hmm. And it's not even a game, really. It's actually, they've dressed it up. They've put skin over this thing, which is like it's just, how can they extract as much money from you as possible? And then we're just going to sprinkle on the Diablo, IP and because it's everything. It's everything. Like every single in-game system and every single, like even like you look at the PvP system and you wonder like, wait, why are they like just giving you PvP points every time you lose a game? It makes no sense. And then you realize, wait, it creates like a false sense of progression when you're like, you're just queuing up and you're losing every single game, getting destroyed because you're a free-to-play player. It's like, why is it progressing? And it's because they want to incentivize these, the free-to-play guys to keep queuing. So the rich whales, effectively, they're playing Squid Game. They're paying money to like beat up homeless people. Like they're which is you're just basically entertainment for the the poor person on the street.
It's the circle of life. That's what it is, right? I mean, you have the whales, and they're out there, and they're just eating all the plankton, and you're the little minnows and plankton and everything, and you feed the whales. And if there's no minnows and plankton, the whales die, and they move on to the next game.
Yeah, it is funny. I've never seen a game developer do this before, actually taking some strategies from their legal team, right? They basically just implemented the paper shredder now as a gameplay mechanic, and you can shred all of your money. So I do think that was a cool take by Blizzard. And Quinn, I think you are 1,000% right. This isn't really a game. In a lot of ways, it is just a process, like Josh called it in his video, where they get you in, they get you deeper and deeper into spending money. And I don't think that this is the last time that we're going to see it from Blizzard at all. I think that ArcLight's probably going to be the same way. Josh, I know that you've been paying a lot of attention to kind of what Blizzard is doing, and you were talking about how there is just a bigger mobile audience in general for games. Yeah. And I think when we look at Blizzard, we probably knew something like this was going to happen when they actually Activision Blizzard acquired King, I think in 2018. I was still working at Blizzard when they acquired it. So we know that was a long time ago, because I've been fired 7 times from Blizzard since then. Last time stuck.
Yeah. Now, spending 20,000 is something I've not yet done on anything. I still walk to the shop 10 minutes before it closes just to get the yellow stickers on everything, so it's 20p cheaper. Mm-hmm. But that is that's a lifestyle that I had for a long time before an acting or a YouTube career took off, and now it's just habit. So I'll still walk and try and find the cheapest possible things. You touched on 3 really interesting areas. You touched on the idea that once someone has paid any money, they are identified as a payer. So you have psychologists and mathematicians on staff putting energy and effort into working out how to monetize this best. Asmon, you mentioned about Platinum, and that is deliberately obfuscating the translation of real-world money into in-game wealth. The more steps you make a player go along, the less actual value they can compare it to. Most people can track 1, maybe 2 conversion rates, but if something is worth X and Y and Z and A and B and C, it goes all the way along. And then, Rich, you mentioned something nice. You said, I mean, the amounts of money we're talking about are phenomenal. The average everyday person isn't going to be able to drop 500, 1,000, 20,000 on anything. But you said that you spend 500 and you know what you get. And that, I think, is a really important thing, because there's no moment when a game goes from being cheap to being expensive, because that's relative to how much money you have specifically. But there is a moment when a game goes from, here is what you get, to, we're going to deliberately make it confusing. And if gacha games are expensive, but the player feels that they know what they are buying, then there'll be a lot of goodwill from the audience to the game. You can make a game extremely expensive. You can make it cost thousands of pounds and thousands of dollars for anything. But if you are not deliberately trying to confuse the audience, you can be accused of being expensive, which is fine, but you can never be accused of being abusive or of deliberately predatory or deliberately confusing. And I worry that what Diablo Immortal has done is it's pushed the boundaries and it's stepped over into the, we are deliberately going to confuse the player base. If it was just expensive, absolutely fine. Still not affordable for most people, but understandable. It's gone into being manipulative with its pricing, and that's what people have an issue with. No one doesn't want this game to make money. We want to feel that it's earning our money fairly, and we feel happy when we want to tell other people about the game. In World of Warcraft, you pay your monthly sub, you know exactly what you get. I watched you, Asmon, when you were buying Final Fantasy XIV. That is a very annoying, confusing system. Have you just bought the expansion? Have you bought the expansion in days? Have you bought the expansion and the main game in days? People feel bad about that process because it's confusing. Make a process honest and genuine and understandable, and even if it's expensive, it's much easier to defend.
Yeah, I think the fundamental difference, I agree with everything that you said, and I love the way that you said it as well. But the fundamental difference between this game and other gacha games is, with most gacha games, the average person looks at the game, sees the price tag, and says, this is stupid. I'm not going to do it. And it's the same thing as like walking into a designer shoe store, seeing that a pair of sneakers cost $2,000 and going, you know what? I'm going to spend $20 for a pair of shoes instead. What happens in that interaction is the person can have full information. The consumer has the information that they need to make an informed decision and buy a product, and that's the end of it. When you look at this game, it does not give you that information. It makes you feel like you're going to be getting something. It slowly ropes you along. To me, it screams scam. It's just not a transaction the way that other games work.
And there are shades of grey within this, because how far, and again, it's the irritating thing is it's not binary, it's not A and B, there's no definitive moment this happens. How much information can you give the player and how much psychology can you use to deliberately trick them? Because if you tell them this is how many orbs you get for this amount of money, they know that. But if you then say this is how much you get for that amount of orbs, they know that, and they know this, and they know this. It's this very insidious process where someone who's designing it can deliberately say, actually, we've given everyone all the information. It's just been specifically designed that even with access to the information, it is still confusing. And that's the point we're at now. There are people whose entire job is to work out how to manipulate at 1% here, 1% there. And that's something I want to get into later, the tiny changes that add up to massive compound difference in income for this game. It's the small changes, and it's beautifully insidious when you look at it.
It really is, and that's how you know it's actually so well designed that you know that Blizzard needed to find somebody else to make it, which I do find pretty entertaining. But Quinn, I saw that you wanted to say something, and I do think it's funny because Quinn, you and I are two of the only people that are in deep enough to see some of the things that they're actually doing.
Yeah, I
know the systems, bro. Let me tell you, bro. Like I've seen the intentionally convoluted systems where to upgrade your gem, you have to like sacrifice a gem to put inside a gem, which you would then have to sacrifice a gem, and you'd end up like I think I went from level 8 to level 9, and I believe it was over. I was just for a single upgrade, it was 1,000 gems plus like 70 duplicates, which each gem would cost like $400 something. And it was something like the gem upgrade ended up. I tried to calculate it, but it was really, really difficult because there was so many layers of fuss. It was really confusing me. It ended up, I think, around $4,000 just for a single upgrade.
Holy shit! Now it's even level 10.
Well,
not even level 10. Yeah. That was just going from 8 to 9.
So
just
also level 8, a level 8 gem, and this is very obviously manipulative, right? Rank 10 is the max level of a gem. Then there's a hidden whale system that most people didn't know about right away, which is awakening the gems, which then opens up another thing to max stuff out. Rank 8 is halfway. Rank 8 is halfway to 10. So basically, you get all the way to rank 8. They identified you as a payer, and now they say, we're going to take all of your milk money, and they pour it all out of you. So the second that you get to rank 8, I believe it starts costing, is it 18 gems per rank at that point, or is it 22? It's something like that. So you start needing multiple rank 5s to get from 8 to 9. And to do that, like Quinn mentioned, you're using so many other gems to actually get their gem essence, which are hard to break down in and of themselves. And what they do is they purposefully give you a limited amount of inventory. You start banking all of these 5-star gems that you're going to need to rank up your gems. And then you know what happens? You can't get enough fodder. So the autofill automatically starts to take your high gems, autofills them in for the 32 gem essence, and the game tries to fuck you there as well.
Oh, yeah, it tries to delete your gems so you have to farm them again.
Yes,
that happened to me. That literally happened to me.
Yeah, I'm literally speaking in whale right now, and Quinn is the only person that's in my pod, so it makes me feel a little bit better.
The question is, why is it like that as well? Why is the system like? Would you ever design a system where you have to literally manually click 1,000 fucking gems to put inside other gems to then put more gems? Like the only reason that exists is because they want a sink where people can just literally dump infinity, like just all the money into their game, which is just. And my question was, you guys talking about gacha games being expensive and all this. When the hell is it ethical to spend like $20,000 on a computer game? Like how can they ever justify? Like, can you trade? Can you at least in the gacha games? Can you trade with other people and then like sell that shit for the real money? Like, how is it ever ethical to give a game company $20,000 and then you can't even redeem that for anything?
I didn't believe this. I did not fucking believe this, but I was watching some streams of actual whales, and they had people in their group, and they were trying to kill a boss, and they couldn't beat the server record time, and they were admonishing the people who had only dropped 10 grand on the game. They were saying, you guys need to pick it up. Y'all need to spend more money. Like, if we want to get this and we want to make some progress, like, y'all can't be fucking around and just playing for fun. Like, so it actually does happen.
I do want to kind of touch on what Quinn's saying. So a lot of gacha games actually do have a similar price ceiling but I've never seen one be this obfuscated. Like the thing is most of the gacha games, they're ridiculously expensive, but it's right in front of you. And as a consumer, you go, I'm not going to play this. And then as a dumb whale, you go, oh, hell yeah, dude. Yeah, let's do it. And I've been the dumb whale quite a few times, but I've never felt like I've got the way that Diablo did. Like if you get to rank 5 in most of these gacha games, you are halfway if 10 is the max. There are a lot of things that Diablo does as well that are pretty normal in gacha games. That, for example, there are a shitload of different servers. Why are they doing that? Because that essentially allows the one whale on the server to feel like God, and then whoever is close behind them is now incentivized to spend more because they can see their goal to be number 1 on the server.
Yeah,
Rich, it's a whale breeder.
The question, what I've found is that every time I answer that why, like I'm like, wait, this doesn't make any sense. Why does this mechanic exist? And then the second, yeah, it literally, and it's like, I used to be, because I remember, you would always say that shit like about World of Warcraft. I'm like, maybe, but nah, I don't know. Really? Did they really do that? I don't know. But this is like, no, 100% hit rate every single time. It's money. That's the only reason that all these fucking systems exist.
My favorite thing about it, and I think, Josh, you brought this up in your video, is that the crest system and the social pressure that people put on you to use crests. Because you don't want to be the one guy that's the no crester who's leeching everybody else's stuff, man. And like, that is the most beautiful thing about the game, is not only does it steal your money, but it gives you an incentive to shame people for not letting it steal theirs too.
It's the in-group and the out-group. It's the human desire to want to be accepted by, I use the word cult, not in reference to the game, but in reference to a very tight-knit group of people who hold the same ideologies in general. You mentioned, Quin, how is it possible to spend £20,000 on a video game? And this leads into the very dangerous discussion of regulation and how much we should regulate what a morally conscious adult can do, because you've got restaurants that would charge £20,000 for a meal. You've got watches and jewelry that would charge £20,000 to £30,000 for anything. You've got hotels that charge tens of thousands of pounds a night. It's providing a service to a clientele that have that expendable income, and then it is giving them the possibility to spend it. I think what we're seeing here is a 7 or 8 star hotel in the middle of a phenomenally expensive section of any country is not going to be considered by the majority of the population. Most people aren't going to walk in and want to buy a Ferrari or a Rolex, but everyone can download mobile games. So what I think we're seeing is it's given the people with a large amount of expendable income a chance to spend it. But previously, these chances, such as buying a yacht or buying a company or buying land, these chances have been limited in their availability to the wealthy elite. Now, absolutely everyone with a phone has the chance to spend £20,000 or more if they have it. And that is what is shocking the vast majority of people. Chances to spend excessive amounts of money on luxury have always been around. But now that chance is being given to the average player, and that is where the shock is coming from.
And they don't even know they're walking into the yacht store. That's the thing.
It's more conspicuous too. Yeah. Like everybody sees it.
That's the way I see it is the guy selling a yacht is just like a guy, whatever yacht salesman out there, or like a guy selling a really, really fancy car. It's just a dude. Okay, the difference between the mobile phone game, it's like they've hired a literal team of psychologists that are out there figuring out how to hack your reptile brain, and they figure out all the reward circuitry, and they know exactly, like you got hundreds of people all just mind fucking you, and it's with the complete intent of just taking as much money as possible, which is like, I think like that's makes it malicious almost, versus a luxury restaurant. It's not the same thing.
Malicious
right?
is spot on. Malicious is absolutely spot on. And I read an excellent book recently called Atomic Habits, because a YouTube video popped up, and I don't know if any of you guys read it. It's a brilliant, brilliant book, and it's about
oh my
the 1%.
God, you read too? I cannot.
I do, man. I do. I've lent the book out to someone at the minute. But it's about the 1% improvement and the compound interest that this will create. You know, you improve this bit by 1%, you improve this bit by 1%. So you give the player something free every day. This is habit forming. They want to come back every single day. But not only do you give them something free, you put that free thing, the acceptance of it, on the shop screen. So they have to go to the shop now. And then on the shop screen, you put something that's much cheaper. So you've actually managed to stack several 1% things, a habit-forming comeback today, and a you're on the shop screen, may as well buy something. Now, it's only 2 things that they've stacked there. But if you look at what Diablo Immortal's done, this is why it's so well designed from a monetization perspective, they have managed to stack almost every single system either on top of another system or intertwine it with all the other systems. It's 1% here, 1% there, 1% there, and everything adds up. You mentioned earlier, why do you get given PvP rewards? I've never PvP'd, and yet I was still going on to the little codex and accepting the PvP rewards.
Yep.
I'm not sure what they were for, but I was grateful to have them.
Yeah.
And then I realized, hang on, maybe I should try and do some PvP. But then if I try and do that, I'm going to have to buy some more of this and then buy some more of this. The reason they give free players PvP rewards is because 1% of free players might go and try it. And then 1% of those players who try it might decide to spend some money on it. It's every bit designed to stack up. So Quinn, you are spot on. It is absolutely malicious. And you were right when you said that average players don't know what they're getting into when they download the game.
I've got a theory, dude.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, No. You freaking a bit of take.
I was about to say, like, it's like you were using the hotel example. It's like the way that these games work is like you go into this hotel and the free to play players are the furniture. Like that's what they are.
They sit on them.
Isn't that Soylent Green?
Teabag them, bro.
No, that's whenever they were food.
Bro.
The furniture is Bruno.
They're both furniture and food in Soylent Green. 800% value, dude. 800% value.
Oh my god.
That 800%. Where does that come from? Because you can buy, is it 60 gems, the lowest in the shop? And
something
the
like
800%
that, yeah.
chest also has 60 gems, but then it has a cosmetic skin override of like a crossbow or a weapon from the first boss. But that weapon cannot be purchased separately by itself on the cosmetic shop. So that weapon must be worth 800% of whatever it is, but there's no way that it actually says what that weapon is worth. So they could have put any random number on there, and that is another 1% trick. Not only are you on the shop, you're now looking at a value pack. It's all adding together.
And you're terrified to miss it. And the other thing that they do as well, every single one of those value packs, every single other system, the drip feed of it is getting you inside of Rifts, right? Mm-hmm. They give you those legendary crisps. Oh my God, thank you so much for the free currency. I'm going to go in and I'm going to do a Rift. And then they make sure that the only things that are really dropping for players in a game that's known for its loot explosions. When I used to watch Quin play Diablo every single day, what did I watch? I watched him get loot explosions. That's what people want. They want to see those orange laser beams. And what do you get? You get none of that unless you actually spend money. The game trains you to know where to get your dopamine, and it's by doing $25 rifts.
Well, this is my theory. Okay, so Josh, you were talking about the 1% on 1%, like all this exquisite design just to take your money. Okay, they had this game in development for 4 years, all right? And it's literally a reskin of an already existing game, and then they got the actual identical rift generating algorithm, plugged it in to create like a rift. I mean, this shit would have taken months, like maybe, I don't know, I'm not a game designer, but I'm talking, it is lazy, bro. You look at the footage of this game that was out like 10 years ago or something, it looks almost identical.
So you had the same thing happen, right? Like, I mean, you did D3 more than me. The moment I fucking went in there, I saw the exact same tile sets.
It's the
exact same one.
It's literally like people say it's like this is basically like D3. No. The same code. They didn't write new code. It's the same code. And that's the thing. It's a reskin mobile game with the same code from Diablo 3, with Diablo 3 assets, with a few new original things. And it's like, wait, what did they spend 4 years on? And then, Josh is sitting there talking about all these insanely, well thought out like monetization methods. And it's like, bro, I reckon they just sat there in the office all day, bro, like, okay, all right, so we're going to have the battle pass, and then we're going to have the enhanced battle pass, and then we're going to have the secondary login battle pass daily reward, then we're going to have the reliquary where you buy that, and then they just sat there like all day brainstorming as many possible ways to just, like, plug in to the wallet of whoever's playing the game, right, or the game.
Well, they probably were planning what's going to come next, right? That's the truth of it. They were probably sitting there planning, okay, once we get the hooks and the whales, what do we do with them next? And I want to bring up one thing that I find to be pretty interesting about how Diablo Immortal works that is fundamentally different from what you see in most gacha games. And Josh and I were actually talking about this a little bit before the podcast got started. What usually happens, and I'm going to peel back and show you guys a trick that happens in the industry that you've probably noticed before without even fully realizing what was going on. If you've played a mobile game, what you'll usually notice is at the very beginning, there is a super annoying tutorial where most of the time you go, wow, I am just going to quit this game. Why did they make a tutorial that is so bad? Put a 1 in chat if you've had that happen to you before. The reason for that is they're putting an obstacle in place. The game studio is putting an obstacle in place to try to identify who will be a payer and who will not be a payer. They are trying to weed out the people that they do not think will spend money. They think if you won't invest the time into the tutorial, you will not spend money on the game. And they are saving money on server space by not needing to service you because they've identified you to potentially be free to play.
You don't
Diablo,
want a player who's easily annoyed.
Exactly. Easily annoyed, won't easily spend. Let's get fucking rid of them. Now, that is a trick
that's like the
going
Nigerian prince thing, where they have intentionally bad grammar and spelling in order to
identify
weed
you
out
as
all
dumb.
the smart people.
Correct.
Yeah, like,
it's
the
a
only
classic
people
scam.
Yeah, the only people that email back are the dumbest of the dumb.
Now, the games industry has been doing this for since I was working in the game industry, which is years and years ago. This was something that I knew as a very young person who was trying to get jobs, right? Now, the thing that Diablo does that's completely different is it actually gives you an incredible experience up to level 35. Then once you get to around level 35, it trains you to rely on money to continue to level up. And the reason that I believe that they do this is because Diablo and Blizzard are coming at this from a different place than most mobile games. Most mobile games, you go into it and you're like, this is a mobile game. I have no trust in the company at all. I'm most likely not going to continue playing this game. When you actually look at Diablo, you have 20 years plus of building up consumer trust, and now you're trying to scam your entire player base. That is the huge difference with this. There are so many people that trusted in Blizzard, believed in Blizzard, and now they're handed this. And I think that it makes it way more insidious. People don't know what they're walking into. Most of these players have never experienced a gacha game like this before, and they think it's just a game that they can trust. And I think it's an indication that Blizzard's going to try to exsanguinate every single IP that they have.
I can't wait for them to reset the seasons. That's what
I don't think that they'll do that. Yeah, they won't do that because then you have all of the people that have already been identified as whales who will be like, okay, we're not going to spend any more money, and they'll move on to the next one. What they'll probably end up doing, this is what I would do if I was Blizzard. I would wait for most of the whales to get around rank 9 on their gems. At that point, I would add a new gem into the game, which would be the highest tier gem. That gem would then get a banner with an orange crest. You can buy those crests for a limited time only. When you do that, there will be pity on that gem dropping. And inside of it, instead of having the fixed 5 stars that you typically have, they'll base it off of what the population actually has for gems that they haven't built already. But then to most of the whales, they'll go, oh, wow, the gems that I already have are still worth something because I can use them for internal gem resonance.
And then they'll continue taking notes right now.
Yo, stop giving them ideas.
Good idea. Keep going with that.
Like, literally, bro, they will actually do it. Like, Paragon, you know how Paragons exist, right? It's like, oh, you know what would be really good? It's like we should do like levels after levels, and then do like lo and behold, +5 main stat and Diablo 3. Okay, don't give them ideas, Rich.
Somebody was Paragon 20,000.
I saw a terrible system. I used to, back when I was in school, me and my friends played RuneScape, and then a few friends moved up to Warcraft, and I couldn't afford Warcraft at the time, so I said, hey guys, come and play Runes of Magic, which was like bad free Warcraft. And I got contacted by the Runes of Magic guys a couple of months ago, and they said they were going to start a new server. The new server was going to be pay to win, obviously, because you could just buy level boost and you could buy all the inventory space, you could buy this, but there would also be bonuses for world firsts on this new server. So first person to kill a boss gets a +1% permanent boost to damage, +1% permanent boost to defense. And then a couple of months later, they said you'd be able to transfer your characters from that server to another server. So whales had to start new characters, pay a load of money against other whales in order to get these world firsts, then transfer back. So what you were saying is what we're going to see next. Whales fight whales to get to the top. And as soon as that top is established, what we need to do is reset the fight. You can do it by adding levels on top, adding extra levels of gems, or resetting the season, but that's always dangerous to do because you're going to annoy people. So now it's another level of psychology. What new fight can we add? What new system can we make people race against each other in that we can monetize that isn't going to scare off the high-paying players? There's another question, Rich. I want to ask you about this because you've been involved in the industry before.
Yeah.
A lot of the early cash shops items are very cheap, 99 cents, 89p. On a lot of phone settings, once you have purchased something once, it doesn't ask for confirmation when you purchase subsequent things.
So, yeah, I heard that they were going to, I heard that a lot of the stores were going to change from that. So what they used to do is you would scale, right? You would get the confirmation on a 99-cent purchase, and then you would have nested scaling with progression. So it would go from like 99 cents, 1.99, then you would do a 5.99 jump, 8.99, and then eventually you have people dropping $50 and they never even need to put in their password. Yeah. The other thing that made it easier for the mobile companies to get money, because back in the Zynga days, you needed to type in your password, right? So that slowed people down. The thing that the game companies are able to do now to people is they get money off of the facial recognition, and it's a lot quicker. Like, it is a million times quicker. And that actually makes it easier for people to spend.
Wait, so they use facial recognition so you can spend money on the game faster?
It's the Apple facial recognition for the store. Like, if you double click, it will automatically pay based off of your facial recognition. So it's a double click. You never have to type in a password. That's not facial recognition being tapped by the game. But don't worry, all of your information is being used by all of these games.
Yeah, they had that, and by the way, that was in the beta files. They had they said it was for like some feature, but we all know like that it was absolutely not. They 100% were trying to. If they found out they can make more money with facial recognition, it's going to be in the game.
Yeah, the main reason that I would see not using facial recognition for systems like this is it's relatively redundant. The player behavior is so predictable at this point that using facial recognition is just going to make your game not optimized, right? They already know, they know that they're going to get the 20%, and then they're slowly going to, even the 20% that's spending money isn't valuable enough, and they're going to whittle them down over time. With the way that this game actually works right now, you would need to sell about 20 million copies of Diablo on the floor. 20 million copies of Diablo you would need to sell to compete with this game in Q1. So think about it this way. With the game being free, they had 10 million downloads the first day. They're never going to be able to get that. This game, I guarantee you, by the end of its first quarter, will make somewhere in between $1 to $2 billion. And it's pretty easy math to figure out, because if you look at a lot of other gacha games with much smaller audiences and no audiences before it even existed, they were able to make that amount. So also it will drop off very quickly. And the first quarter is just going to make more than anything else. The first year is going to make more than anything else. And then the amount of money it's going to make is going to dramatically drop off.
I really can't wait for Diablo 4. That's going to be fun.
But did you actually think the 4 is going to be paid to win?
So they said that it was built around cosmetics, right? You ever play BDO?
Anchored around.
Yeah, anchored around.
Yeah.
Do you ever play BDO?
I have not played BDO now.
You buy cosmetics.
Bits of it. That's didn't you have to buy a pet that originally you had to buy a pet that picked up items for you on the floor?
Was that a free play game?
You could say that, but not really. I think that originally it was like you'd spend a little bit of money on it, and then it had like a store. So like in BDO, what you do is you buy costumes, and then you can sell them.
And those costumes have stats attached, didn't they?
Yeah, well, they increase. Yes, they do.
But they're not. You're not paying for a base game, right? So I got it. Like
it was originally paid. It was a buy to play game as well. It was, I think, £19. Then it got reduced to £5.
I'll never forget Asmon calling me one day and just describing his golden underwear to me. And he was like, "Yeah, I got my good luck underwear."
Yep,
and I had no idea what he was talking about for the line. I didn't know he was talking about BDO at first. I was like, "Why did you call me, man?"
Well, I think we're going to see more games doing this stuff, right? Whether it's like golden magic +1 luck underwear or whatever else, because, you know, you see a game like, I think the 3 games that are really breaking down these barriers, number 1 was Genshin Impact. I think Genshin Impact was like the turning point in the West where like people were like, yes, it's pay to win. Yes, it's an obvious ripoff of Breath of the Wild. And yes, I'm having fun. And so I'm gonna buy more anime waifus, right? And that's it. Then we had Lost Ark come out. Lost Ark, pretty good game, although it's pay to win. And now we have Diablo Immortal. I can't see more game companies doing this. And also, like, yeah, people in chat mentioned FIFA too. That's a whole new can of worms. That's probably worse than all of them.
Well, FIFA's just a gacha game where you collect middle-aged millionaires instead of anime girls. That's pretty much what it is.
Yeah, I don't get why people are doing that instead of collecting the waifus. That's the one I don't understand. I will say, you know, pretty much every step of the way, when you mention Genshin and when you mention Lost Ark, as somebody who's already playing gacha games, I was pretty okay with those games, right? I was pretty supportive. And the thing is now is you're going to start to see companies like Blizzard taking more advantage of these systems. And I think overall what needs to happen, because the game companies aren't going to change. Like they're not going to. The only way that they're going to change is the way that Blizzard did. I think the one good thing that can come out of Diablo is they're a company that has much more attention on them than any other company is going to. That's going to be making games like this. Maybe change can actually happen, because if there isn't actually legal change taken, then why would these companies walk away from making oodles and oodles of money? I think that what needs to happen in gacha games, there needs to be a defined price tag with pity on what the high end of a system's going to cost. I think that they need to limit the amount of nested tokens that you can have, nested token economies, because that makes it harder for people to figure that out. I think there needs to be some sort of label on all of these games that identify how pay to win they are, so people aren't walking into it. Remove tokens entirely. I think that that's reasonable. Imagine if you can use Genshin Impact as an example. Imagine if you walked into Genshin Impact and it said, hey, this character is guaranteed in this much money. You know that you can get lucky, you might get it a little bit earlier, but it's guaranteed in this much money, and it said money instead of tokens. Everybody would make the decision with full information. I think that that's just fair. If people want to have an
decision, they wouldn't do it. It's like if it said, hey, this is $500, $2,000, nobody's going to go to the store and click the $2,000 button. Nobody does that. The reason they do it is that they take a bite out of you one at a time, $5 at a time.
Here's the difference with these other games too, though. People would play those games, right? In a way that they won't play Diablo, because in a lot of these pay-to-win games, or a lot of these games with MTX, the way that they work is the free-to-play player and the whale are playing the same game and they're interacting with the same systems. In Diablo, the difference is you are only interacting with the pay-to-win system if you are paying, right? That's it. You have to pay to get into the rifts. So you're not obtaining this free-to-play currency and getting into it. The thing that these gacha games do is they allow you as a free-to-play player explore the game, start to value the things inside of the economy in a way that you wouldn't otherwise. And then you go, you know what? This waifu is worth $50 to me, is worth $200 to me. And then willingly you would make the decision. They kind of do it over time. Blizzard just instantly kind of goes, hey, we've made the crocodile of mobile gaming, time to tie up. And then they just beat you up. They throw a bag over your head and you're riding in the helicopter with Uncle Bobby. And I think it's a very interesting thing to see, but I think they're taking a lot of the goodwill of their community and abusing it.
What I think is why... Go on, you go first, Quinn, go on.
Okay. Well, I was just going to say, like, why are we even talking about tokens and all this stuff? They're not going to... Think about it. You're Blizzard, right? We're talking about D4, okay? How are you going to make the most money possible? Are you, like... Think about the audience that likes Diablo 2, that likes Diablo, okay, what's Diablo 2, Diablo 3, they're kind of a different game, but whatever. Think about who they're making Diablo 4 for. Nobody wants pay to win. The audience, if they try and put pay to win in that game, there is going to be a massive negative backlash.
That's what I thought about WoW.
Okay, it's kind of depressing when you put it like that, but I gotta, maybe I'm coping super hard, but if I'm Blizzard, I'm trying to make the most money possible. I'm gonna pander to my audience of Diablo gamers, and we don't want fucking pay to win in our game.
Yeah, but here's the
they're
problem.
Gonna try and ship the best possible game, and it's put a $120 tag on it or whatever, and then that's what they're gonna send us, right? That's what I'm, but there's not gonna be a Diablo token, right? Like,
let's just do the math though. That audience, that audience, right? The audience of Diablo gamers, they are worth exactly their LTV. Every single gamer is reduced by these game companies to a thing called LTV. It stands for lifetime value. When you look at the average Diablo boomer, their LTV is $60. When you look at the average mobile gamer, their LTV greatly outscales that, because you're going to have the whales at the top end that are paying for 4,000 copies of a game every single step of the way. So what you end up doing is you cast a wider net. You make a game that's no longer for the Diablo gamer, and you get a few of them strapped up for the ride. And they are going to be willing to, and it breaks my heart to say this. Think about it from the rational point of view. If you are Blizzard, you can't build up any more goodwill. You've already tried. You spent 20 years doing it. So what do? You beat the fuck out of all of your IPs. When it comes to World of Warcraft, how do you make the most money? Not by making the best game, by pumping out the most expansions possible with the smallest amount of content. Because you know what? We're all going to fucking buy it because we all want to see if the new expansion's good. Now you hit them for $60 once a year instead of once every 2 years. You throw in some shitty little cosmetics. Now people are spending $120. Now you've skewed the LTV to about $70 per person. Now you add a mount that costs 6 months of subscription. You inflate your player numbers to get more money from investors to look better to the market. And now, boom, 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 you got the LTV up to like $70 guaranteed.
You got a dead company then as well. You got
but think about how long it will take before people just stop playing expansions. Think about the hopium that people have had so long coming back. And now when you tap the mobile market, they had 10 million people download this. And I think it was the first week, right? And what will continue to happen with these mobile games is they'll be able to get a huge amount of people to download them. And it doesn't matter how much we hate it. They're not making games for us anymore.
I think Elvis and his agent used to sell both I love Elvis and I hate Elvis pins. You play both sides. So you do. If you release Diablo 4 and it's pay to win, you are going to lose a huge amount of people who would have played it already. If you can make up the value that you've lost in those free players in the pay-to-win aspect of the people who stay, the people who are happy to pay money, then it was a sound financial decision. If you lose a couple of million players because it's pay-to-win, but you make up that money, it's not a negative for the company. But then, of course, you do, as you say, you have a dead company. So what you do is you play the nostalgia, and you sell classic versions of your old games, because people will say, oh, this used to be better back in the classic, let's sell Diablo 2 remastered, let's remaster Warcraft 3. You tap into this incredibly lucrative pay-to-win market at the expense of your audience's goodwill, and then you sell the exact product that created that goodwill in the first place. You're double dipping, almost triple dipping into your own IPs. Yes, there will come a point where this eventually bubbles over and cannot sustain itself. That point doesn't seem to be yet. There's probably a couple more years in this, because Asmon, you made me laugh a lot when you said that the WoW token came out, and yes, World of Warcraft did lose players, but it didn't lose profits. It still made a lot of money from it. So how much can we push the current player base, and how much nostalgia can we sell before the current player base actually genuinely leave?
It's like running ads on Twitch, right? I mean, like, if you run ads all the time, like, yeah, maybe some people will leave, but if you run like a minute or 2 minutes of ads an hour, there's probably not many people are going to leave, and you're going to make it up by the extra revenue, and that's just all there is to it. That's what happens. And like in Diablo 4, this is what I would assume is going to happen. I think that it's going to come out, and people are going to genuinely think that it's not pay to win. And then there's going to be some sort of a season. And
hey, let's not talk about the Twitch ads anymore.
Whenever that season happens and the season goes down and everybody sees like, oh my God, you can do this, you can do that. Here's an example that a lot of people might not remember. Quinn, did you play Diablo 3 whenever it first came out?
Yeah, for a little bit when I was in the army, but yeah.
Do you remember whenever people would trade WoW Gold for Diablo Gold?
I do recall that, yes.
And now you can buy WoW Gold?
Yeah.
So you'd be able to...
Yeah. I mean, but that's supposed to be TOS, though, right? I feel like in that TOS, like you're breaking rules doing that.
Blizzard lets people, streamers, do it openly, openly on stream, between like BC and retail WoW.
I think the fundamentally depressing thing the realization they've come to is that, like, you ask the question, as Josh was talking about, like, you know, making nostalgia like games and just re-releasing old games, all that. I think it's like, why does Diablo 4 exist? And you ask, and it's like, okay, it's because some guy in Activision Blizzard is like, yo, we need money. Like, okay, go to work, you know, get that out. And it's like, and it's kind of sad that that's the case, because then you look at you compare. Yeah. I mean, I'm not a PoE Andy, but like, I am PoE Andy. One can say you say, well, why does Path of Exile exist? Well, there's a guy called Chris Wilson who absolutely loved Diablo 2, and you know, he saw what happened with D3 getting absolutely butchered and, like, you know, turned into this RMT like auction house bullshit, like not the authentic Diablo experience, and he wanted to make a game that lived up to that and, like, you know, the true successor. And it's like, how do we, like, I really like Diablo. Like, how do we unbrick Blizzard so they actually start, like, they need passionate people or something working there that aren't just trying to, like, milk us? Because honestly, like, the whole Diablo model thing is so depressing. And then D4, like, I want it to be good, but then you think, like, why does it exist? And it's just some fucking guy at Activision Blizzard who's just you know, like, told whoever the heck, what is his name, you know, Rod, to make a Diablo 4 game. Yeah. And I don't know.
Chris Wilson's probably on cloud 9 right now, watching everything with Diablo Immortal. He's probably sitting back in his chair right now, talking to everybody.
They wish they had me.
Yeah, they're like, do whatever the heck you want for the next 2 leagues. We won. Like, they can do no wrong. They are the gold standard. But I will say, the one thing that made me hopeful when it came to a lot of the IPs with Blizzard was everything that was going down with Microsoft, right? And one of the reasons for that, and a lot of people are probably going to have a knee-jerk reaction to this, but when you look at Microsoft coming into play, what are they potentially trying to do? They're taking a massive gamble. They're gambling even more anytime that you play it than when you play a Blizzard game, but they're taking a massive gamble that Web3 might be a thing. And then with that, they want as many IPs that they can that have already existed for a long time that they're going to be able to tap into that nostalgia for. They're going to be able to make videos. They're going to be able to do whatever future entertainment stuff exists. So they want World of Warcraft. They want to have, it doesn't matter, right? It's worth the gamble for them in case that it does. You're probably right that it won't happen, but that's why you take the gamble, because then you're able to tap people for money and you're able to make money long-term off the IP. And that's when it matters to actually have goodwill. It's worth making a good product and a product that people love. Now, the thing is if you're not taking that gamble, the math equation is quite simple. It would take like 100 years to be able to make the money that you would be able to make just scamming your people in the short term. And it's obviously not 100 years, but when they figure that out and you look and you say, okay, if the game is successful for this long, if we're able to grow the IPs for this long, this is how much they're worth in maybe 10 years compared to we can make that money in 1 year off of making mobile games that are very predatory, and we do it for every single IP. We act on that nostalgia. What do you think the company's going to do? They're going to lean in the route of making these predatory mobile games, because guess what? It's not illegal. And that's why the only way that this stuff changes is if there is actually change in the world and actual legislation that stops some of the predatory practices. Like I said, I have no problem. We've started to, right? We've started to.
I often feel that it's not illegal is a justification that's never really given for anything good. It's always given for something that is somewhat dodgy, that is being justified that it's not illegal yet. Yep. Now, you mentioned Wilson, and I gave Path of Exile a go after playing Diablo Immortal, and I really enjoyed Path of Exile. I had a good time, made a witch character, pushing toward a necromancer, going for a minion master build, being followed around with zombies and skeletons, And after playing, I got a lot of messages from people saying, did you know this is pay to win? When you get to the end game, you will need to buy stash space. You will need to spend money on this. You'll need to spend money on this. So I said, how much is that going to cost me? And between 20 to 40 pounds for stashes across all the characters. And I laid all the numbers out, and I thought that seems like an acceptable amount of cash to spend after 100 or 200 hours worth of gameplay that's going to take to get me there. And that leads to a really interesting thing, because you mentioned earlier, when are people going to get fed up with this? You want to give your hardcore fans an out. You want to give them an actually no, it's not. And you want to make sure that when you're talking about other games, you go down the route of, actually, look, that is. You want to give your own game as much monetization as you can, but a little bit of wiggle room to make it easy to justify. And when you're attacking or discussing another game, because these conversations often online do become attacks instead of debates, it's very difficult to have an online conversation. You want to look at the bad things they do while justifying what you do. There's the old adage that you judge yourself by your intentions, but other people by their actions. Mm-hmm. So you can judge your own game by what it could theoretically do, but you'll judge a game that you don't like by what it practically has to have done. So when will they stop making money? When they stop giving their fan base the out to justify why it's making money.
I think the worst part about it is the fact that some people eat shit for so long, they start to tell themselves it tastes good. There's a lot of people out there that they don't mind it being pay to win. They're fine with that. It's like, it's fine. Some people don't have as much time to play. Well, they can put in a little bit of money and catch up. Yeah, I've actually seen people that make excuses for it and are completely okay with like these gambling pay to win bullshit games.
Does it need to have an excuse made? Is it possible to say, yes, it's pay to win and I enjoy the game?
Yes!
That's a totally possible thing to say.
I think it's okay.
When people say it's pay to win, they often believe that what you're actually saying is this game has no inherent value because of a system it has. Nothing is all good or all bad. It can provide a good experience and be phenomenally expensive and abusive. It can provide a bad experience and be totally free. There is value to be found. So if you say to someone, this game's pay to win, and you just look back and go, yes. Look, it doesn't invalidate your fun.
You can call me a shit eater all you want. But I will say there are some games that have really decent gameplay that obviously have pay to win involved in them or pay for variety. I think a lot of the gacha games, they're pretty easy to beat, even if you're completely free to play. But if you want to have a lot of variety, if you want to have even more game experience, more stuff to do, you can obviously spend money. But I will show two very different experiences. Like with Genshin Impact, for example, I actually love that game so much. Asmon knows this. I would play Genshin Impact probably, 6 hours a day? It was like the only game I was playing when we started OTK.
I think the best way to put it in perspective is you've taken 2 sponsorships with them and you're still in the negative, right?
I think it's maybe 3. And I think with one more, I'm even Stevens. But the thing with Genshin Impact is I actually have a free-to-play account as well. Why? Because the game is good as free to play. And I have 2 different accounts. One is free to play, and the other one is one that I've wailed on very hard. Now, the thing with that game is it's very easy for me to predict my spending and to know what I don't have that itch. I think that the thing that needs to happen is games can't have these never-ending loops that are it's RNG nested inside of RNG nested inside of RNG that the player can never predict how much they're actually going to spend. I think go ahead.
I think the solution is I actually think that somebody should be well within their rights as a game developer to make a game that's pay to win. They should have the right to do that if they choose to do that. The only thing that I don't like, that I think that we should, stand up against to a certain degree, is loot boxes. Because that's how these massive fucking prices happen. They happen because people are buying $20,000 characters at $20 a time, or $15, $5 a time, $100 at a time. And they do it over and over and over, because eventually one of those boxes will contain the $20,000 reward, right? The bonus, dead, whatever you want to call it. You're going to eventually get one of those. And if that doesn't happen, then you just spend more money. But if you went to the store and it showed right on the store that in order to get this item, it's $20,000, I think a lot of people would instantly not play the game, and it would look bad. The reason why these pay-to-win games exist and why they can exist is because of these like gambling, get you for $5 at a time, and you have to do it 500 times type systems. That's how it happens.
I agree with you. Oh, go ahead.
The way that I think the loot box mechanic, allow me to explain this because people are going to go mad. A way that I think the loot box mechanic has been done well is in certain very specific, not even games, card games. Magic the Gathering a couple of years ago, and the Digimon card game right now. I think there should be many versions of exactly the same mechanical thing for different prices to allow you to buy the version you want.
Oh, so many people are going to get mad at you right now. I agree with you, though.
Magic the Gathering card for £5, Magic the Gathering card for 50p, or a special etched version of that card for £5,000. If I want to play the game, I only need to spend the 50p card. That's what I need. That will allow me to mechanically play the game. Digimon has the secret rares, and then it has the alternate art secret rares. Mechanically identical, but one of them is much more expensive than the other. If you were to play any kind of loot box related game, and it's completely possible to get the very, very powerful, very not even rare anymore because they're quite common, but the powerful items extremely easily and extremely cheaply, but then you had a cosmetically different version of the same mechanical item, that I think is an excellent way to monetize it. The barrier to entry is very, very cheap. Allow anyone with any level of expendable income to compete, and then allow the people who have extra expendable income to make themselves look fantastic while they compete, because that way you allow everyone to play and experience your game, but you allow the people who want to be part of that exclusive club, that rare, amazing cosmetic club, to have those. You can still show off, you just can't show off power. You can show off your amazing fashion.
Yeah,
That's certainly
MTG
what hurts
basically
games.
switched.
Yeah.
Yeah, they switched to cosmetics, right? And I remember, I don't know, Asmon, if you even had a chance to open it, but like when those boxes first started to come out, I started buying the cosmetic boxes. I actually pulled like a foil Meat Hook Massacre right when that came out of a collector's box, and then Mizkif ripped it on stream because he didn't know what it was. I'm not upset about it at all. But the thing is like you knew what you were getting into, right? You very much knew what the price was. You knew that you were going for a gamble. And the thing that I was kind of mentioning is I get where Asmon is coming from. The thing with pity is I think when you have targeted pity, and pity, if it always says you are guaranteed this character within that much money, I think that's the only way that you can do it. I do think that loot boxes in general are something that gamers love. That's why it's so easy to make it. And hear me out before you freak out. Loot boxes are something that players love, which is why it's so easy to have people predatorily spend. But the thing is loot boxes used to be in-game, and it used to be tied to a boss, and the boss was the loot box.
Yeah.
Yes, you used to get it by killing, and that's why it's so easy for this predatory thing to take place. The loot box used to be something that you opened every time that you achieved something in the game, and now they're basically go ahead.
You have them in real life, and they started when you were a kid. If you were in a newsagent's or a shop and you had a goodie bag or a comic that had an opaque cover that you got a toy in. And if you walk into, in England, there's a shop called HMV, and you have a mystery box, and it says on the side, value £20.
Yeah.
The only reason you're not telling me what's inside it is because you know that if I knew what was inside it, I wouldn't buy it. You are selling the mystery. You're selling the exhilaration of the unknown, and they've just condensed that down. Exhilaration and mystery is incredibly easy to sell because as humans, we crave it. We want it. So you give someone the potential of something good, and that potential is often worth more than whatever it is. I also can't really defend Magic the Gathering much anymore because, Rich, you made a really good point. You said you knew what you were getting, and I think it always seems to loop back to that. You can charge a great deal, but if the players and the consumers know what they are getting, they feel treated fairly. Magic the Gathering, I used to buy a pack and know what I was getting, or I would know that I would get a rare from this list. Is this set? I know what this is. Now, collector's boosters, set boosters, draft boosters, secret layers, different things, loads of commander decks, loads of standard decks, challenger decks. I don't even know what I'm getting unless I research it online before I buy it, and that has burned a lot of goodwill that I have with Magic.
Yeah, we should play on Spell Table sometime.
What is that? I don't know. Is that some Dungeons and Dragons thing?
No, I'm just trying to hang out with Josh Quinn. I'm sorry.
Okay, suck his dick. But no, my question is this a hot take? Is this a hot take? Loot boxes, you should not have to buy loot boxes in computer games. It just should be because it's exploiting a mechanic.
In my opinion, I think that if you have loot boxes in a game, the game should be marked and delineated as a gambling game. I think that the problem is that you have games that they're rated T for teen, they're rated E for everyone, and they should be rated A for adults only. Okay, because this is a gambling simulator. It is not marked like that. It certainly is. And I think that's what the real issue is, because you get kids into gambling, and then whenever they get older, they have more money and they keep doing it more and more and more. Because I think, Josh, you're right. It's like we started off, like if you ever go to a birthday party, sometimes they would have like little goodie bags for everybody that would come and stuff like that, right? And so it's not like this is an unknown idea, but I think one of the biggest differences is the it's autonomy and ownership versus like a digital good and like a Magic the Gathering booster pack, right? So like you open up a booster pack, you get Jace, you get Birds of Paradise, you get Lightning Helix. You can buy and sell those cards, and you have the autonomy to make the decision to do that. Whenever you get something in these games, I don't know if you guys have ever gone through the TOS for these games, but I have. You don't own shit.
Just make them NFTs, Asmon. Why not?
And that's the scary thing, right? Is like that's what could happen. And that is the case, right? You don't even own them, so you have no autonomy over the control over them. And even the NFTs that they do have, usually they still have the proprietary like copyright of it. And like
one of the scary processes that you're pushing toward, and you're just spot on with this, is Diablo Immortal managed to get around being considered a loot box because there is a step of gameplay and skill required between purchasing the crests and getting the drop from the boss. As soon as you try and regulate anything, because Rich and Quinn, you earlier mentioned about regulating it and working out what we can define, and once we define things, it's this double-sided blade, because you then start an arms race against the psychologists. You start an arms race against the mathematicians and against the lawmakers and against the policymakers. Once you define this is gambling and unacceptable, you then have a lot of very clever people who are working out how you can get something as close to that in practicality without being exactly the same thing. Definitions are going to work both ways. It is this constant one-upsmanship of what we regulate, what gets around it, what we regulate, what gets around it, and it will not stop. And we're at a point now where it's getting ridiculous, and that's why the general public are up in arms about it.
I think people are tired of it, man. Like I see more and more people, like the amount of people that have watched, like, I mean, your content, my content, like Quinn, like, I mean, people have watched your stream every fucking day, watching you just go through these rifts, and they're mauling in chat constantly about this. The outrage about Diablo Immortal has been really substantial. No, I don't think it'll matter, but I do think it's been substantial.
But here's the problem. As much as you're saying, like, people are very enraged about it, mobile games industry is making more money than ever. You don't even need to be that clever to do stuff like this. I mean, prime example, Blizzard doing it. You don't really need to be that clever. It's all out there. There have been years of researches. Humans are little dopamine fiends. And when you're able to put them inside of a Skinner box, when you're able to act on Maslow's hierarchy of needs, that's why people like that unpredictable thing. You don't get that in everyday life. It gives you a shock that you're not going to be able to get. That's the reason why people were playing video games in the first place. Now you just pull those game mechanics out. You don't let them be free. You charge people for them. You're going to be able to cast this wide net, and you're going to catch a couple of whales. And it doesn't matter if the krill screech in disgust. They're not the people that are making the money for the game studios anymore. We are now,
That's all taken into consideration with the plan. I mean, Asman, when you said that it's not going to matter, mob mentality and especially outrage culture burns incredibly brightly and then burns out very quickly.
Fades away.
People are outraged for about a month, and then they'll be outraged about something else, and then outraged about something else, and then something else, and then something else. The film Chicago is all about this. The idea that you can take the general public, you can guide opinions and outrage, because it's very intense, but it's impossible to hold intensity over a long period of time. Which is why, if you meet someone who still cares passionately about whatever the thing was to care about 2 years ago, a lot of people would consider them quite strange. Why are you still caring about that? Well, the answer is because it's important to them and it hasn't been fixed, but the mob has moved on. So Diablo Immortal has absolutely been designed to work out how much mob outrage it can hold before something else gets released. Diablo 4 will... Hopefully, people say, oh, Diablo 4 will be good. They're hoping that's one of the keys that will stop the mob outrage.
Josh, look at it this way, Josh. When they made Warcraft 3, they had one of the lowest rated video games of all time. 10 million people downloaded this game, which is now the lowest rated game of all time. They're going to be able to keep putting out games. They are breaking their own records. After Warcraft 3 refunded, everybody still came back for more. They're sitting there playing the same game, even after all of the scandals that happened. It is what it is. And that's why I keep going back to these kind of doomer takes. But at the end of the day, something needs to change outside of the company, because they're going to be able to keep doing whatever the heck they want to do.
They'll keep doing it forever. And that's what happens. It's like, Josh, you're 100% right. Every single time, it's like a massive outrage. Everybody's pissed off about it. Like, I tell people this whenever it's like, they're getting hate on like their stream. There's a bunch of like hate threads made about them, maybe a few videos that are negative about you. All you have to do, fucking ignore it for 3 or 4 days, and it's going to go away. Every single time. And like, you ban the people that aren't really keep bringing it up, and then after a while their valid concerns just become annoying to everybody else because people want to move on and get mad about the next thing.
Bro, I can't confirm that strategy works from first-hand experience just recently. I mean, people like a few months ago...
Nobody's talking about your Final Fantasy thing anymore. They're not even talking about the Chinese salute.
Okay, don't bring that up. Okay, do not bring that up. Okay, the Final Fantasy thing, those guys are relentless. Okay, I'm not even kidding. On my Diablo tweets and articles, you go to the replies, and it's like, I'm not even kidding. Like, well, of course the guy would pay for a boost in Final Fantasy, spend $20,000 on Diablo Immortal. Well, why do you ask them for the eels? Why do you ask them? It's like, bro, those guys have a problem. They're sick. Okay, I'm telling the Final Fantasy guys.
Quinn, you're the reason that I had to spend so much money in Diablo, because I wanted to beat you in this game, since you actually beat me for the Final Fantasy 14 speedrun. This was the only way that I could possibly ever beat you in a game.
Oh my god.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy, like how like people will just completely move on. Like I said this about the remember the Blizzard Hong Kong thing. I remember whenever it happened, and I got a bunch of hate for this. I'm like, yeah, people are going to move on past this, and they're going to reinstall the game. I've always made the joke that every single gamer boycott is 1 3-minute cinematic from being over. That's what happened.
Oh yeah, dude! Literally, the D4 cinematic came out, and everybody was like, "That was a Poggers video, huh?" Yeah, they've been making good ads for years. That's all that is. People literally saw the ad to get them to spend more money, and they were like, "Oh yeah, Blizzard! I heckin' love Blizzard!" Like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? Like, it's literally an advertisement.
Literally me.
One of the things I've noticed is, and again, this is the people watching this Twitch stream right now. I mean, there are 75,000 people listening to us chat about the intricacies of game design and psychology and mathematics. The average player doesn't care.
They're not going to see
the average person is going to walk into game. They're going to walk into GameStop. They're going to buy the latest FIFA. They're going to buy the latest Call of Duty. They're going to buy the latest whatever game. They're going to go home, they're going to play it for an hour, and then they're going to do it again next year. And that's fine. If that's how they want to live, that's how they want to live. A very, very small percentage of people actually care about either the way games are designed or the philosophies behind the game design in the games design companies, even when it starts to make more mainstream news articles, even gaming mainstream news. It's still a very small percentage of the overall gaming culture. There's just not enough people causing enough outrage for games companies to care. I mean, it's the same as a Discord argument. You can log on to Discord and there can be a massive argument going on, and it will be, for the next 10 minutes, the most important thing going on in the world. Everything has to stop. You have to solve this Discord argument. If you just go to sleep and wake up the next day, it's gone. It's forgotten about. No one cares about it anymore.
I
It's
agree,
one of
Josh.
my best management techniques is telling people I'll take care of their problem later and then ignoring it. 9 times out of 10, it goes away.
I was the only
I totally agree with what you're saying,
away.
though. But like, what? Should you stop making videos criticizing the game? Should we stop like speaking up about it? Like, if everything we do is irrelevant and pointless, and it's like, because I agree, it's like people speaking out about a computer game. It's kind of like those guys who make the petitions, you know, like the petition Andes, like, and there's nobody gives a fuck. Like, literally, like, nobody even cares. But it's like, what? Do we just stop?
No, because we're not aiming for the entirety of the general public. We are creating the content for that niche who are very passionate. The passionate niche itself is small compared to the overall gaming landscape, but they're not irrelevant and their opinions are not invalid. People need to be informed and people need to be entertained. I just think sometimes a lot of the entertainers need to remember that it's a very small, a minutia of the overall gaming landscape. It's not irrelevant in any way. It's just not as massive and as big as the public gaming that just don't care about it. What we do is very valuable, but it's very valuable to a small amount of people.
Well,
those
it's
people
actually
are still important.
Yeah, we have. They're also very. It's a little bit tricky because it's tricky waters to navigate because they're going to be much more passionate in a certain way because they're consuming the information all the time. They are looking for confirmation. It's confirmation bias a lot of the time, and also they're trying to make the way that they play games often part of their identity, which is going to be very different from a large part of the population, right? Like a lot of people, the first thing that they will say is, yeah, I'm a World of Warcraft player. Like they'll actually identify as that, right? The average video game player is sitting in a cubicle playing Call of Duty Mobile on their lunch break going, yo, bro, look at this freaking skin, dog. Isn't it sick, dude? By the way, we getting beer tonight, right? Like that's what's going to be going on there for like a lot of the average players. That when you look at the future of the games industry, my honest opinion, for gamers like us, we are not the majority. They do not give a shit about us at all. The only hope for us is actually indie games. And now a lot has changed. Distribution has changed. Even right now, the fact that you are sitting here watching a stream that is tailored to what you want, that the production value doesn't need to be what television used to be. We literally have little webcams in front of us, and that's it. That's all we needed to actually talk to you guys and talk about the exact topic that you wanted to, which is niche. The same thing happened with video game design. You look at games like Valheim, you look at games like V Rising. Spoiler, by the way, next week we're going to have the devs from V Rising on AllCraft for an interview, so we'll be getting to talk about indie a little bit more. But you have all of these different studios that were able to crank stuff out much quicker that is targeted towards a particular audience. And it's a game that they love instead of trying to make a game for people that already hate your game, which is what Blizzard and a lot of the AAAs have had to do. I really do believe indie is the future. And also, sadly, I think one of the ways that we've all changed as hardcore gamers, we kind of tooted and booted a lot quicker with these games than we used to. There are more options. We used to sit down and we played games for years. Now we're all picking up a game. We're playing it until the wheels fall off, and then we're on to the next one. I mean, when's the last time you've even played Vampire Survivors, Asmon, right? You kind of beat that
2
one. I haven't
days
seen you
ago,
play
but
it. Okay, but still, like with games
I'm not
like
playing
that,
as much as I used to, right? And like you're right, like you move on to other games and everything like that. Yeah, definitely.
Man, you're a loyal guy.
It's a good game, right?
It really
and
is.
That's an example. That's a perfect example of what you're saying. Is that you have a game like Vampire Survivors? It's $3 and people buy it and they play the game. It's a simple game. It gets updated regularly. There's no microtransactions. There's no star system for each different character for how fast their projectiles move. It just simply is a game that you're able to play. And I think there's a lot of people out there that want that. But what Josh is saying is completely true. Is like you think of the metaphor of a bunch of concentric circles of like the average gaming population, the people that watch videos, the people that watch your videos, the people that agree with your videos, the people that agree with pay to win. And then even the people that agree that pay to win is a bad thing, that's not even everybody, because half of those people aren't even going to do anything about it. They're just going to keep complaining and playing the pay to win game. That's just the truth. So it's the actual actionable audience that you can influence to make an action or not is just microscopic whenever you compare it to the overall people that are playing the game. And those are massive groups of people that you are just never going to reach, because the idea of them looking up a video about a video game, that's like for losers. You know, they're concerned about the big game.
Yo, do you think we should make do you think we should unionize, like Gamers Rise Up, and we should go to the legislators and straight up just be like, yo, get these fucking loot boxes out of our games. You ever try?
I'm unironically trying that.
I think that's the play, right? Because that's legitimate change, and like no one can complain. Like we don't want gambling, and like in our computer games, we don't want gambling, advertised to kids. Like what the fuck?
How many people would need to join together to do that? And then how many people, again, this is the intensity. You mentioned about, should we do something about this? Yes, absolutely. And the people that care passionately and deeply about it will continue to do something about it for many, many years. And you might even get the mob behind you for a small amount of time, who will then immediately go in about a month. About a month is the maximum. Most people can care about something that doesn't directly affect them. They'll go off to something else. Yes, rising up and unionizing and forcing game developers to make a change will absolutely matter. And game developers will see this process happening and wait about a month.
Yeah.
Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Even gambling is only regulated so the government can make money off of it, right? Oh, yeah. This is a giant industry that they are making a bunch of money off of. The only way it's going to change is if somebody else finds a way to get a piece of that pie. I do firmly believe, though, that a lot of these indie games, they don't need to have the same greed to make the developers vastly successful. When you look at Blizzard as a company, you need to make so much more money, right? To actually rebuild your life and become a billionaire, right? Because the investors that are sitting on the top, they're only getting a slice of that. And they're going to be able to, they have so many employees to make the game in the first place. They have so many investors to answer to. When the guy who made Vampire Survivors sells the game for $3, he's making, I would guess, 60% of that, maybe 70% of that, of each $3 spent as an individual, and then Steam's probably taking the rest. Because I don't think he had any other people that he was beholden to. I think it was only probably the Steam cut. So that becomes, if let's say he's making 70%, it ends up being a pretty large amount of money for one developer. So I do think indie doesn't need to be as greedy to make large profits.
That's definitely true. I mean, I think that, like, if you compare some of these games, it's like, did any of you guys, was I the only person who watched the Overwatch reveal? I know, Quinn, you saw it.
Josh, you watching it.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, actually, like, one factor is that they said that they're getting rid of Overwatch loot boxes. I don't know if anybody else caught that. That was really substantial and very surprising. But yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see where that's going to go. But I mean, yeah, a lot of people don't really believe it. But I was hearing them talk about, like, all the time that they spent trying to get the ambience of Portugal right for a map. And it's like, this is not something that an indie game developer has the resources or time to do. And if you want my honest opinion, I don't think most gamers care about that. But the fact is, they continue doing this stuff, and that's where all of these costs come in. Because one thing that I do find to be, it is a precarious position for game developers to be in, because while the price and the cost of making a game has gone up, the amount of money a gamer will pay for a game hasn't really gone up. Back Super Nintendo, people were buying games for about $40 to $50. Now it's about $50 to $70. And that's like 30 years almost of time. Inflation has gone up way more than that, but they can't make their money back the same way that they used to. And I think that the rising costs of games, there are these AAA studios that I think are getting into a position where they're too big to succeed. There's just so many moving parts that they have to add in these extra microtransactions and these predatory practices to even be able to break even with the amount of money that they put into making these games, because they invest into things that I think a lot of players don't really find a lot of value in.
Well, it's outdated, right? I mean, look at the model. Why is Activision big? It's funny because everybody talks about them like they're a game developer. They're a publisher. And think about how that relationship used to actually work. You needed Activision at the end of the day because you needed to actually get all of your games on discs. You needed to get them inside of boxes. You needed to get them to the GameStop where people would wait in line to actually buy the boxes off the stores. You need to pay for the trucks, the gas, the employees that were doing all of that. It was a huge undertaking that was actually needed. Why was AAA important? It was the only way you were ever going to be able to have the asset generation that was actually needed to create these large scope of games, and you needed to hire a lot of people. Now people are making incredible games over time, and with marketing that's way more direct to their audience, with things like Twitch, with things like YouTube, and also just the way that Google AdSense and things like that work, they're able to find their audience. It's not hard to find a niche audience anymore. Look at the algorithm that even exists on TikTok. I mean, you look at the algorithm on YouTube. One time I watched an Asmongold video, and now YouTube only lets me watch Asmongold reacting to things. I hear him say the thing every single 30 minutes on a rotator. They know how to find you, and they know how to give you what you actually do want. So that's why they're scraping data all the time, no matter what you do. So we find the games that we're more likely to play, which makes the old model of a big ship that takes a long time to turn outdated.
Well, we say that, but then how come look at FromSoft? Like what? How come? Why do you're saying like these large things that they're like they're old, out of date? We don't need these AAA studios or whatever. Like there's examples of companies like like Grinding Gear Games, like there's that are actually out there making bad. Like Elden Ring was fucking so good. Yeah, like I mean, and that's a AAA company, and that's like why is Blizzard, Activision, and like whatever EA and all these guys, why are they going down? Like trending downwards emoji, all the games predatory as fuck.
Basically, what's happening with a lot of these studios is they're not AAAs and they're getting funding from AAAs. There was a big boom in it recently, and it happens a lot, right? Like Tencent will sprinkle money around. It's not ideal. Like a lot of these companies, the bad thing that happens is studios get absorbed by AAAs. They then start working for the AAAs, and then the economy turns, and then they fire all those game developers. That's something that happens all the time. But like, look at Niantic, for example. That was a studio that ended up getting picked up by a larger studio. So that is something that will continue to happen, I do think, because these studios want to make money. But I hope that over time, more and more AAA games come out that are servicing the niche audiences.
Rich, you have got experience in this, and I'm interested in, I want you to confirm or deny what I've thought for a while. Goodwill from the audience to the developer, to the company, to the publisher is a currency. However much the audience care about you and about your game can directly affect how much money you make. If the audience care and love you and they have a great deal of respect for you, then you can make a couple of mistakes before they start the downward trend. But you can also cash in this goodwill with bad decisions, which will make incredible short-term profits at the cost of long-term acceptance. An example from my life would be RuneScape. I very much enjoyed RuneScape back in the 2005-2006 era before the evolution of combat kicked in, and they had a lot of goodwill with the player base because it was a very affordable subscription and you got a decent amount of game for it. There was no microtransactions. It was just, this is what you pay and this is what you get. Then they evolved to RuneScape 3 and they brought in the Squeal of Fortune, which was a pay for keys, spin the wheel, get experience, gold, items, loot box, stuff like that. That Squeal of Fortune made a phenomenal amount of money in a very short amount of time at the cost of the long-term sustainability of the game, which is why they then decided to bring old school Rune back. And I saw this happen with CD Projekt Red. Massive amount of goodwill built up from The Witcher. Then the release of Cyberpunk came out. It wasn't what people expected. They burned a lot of goodwill with that. Companies bank goodwill and player trust, and they can cash this in whenever they need to. Big companies want to cash it in for a massive payday, but they want to keep cashing it in every single quarter, because that's what the shareholders want. Smaller games look at this goodwill and say, I have it, but I don't feel the desire to cash it in. Is it a question of do they cash it in eventually, or do they just sit on it and enjoy that reputation?
So, funny story about this. This is actually something that Mike Morheim said to me in person when I still worked at the company. There were some other people there. He wasn't directly looking at me in the eyes, but he did say it in a room that I was in. So basically, Mike Morhaime actually talked about everything that was done at Blizzard being either a brand withdrawal or brand deposit. And he said one of the reasons that Blizzard was so successful was because everything that made World of Warcraft successful was a brand deposit. So every action that they took grew the brand while still making the company money. They were making decisions for the players and to actually make them happy and build exactly what you're saying, that goodwill. When you are always making brand deposits, it's much easier to make that brand withdrawal. And the first major brand withdrawal that World of Warcraft took was the mount that was originally going to...
The horse.
The horse, the celestial horse that maybe was going to be on Algalon, who knows. So the thing with that is that, in my opinion, that it was probably the first big brand withdrawal. And if you remember, there were obviously a lot of people who were pissed, that were like, oh my God, what the heck is happening? But me, as somebody who wasn't watching nearly as much of the internet, the only thing that I was really watching was Forzen. But the thing is nobody was really... There were a lot of people who were playing the game and just going, different horse. But the thing is the thing was that at the end of the day, a lot of people were like, oh my God, take my money. I love you, Blizzard, right? Because so many people loved the brand so much at the time. And if they went back to doing more brand deposits, they probably would have been able to get away with more of it. But at a certain point, there's a tipping point.
I remember this all too well. Whenever I made videos about storm mounts back then, and I got hate. People said, "Why are you complaining? It's just a mount. It doesn't matter." And I remember I poured salt on my head in one of my old videos. This was from like 2011, 2012. Because I was sick of seeing these. And back then, people were against me. They thought that I was wrong. They thought that this was what was going to happen. And I told them, and they wouldn't fucking listen. I think that there's a lot of examples of brand deposits, brand withdrawals. A good one also is Endwalker. With Final Fantasy, Endwalker came out. The servers and the queues were dog shit. And obviously, because they had built up that goodwill with their community, the direct responsiveness, and just like the rapport, people were okay with it. They didn't really give a shit. They were like, we understand. There were people that were frustrated, but overall the community was understanding. And I think that's even kind of what happened with Warlords of Draenor, is that whenever WoD came out and it had the problems, some people were angry, but it blew over and it was okay. And people saved that anger for whenever they found out the game had no content. But if you compare the frustration that people had with WoW in 2014 versus how they felt about the end of BFA and especially Shadowlands, it's just an element of exhaustion and people just being over it. And I think that's what happens whenever you kind of go too far into the red, whenever you're talking about brand withdrawals, whenever you're withdrawing that trust.
You know
Dude,
what?
I'm not even kidding. There's people in Diablo Immortal. I think that's what you're describing. It's like cognitive dissonance. They can't believe that it's like some sort of coping mechanism, and they go out of their way and they say unironically, "Oh, this game's free to play though, and you don't have to spend money, and it's okay, and all this." And they're somehow coping because of this old the kind of image in their head of what the company used to be, and they somehow justify it when all of the actions point otherwise. And it's how are they living in this reality still?
I love reading the subreddit for Diablo Immortal. People making excuses for it. It's so good. It's honestly I will lay in bed and just, cuddle up with my blanket and just read no, it's okay. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. This is a good game. I'm having fun. I'll catch up to the whales in 6 years. While you'll be playing some other game. Yeah, it's nuts. That's one of the biggest shocks to me, is not the people that don't care, but the people who actively embrace it, especially the ones that don't have anything to gain from it. Go ahead.
When you said, but I'm having fun, as I said in the video, great. No one wants you to stop having fun. No game player, no designer, no developer, especially not us guys here right now. We don't want you to stop having fun. We wouldn't be happier if you were playing your favorite game and you suddenly thought, I've now realized all of the things about this game. It's no longer fun. We want you to realize the information, have access to it, make an informed choice, and then decide if you want to continue playing, if it's worth it for you. One of the things is to give information. You can't unknow something. The famous phrase is, you can't step in the same river twice because you are not the same person and it's not the same river. Once we have told you how your favorite games work, once we have pointed out the psychology that's being used against you and the mechanics, we don't want you to immediately stop having fun. We want you to be informed, to have all the information, and to then make choices that you feel happy with, choices that you feel consistent with. And if you know all that and you're still having fun, excellent. If you learn this and think, you know what, my time is probably better spent elsewhere, that's fine as well. We want you to find a game that gives you the most fun for cost that you can justify. And that's different for everyone.
Well, I think there's a lot of people that just get finessed and taken advantage of. And it's like another quote, it's easier to trick a man than to convince somebody that they've been tricked. You know, and once somebody has been invested into something and they've been now they're level 60, right? Their character is, Paragon 15 or something like that. Well, they don't want to just like stop because it's pay to win, because now they have invested their time into the game. They've invested their character. They've played through the campaign. And so they go through the dissonance of trying to make excuses for why it's not that bad or why it's not happening that way.
Yeah, there's actually another quote too that I think is relevant right now. Okay. Why would I wash my hands? I got a clean dick. And every time that I play, I think that pops into my head every single time. I think that's a really pertinent thing.
Man, my recommendations are doing even better than I thought. Yeah, is that right? No, I know. And I think the developers, they do intentionally, and this is one of the big factors that, like, I mean, Josh, you talked about this in your video, and it's just such an important point that this is not done accidentally. This is not done like, oh, oops, we just accidentally made a super predatory microtransaction system that obfuscates the amount of money you spend through 4 different currencies. No, this is done very intentionally on purpose, and that's why they're doing it. They are doing it for the exact reason that you think they are.
It's very difficult. It seems very difficult in the MMORPG world to be happy when someone else tells you they're enjoying a game that isn't your main game. I've found this, again, comes back to the cult mentality of the hardcore players in any given game. If you've invested a lot of, and you said earlier, Rich, that this becomes your personality. You introduce yourself as a Warcraft player, a Final Fantasy player, instead of an MMO enjoyer. You can find and love all of them. If you have spent a lot of your time becoming this character, this personality based around a game in reference to a specific game, when someone else tells you they're enjoying a game, it can sometimes feel like an attack on you. I would love it if all MMORPG fans can get to the point of when someone says to them, I like this game. I like this game. Great, that game's good because of this. That game's good because of this. Every single game. What's your favourite food? I like pizza, I like burgers, I like curry, I like a healthy salad every now and again, but if I choose one thing and stick to it forever, I'm going to get bored. Variety is the key to enjoying something. So enjoy a variety of MMORPGs, and I really do hope one day we can get to the point where we understand and value people who enjoy games that aren't our main game as well. As long as they're informed about how it is, and if they say that they play a certain game and you have a negative opinion of that game, your first response shouldn't be to attack them with the negative opinion. If they say, oh, I enjoy Diablo Immortal, you don't want to attack someone and go, oh, it's pay to win. You can reply with, that's a good game. I enjoyed swinging around as a demon hunter, fire arrows below me. I enjoyed dodging through the mobs. I think it's it's very similar to Diablo 3, but I also enjoyed Diablo 3. I've got some good memories playing that couch co-op. There's a lot of positive stuff that comes in the video game world, and yet we seem to be conditioned into this idea of negatively attacking someone when they have a different opinion. That is something that I'm glad that this group is changing that.
Yeah. I think that MMOs are a big reason why that happens, is because people want to feel like their time invested into an MMO is meaningful and matters. It's like you're not going to buy and get a bunch of microtransactions on a game that's dead. You want to play a new game so you can have people appreciate what you've accomplished and what you've done. And I think that what happens is that somebody who, let's say, they're like a massive fan of Final Fantasy or World of Warcraft, and they hear that the other game is doing really well, and in their mind, they're thinking of all the accomplishments they've had in their game and how those accomplishments now have less value because the game itself has less value. I think that's why it happens, is that they personalize it.
I literally lived through this. Okay, I used to exclusively play Diablo 3, and during the rise of Path of Exile,
black and white camera days.
Yeah, black and white camera days, and bro, every time there was any sort of Path of Exile patch, any sort of like hype around the game, everyone, why are you playing this trash game? It's so much worse. What are you doing? Like, how can you possibly have? And they would get. I mean, we had to ban so many people. I didn't even talk about the game. Did nothing. And I, from what I could tell, it's some sort of like you're looking at your neighbor's car and you're kind of like, you're like pissed off that he might have a better car, or like he's enjoying it. It's like, well, how are you enjoying that? You know, this is clearly better. What the hell? You know, and they literally are getting aggressive.
Oh my God.
Well,
like I remember like PoE was like the worst one with that, because whenever I got into the closed beta of PoE, they had like this free weekend, which was the first time I played it. The entire general chat was like, bro, this is better than D3. Dude, this is way better than D3. Hey guys, did you know D3 sucks? And it was just like the entire conversation about that. And I felt bad because Diablo 3 does do a few things right. And I think, you know, especially combat in Diablo 3 is phenomenal. It's amazing. The visceral nature of it is something that I think PoE still really isn't quite there with. I hope PoE 2 gets there, but we'll see what happens.
You're wrong.
Yeah, there we go. Right?
Shut up, idiot.
Yep, that's somebody in chat. Yeah,
I mean, look, I think Asmon, we have a lot of experience in this, being cult owners. The thing that you actually do see is a lot of people really make it their character identity, which I think, like, which game they're playing or which camp they sit in, that tribal nature of it. And that's one of the reasons why people are so likely to spend money, right? If it's part of your character identity, you want to get all the power that you possibly can. If you stop, you have a smaller number, therefore you're a worse person. And congratulations, you just signed up to become a payer. But I think that you can see it with classic WoW and retail WoW, right? It happened all the time. I'm a classic WoW Andy, you know, and people would actually fight over it. And you know, and then I had a lot of fun in classic WoW. I actually got to be on one of the best guilds to ever exist with some of the best people ever, but those days are long gone. I miss you, Quinn.
Yeah,
Quinn, remember whenever you tried to finesse me out of like fucking 20,000 gold, 2,000 gold about that fucking ingot, and then Stay Safe sold it to me with no interest? Remember that?
It almost worked. We were like one step away, right?
Yeah, I remember that all too well. I don't know.
Do you think the points you brought up are about people's time investments into MMORPGs? They want them to feel like they have value, not just to them, but to other people as well, because you can generate your own internal value by becoming happy and believing that what you've done, you know, fulfills you. But if what you've done makes you happy only in relation to other people seeing it, that's a very dangerous position to be in, because you're placing your time investment into this game and your overall happiness and enjoyment of it into other people's acceptance, understanding, and then care about it. If you say to someone, hey, I've got 99 woodcutting in RuneScape, someone who plays RuneScape might care. The vast majority of the non-gaming population won't. MMORPG players are heavily invested, and they want their time investment to feel like it has inherent value beyond their own enjoyment, and most of the time it just doesn't.
Yeah, that's how the confirmation bias works, right? That's why people always flock towards people who have a similar view of them as they do of themselves. So you instantly fall into the camp where it's like, I'm a free to play guy, right? Where am I free to play? Where, like, pick up the sticks, let's divide this shit right in two, right? Like, every single person has, to a certain degree, a reaction like that. And with game players, a lot of the time their character is going to be an extension of themselves. And it's funny that now, when you look at games like this, they're kind of becoming Veblen goods. If I could have a giant watch that had my gacha characters on it and I could flex it, I'm sure that something like that would make chicks like me a lot more. So I'm hoping that eventually we have a way to actually flex our gacha accounts and our Diablo accounts.
People do it with everything else in the entire world. Why do you think somebody buys a Lamborghini? You can't drive a Lamborghini 200 miles an hour. You buy it to show off. Why do you think people buy the brand new phones? To show off. Why do you think people buy designer clothes? Like, is Gucci really worth $2,000 for like a jacket? I don't think so, but people do it so they can have that status. So I think, Josh, you're completely right. It's conspicuous spending, and people want to be seen as like successful. And whenever they have something that they consider makes them successful gets diminished and it doesn't matter anymore, well, then they don't matter as much anymore in their mind.
Do you want to hear something crazy?
Go ahead.
You know the reason why I'm so susceptible to spending in video games? Like, this is just the God's honest truth. Because I grew up like super poor, right? So it's like this thing that my brain tries to do to prove to itself value, right? I talked to Dr. K about it. Thanks, Dr. K. Need to talk to you again soon. Hope you're doing all right. But it's like, that's actually one of the reasons why I'm more susceptible to spending. There are things like that everywhere. And it's very clear to see those psychological trends that people have. And it's very easy for the gaming companies to take advantage of it. But I've relapsed.
One of the fascinating things that this all opens up, and again, the psychology behind this entire situation is just super complicated.
Yeah.
But it can create modern day legends. Because, Quin, when you get that drop, imagine how people are going to respond to that. You are creating a modern mythos right now. People outside of the gaming sphere are following your journey. People are talking about the value of it and the money spent, and they're talking about the time spent, but they're still talking about it, which means that even though this monetization can be seen as abusive, it is creating something akin to a modern day myth. People are excited about this story. Whether you agree or disagree with it, it is creating something wonderful that people are rallying around, and people want to be there when you get that drop. People will say, I was there, and that will give them the value, the validation that not only did they experience something, if they ever meet someone at a convention or in a real life meetup, they'll be able to say, I was there. They'll be able to share that moment with someone else who values that moment, and that will create that bond, that will create that connection between them. So by doing these things, MMORPGs are not only connecting players within the game, even pay-to-win games are creating stories that are going to allow people to connect outside of the game. We can find something positive in this. I mean, Quin, when you get that drop, what's your plan? I'm hoping you've got party cannons just off camera. Yeah. And you're just going to smash a big red button, confetti explodes, because that'll be a moment, man.
My plan, I don't know. I'm just going to basically yell like a famous quote. One guy said, what a dog shit is. And then I'm just going to fall off my chair backwards and scream, basically. I don't know. You guys said quotes. I wanted to join it. But no. Do you think it's that? Or do you think that is vicariously gambling through me? You know, do you
I think it's a bit of both, right? Like, I think people are watching. They're like, wow, another $25. He's not going to get it. And then eventually, whenever you do get it, yeah, they'll be really excited. And then they'll probably figure out the next thing that you're not going to get, right? It's always on to the next one. It's the next thing, etc. No, I understand it very well. I mean, I remember whenever I finally, and like the worst thing about it is like, it's almost like you don't want it to drop because like that's the content, right? Is like getting it. I remember whenever I got.
Yeah, but that's when you're not spending $500 an hour. that's when you're doing free sword runs.
That's true. Yeah, this has a time limit on it.
It's about the journey, and it's about the chat coming on that journey with you. I mean, I haven't spent any money on the games, but I was playing Path of Exile a couple of days ago, just low-level stuff, running around a map, and my chat said, you missed a chest. And there were about 2,000 people there, and I was like, I haven't missed a chest, but they were insisted that I had, so I went back to try and find it, and I couldn't find it. We spent about 20 minutes running around this one map, me trying to find a chest, following directions from chat, which is difficult because there's a delay between when they chat and when I see it. And after 20 minutes, it had become this whole thing. And eventually, in this shadowy corner somewhere, I find the one chest that I've missed in the entire map. Chat goes wild. Don't even open it. I just leave the map. I'm like, oh, good, there it is, and leave. Because I know that no matter what I do, opening that chest will not be as satisfying as the mystery of what could have been in the chest. That is the story. That's the mythos that people are going to say whenever they meet up about it. So a lot of these MMORPGs, we can create a lot of moments as content creators and streamers that the audience will talk about for many, many years to come. Quin, you're doing that right now. Asmon and Rich, you guys have been doing that for years. When an MMO comes out, it wants to be the game that creates a moment that people talk about.
Thank you for noticing.
Love that. And like, I remember the one time, so I went to TwitchCon, and while I was at TwitchCon, one of my viewers ninja looted the most expensive BOE item from one of the guild members in Quin's guild. And I come back, and we have a trial by combat where Quin duels this guy out in Westfall, and there are so many people out there. Literally, the server is crashing, and we had to relayer 3 different times. Royson, yeah, you guys remember that. And this guy, and Quin beats his ass, and Royson has to pay back the money. And like, yeah, you're totally right. Like, that's what MMOs are so good at, is like having those great stories. And this happened like 4 years ago, 3 years ago, something like that. It's crazy to think.
That was 4 years ago?
Insane.
Friend of mine, Callum Upton, another streamer, has covered a lot of games like Dreamworld and Earth 2. Callum Upton plays RuneScape. He did a 24-hour stream for charity a couple of months ago, a couple of years ago now, actually. And he ended the 24-hour charity stream by dueling me for his entire bank. We basically said, right, we're going to fight. You risk literally everything. I'll risk everything as well. And he lost that duel. And I've still got all his stuff in my bank. So to commemorate it, I had a mug made because Callum lost exactly 338,238,593 coins worth of value to me. So to us, that was part of our legend. So I've got a mug with that number on one side and Callum's face on the other, and it's always in camera. So every time Callum's watching me, he's reminded of that value that I have of his, and the viewers know what it means. It's nothing malicious between us, but it's that beautiful story. And I think that's what made me gravitate toward MMORPGs as much, because as much as I can talk about my build in Elden Ring, and you can talk about your build in Elden Ring, and we can talk about how we all hated Melania when we were killing her, we don't get to share that live. MMORPGs, we get to share in the moment right there. Quin, you're going to have tens of thousands of people watching you when you get that drop. Asmon, you had hundreds of thousands of people watching you attempt to get through Lisa Lamosa. You've got all of these stories being made together, and that's what I think makes MMORPGs just so damn special.
That's the best thing about them, right? And like, that's the one thing, like, anytime a game comes out, if it doesn't have that multiplayer element, I am just like, I'm so disappointed. And I even think back at Elden Ring, what are some of the most memorable things in like Elden Ring or like Dark Souls? They're invasions, right? Somebody invades and they're trying to kill me, and they're trying to make me do the pot friend emote IRL, and finally I actually do the emote, and they leave the game and leave me alone like they said they would do, right? The human element, the element that's like, it's not a this is not an algorithm that decides, you know, some sort of outcome. It's just anything can happen, and it was great. I think that's the best thing about it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I think like those. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, we should do questions kind of soon, and you know, show's been going on for quite a while. So if you guys want to send in your questions, just do the hashtag ask in chat, and your questions will pop up if you guys want to ask us anything, and we'll go through some of those in just a little bit.
Do you mind if I go pee really quick? I don't want to step in the same river twice.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
All right, I'll be right back. 1 second.
Yeah. So Quin, how much money really, like, in total? On Diablo, more how much? Check.
Let me just check the exact amount right now. $22,000, 105.75 cents.
So how much money do you spend an hour?
Well, it depends how much YouTube videos I watch in the between. You know, it depends on the story content, really. Yeah, so that is. Let me just confirm. So let me just convert it to real money, just so you guys understand. 105.
Yeah.
So it's $14,000 US.
Okay.
And yeah, so I can do a rift in about anywhere between 1 minute 20 seconds and 2 minutes 30. Maybe if I get a really bad rift, maybe 3 minutes. Yeah. So we're talking like each. I think I can get up to like $5,000 in a single stream, like if I really pop off.
Holy shit. Oh my god! Like I hope that they add like a way to do like a crests in one rift run. I think that'd be crazy.
Yeah,
would you
that would be.
Would you
do it?
Would you do a 100 crest run?
Well, are you kidding me? I would just spam the 100 crest run until I got it, bro. Like that'd be.
Oh my god!
If we go back as well, you. In terms of speaking of crests and elder rifts, before we were talking about how like it's like a pseudo way of like doing a loot box without actually being a loot box. I actually thought about it, and I was like, why do the Elder Rifts scale to your combat rating? And why are they all? Why is it set to this permanent like difficulty that's kind of easy?
See,
like,
I hate that. I absolutely hate that, because the one thing that I really liked in Diablo 3 was getting really, and this is the same thing in PoE. Josh, did you get to the end game in PoE where you can actually take advantage of that, or are you just still playing?
No, I think I'm at about level 40 or 50-ish around Act 3 or 4 right now. So I've got all that left to come.
Okay, so yeah, you're probably about 200 hours away from that. But like whenever you get there, it's fucking beautiful. It is amazing. Whenever you finally earned all of this accomplishments and you go in, you kill a boss, and it takes like 30 seconds. It's amazing. And like I don't know. Like I feel worried that like gaming is just gonna be that, but for money.
I think it's because, I mean, Quin's they want you to finish the Rift. The actual gameplay within the Rift is not the focus to them. It's the focus to the players, but it's not the focus to the company. The Rifts are scaled to your combat level, and they are all relatively easy. I don't think I died in Diablo Immortal while I was leveling up, because death would not help their bottom line. If they do some research and they realise that actually players need to die a certain amount to feel that sense of pride and accomplishment when they finally do get the thing, they'll plan those deaths in. I mean, Candy Crush makes more money than World of Warcraft, and Candy Crush is designed to always be 1 or 2 moves away from finishing the level.
Yeah, it's designed. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I will define like game of skill as well. Like, how is a Rift that literally scales your character? And I mean, I did an IQ test. It like bugged out, and I landed at 85 IQ, but it felt like you don't even need 85 IQ to beat the Rift. I'm talking like you can AFK. I was watching a Todd thing. I was like alt tabbing and doing calculations. You actually cannot fail it, and it's designed that way. Okay, is it because of the quote unquote, authentic Diablo experience, or is it just because this is like just a pseudo loot box that they put into the game? Like,
if it was an authentic Diablo experience, they wouldn't be paid to win in it at all.
Yeah, well, the
would kill you.
Point out, I don't think anybody's brought this up on this show. I do this all the time, actually, with these. You cannot lose the Rifts. There's no challenge there. It is a loot box. So you know how sometimes it'll put the dark affix on and you can't see anything? I will instantly leave those, and it mails you back your crests. There is no fail scenario at all, because all you were doing is opening a loot box. So I will literally, when I see an affix I don't like, I just leave. It mails me my crest back, and I go back in. You actually cannot fail these things at all.
It's a good strat. I need to leave my money faster by doing that. Actually, thank you, Rich.
Yes, you will be able to speed up losing your money, and eventually you'll be able to get that 5-star. What you need to do is you don't pick up any of the gems off the floor. Let them get mailed to you, and anytime you see the bad affixes, just peepo poof out. Take the load screen hit, and you'll be spending money like in no time. You'll be a pay pig just like me. But yeah, there's no fail case. The only time that you die in that game is when you walk into the challenge rift and it goes, "Hello, payer, it's time to spend a little bit more." And I go, "Oh, okay, I died. That means I need to go get another gem rank." But now, because I'm on rank 8, if I want to have any upgrade at all, it costs about $4,000 an upgrade. So that's a lot of fun. I saw a question, though, in the chat that I'll answer really quick. It said, "Did you wash your hands?" No. Why would I wash my hands? I sit down when I pee. Did I say the thing right, Asmon?
Yes. Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. You want to do first question?
Do you think Diablo Immortal monetization will affect World of Warcraft monetization? Oh, sorry, I missed the letter. Diablo Immortal will affect World of Warcraft monetization. Honestly, I think that with World of Warcraft, what they most likely will do is what I mentioned a little bit earlier. They are going to try to spam expansions with as little content as possible, because the LTV of the player is already so high. If you can stick them for $60 a year guaranteed, they'll continue to do mounts alongside the subs, and they'll sprinkle in a few cash shop things like with mounts throughout the time. But you already have people in a pay scheme with that game. You may as well just beat them up and steal all of their money with what is already working.
You mentioned earlier, Asmon, that you can purchase the Blizzard token and then change that for gold, and then you can change the gold for Diablo Gold. It's all about how many steps you can add in. If they straight away said, you can buy Invincible for X amount of money, a lot of people are going to buy it. That would be a massive cash-in of company goodwill. I'm not even sure if they'd have enough goodwill left to make that cash-in, but you know that someone is going to buy it. They're going to have a lot of people make money, a lot of short-term profit or long-term loss. How many steps do you need to add in? And it sounds silly, but if you could finish a mythic raid and get the chance to spend money, and Mr. GM on Twitter made a lovely post. If you could just spend an extra £5 for an extra loot roll, would you do it? How much would it cost? There's going to be a team of people working this out, because it's not just a straight yes or no answer, it's a maybe. There are going to be a team of people working out whether it's worth pushing World of Warcraft players to that point, because there will come a point where it is worth pushing that. They just need to wait for it to get there.
I think so. And the best part about that Mr. GM thing is it, like, at the very bottom of the comment section, there were some people like, well, actually, I mean, if they did do this, I mean, I don't really like running Mythic Plus anyway. I mean, guys, listen, it's only $1.50. I'm getting good pay. I might as well do it. Yeah, so I don't think it's that outrageous.
It's such an interesting thing. When you look at, and I tried to do the maths, if you can just purchase experience, gold, items, materials, or power in a game for X amount of money per hour, and you can go to your job and you can earn X amount of money per hour, there's actually a switch. There is a moment when the most efficient way to play the game becomes go to work. And once the most efficient way to play is to go to work and spend money, the people who are playing will be the ones who are spending the money.
Why do you think I started streaming? This is the goal the whole time.
That's about right, yeah. Yeah, you just make the money so you can afford to buy the stuff. I know that there were times, like, I remember McConnell messaged me, and he said, he's like, man, you need to start streaming again. We're running out of money in Classic WoW. Like, we need to beg for gold again. And, like, that was one of the big reasons why I came back.
Once you add more steps in, and once you make it possible to advance in a game quicker by going to work than by playing the game, the people who are just playing the game for fun, you cash in a lot of goodwill. It's one of the reasons I stopped playing RuneScape back in 2009, because they suddenly said, Squeal of Fortune, you can get experience and gold. And I realized no matter how much I played or advanced, my time would never be worth as much as just throwing money onto that. So I stopped. I was one of the expensives of their cashing in their goodwill. Will Immortal affect World of Warcraft monetization? It'll probably make them set up a psychology team to work out whether it's worth it.
Yep, there it is. I'm not surprised. I think that it'll happen. I'm not. Let's go to the next question. Let's see what else we got. And yeah, I'm concerned. I'm more concerned for Diablo 4 because that's what they've already done. But there is a chance. I think that on release, there's at least a 50% chance that it won't be pay to win. Right? I mean, that's 50? A pretty good one.
No,
yeah, that's a lot. That's really good.
It's gonna 99% chance no pay to win. Okay. 99. All right, don't wrong. Like that. You can clip that. Okay. When I say to pay to win, I mean like to the same level of, like, maybe they'll do some bullshit where, like, there's, like, you can buy like some bullshit battle pass thing which gives you like a stash tab. Now if that counts as pay to win, okay, all right.
No, like, I mean, where you can spend real money and you can make your character more powerful in the end game. Your character will do some form of increased damage or have some form of increased magic find. That's
no shot. No, okay. I don't think that. Okay, I mean, but then again, maybe I'm one of those guys suffering from cognitive dissonance. That's like, just literally using a coping mechanism to try and make myself feel better. I'm not sure. But, I actually, like, I can't really tell at this point. But I just
50-50.
The way I judge it logically is, like, I feel like they're going to make more money if they don't do that, because then the true Diablo fans will buy it, right?
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Let's look at it this way.
There's dozens of them.
The truth of the matter is you stick everybody for $60, right? With Diablo, and then that's all you get. How many people would you need to? It's a simple math equation. How many people do you need to download the game for free, and then have 20% of them monetize over $60 for it to be more efficient to make a mobile game? And when you see 10 million people downloading in the first week, the math starts to speak for itself, and it does get pretty scary. Now,
honestly,
yep.
I was gonna say, honestly, the way you put that, it's like, I almost wish that D4 wasn't like you buy the game to a certain extent, like, because you gotta understand, I'm not one of these guys who, like, buys a game and then plays it and then does a campaign and quits. I like to play a game for, like, years. I'm like, like years and years. Let's just play it for. So, like, in terms of longevity, in terms of the in my opinion, the best way to monetize the game is it's probably like a subscription of some sort, right? Where you can't buy cosmetics, you can't buy anything, and you just pay like a subscription, and everyone's on the same playing field, or like some sort of battle pass type deal, right? And then that way, because they're incentivized to keep making content because they're getting money. If they're not getting money, then why are they going to make anything? Because then you get Diablo 3 again, where you just 7 months goes by, and then they do a patch which changes one set from like 5,000% more damage to 10,000% more damage.
People who are disagreeing with Quin right now, you're actually so stupid. He's 100% right. It depends how they actually go about doing it. Why do you think Path of Exile is able to make so much money? They even though they do it in an ethical way, they are able to make money with the new leagues. They straight up make money with the new leagues. And that's why they made something like, I think it was $30 million in the last year that they had to report their earnings.
You look at it, it's transactional, right? People, they create content, and then because they're creating content, people buy the packs, right? And then it's like it's a good thing like that. And that's the best case scenario, right? Like you enjoy a game, so then you continue supporting it, and then they keep making more stuff because, they want money, and also they hopefully have a passion for making a cool game, right? And that's like the dream scenario for Diablo 4. Like maybe, Joe Shelley or, and the various guys, maybe they're hardcore Diablo guys, and they just and they somehow convince the big wigs at Blizzard, like, yo, let's, maybe change things around so we can have like a game that lasts more than a few. Because right now I'm kind of expecting the game to come out, not be pay to win, but then they earn their money, then they don't have because they're not bringing anything in. There's no new content, and it just kind of like dies out slowly, right? Like Diablo 3, because. I mean, if they're not making money, why would they keep making more content, right? Like
Diablo 3, exactly. Diablo 3 seasons were so bad, right? I mean, also, what's funny, and a lot of people are going to have a visceral reaction to this, but if you took the loops and you took, first of all, the Paragon gating that is done is purposefully done to make you spend more money as well, right? Like it gates all of the players together so they're in the same place, so you can kind of drag people down with you and have them do rifts with you, and also so they can decide when you need to grind gear again. They slow down the amount of gear that you're going to get, so the only way that you can progress is actually doing the rifts. But if they had dungeons drop the appropriate amount of gear, if Paragons weren't gated the way that they were to make more money, and if they had all of the loops that are paid to access be free to play, the progression in Diablo Immortal could be smoother than the progression in Diablo 3. And the reason that Diablo 3 ended up staying there and you only had the Primal Ancient grind, for example, was because they had no incentive to improve those loops because they weren't making money off of spending time in that game. And that's why Quin is right on the money there. Like there is, if the game is going to improve over time, there needs to be an incentive for them to make new content, which is why I'm so scared for Diablo 4.
I'm very concerned. Next question. What could be done to salvage and redeem Diablo Immortal right now? I don't think that you can. That's my opinion. I think that it is beyond redemption.
Well, if you look at the way it's designed, so you say remove pay to win, and then you realize okay,
for the whole game.
Look at all the whole game is based around this, and then so then it's okay, you remove the Paragon limit, and then what are you left with once you deconstruct it all? You'll just left with a kind of shittier version of Diablo 3 on a mobile phone, and it's. Is that selfish at that point? I mean, maybe, but not really, because I think the damage is already done, right? At this point, I don't know.
I think it just makes Diablo 4 good. That's the only thing they can do.
The only good thing I will say about Diablo Immortal, and they kind of destroy this with a lot of the ways that it's designed, it is the best game next to Twitter that you can play on the toilet, right? That is fantastic. But the thing is you can't even do dungeons by yourself. You can't just, when you have the 5 minutes or a 20-minute commute, you can't even do dungeons by yourself. You have to find a group, which sucks. So I think that ultimately people already spent so much money, they're never going to change that original monetization scheme, right? They're probably never going to change that. What they could do is they could add banners potentially to make it more fair, but I agree at this point. I'm curious, Josh, what you think of it, but I feel like at this point, it's on to the next game and see if they want to be moral there.
Yeah, I was just listening because Quin has more experience with Diablo Immortal than I do, so I think his input on how we could change this has much more value than mine does on this specific question. Why are people still playing Diablo 2? Because there's enough content in the game for it to sustain a player base over a long time. I understand that there is a love and a passion to have a lifelong game, a forever game. I don't often look for forever games. I look for a game that is going to give me what I need right now. It's going to provide me with a fun experience, and then I will find another game. Elden Ring's an example. Bought Elden Ring, finished Elden Ring, played New Game Plus through a few times, enjoyed it, moved on to something else. And I believe now that From Software will be motivated to make another game because they have a great deal of a great deal of goodwill banked that they want to make another game. So how do we redeem Diablo Immortal? We try as hard as we can to push it toward the forever game of Diablo 2, which is there's enough content of random stuff, take away a lot of the paying for the quintessential Diablo experience, the loot explosions, add in a couple of cosmetics, add in possibly a bank slot or two, so you can store even more stuff, maybe expand the inventory if you need to. I understand people will disagree with that because it is mechanical, but compared to what we have now, it's definitely going to generate and garner some goodwill. We salvage the relatively fun, easy to access gameplay, because what I love about Diablo Immortal is that you can get up to level 35 within a couple of hours, you can jump in with your friends, it will level scale the rift to you, and you can play through. It's very social. It's exceptionally fun and easy to play socially. I would prefer if there was cross-server and cross-realm matchmaking, because that would make it much easier to make a character. What they have got is the basis for a fun, social, 5 to 10 minute experience. Mm-hmm. If we can focus on that and not overcharge for it, people would enjoy it.
Most of the I do agree. Like, look, if you took the bones of Diablo and reworked them, you could make a good game. But by design, all of those mechanics are focused right now on getting people to spend more money. Like, all of the social mechanics are hinging upon, it's like, oh, let's keep that toxic behavior that we have. Like, oh, you want to get your login reward today? Oh, here's your first kill of the day bonus. Here's this bonus. Here's this bonus. You get 8 of these bounties a day. You got to do your contract as well. You got to do this and this. And then it adds the fact that you have real people going, hey, do you want to do Lassel today? Could you please help me out? Now you feel bad for them. And then you create those social relationships with people because you have to be in a war band to get even more loot. And then those people go, I really want to be immortal on the server. You have to log in at 7 o'clock tonight. If you don't log in at 7 o'clock tonight, we're going to lose our shadow war to become immortal. So all of those social things, it's weaponized humanity. They have literally took everything that's good about the human race and used it against us. Every single inkling that you have where you want to be altruistic and help people and work with them, they are using it to make you spend more money.
So if we could add all that without the need for money, there'd be a hell of a lot of goodwill redeemed.
Yeah, I agree with you. If you would have to rework every single thing in the game, though, but the bones of it, I do agree, are strong in that direction.
Or we could just change it around so you could earn eternal orbs through the game and there was no soft cap daily.
Yeah, I think that you would need to, first of all, you would need to eliminate multiple, like when people talk about the high end of spending, they are actually getting tricked by the token economy, right? You're essentially infinitely spending $20 a day if you want to be maxed because of how the I forget what the actual system's called, the Herodrum something, where you get your rubies, emeralds, and diamonds. I don't know. We can call them Blizzard bucks at this point. It doesn't really matter. Yeah. But you're infinitely spending $20 a day on platinum that will automatically get converted from your gems that you don't even realize what you're spending, right? They're like, oh, we're going to give you Aspirant's keys, and then it's going to cost more Aspirant's keys. So that's infinitely $20 a day.
In the dream version, though, Rich, these mechanics. So that's a perfect example of one of the like many mechanics that just only exist because it's another avenue to spend money. So it would just be removed, right? Like, and that's the thing, though. You look at that, and you look at what's left. You look at and then that's what I'm saying. Nothing. You remove all these things, and all you have is a shitty version of Diablo 3, which is why I don't think it can be redeemed, because you're literally describing this, and all these in-game mechanics, they make no sense. They're stupid. They're boring, and it's just either to make you log in every day and do some shit, or it's to create another thing that you can spend money on to get ahead of other people, which then gets them. So then you remove all these things, and you literally have you have greater rifts, and you've got, I guess, a world that you can do bounties in, and then you've got a PvP arena, and that's I guess that's one positive that Diablo 3 doesn't have. But I don't know. I think it's unredeemable.
I also like, look, the PvP arena, man. That is. Would it be good if everybody was in your honest opinion, would it be good if everybody was at the same level? You know that there's a problem in a game when I'm 44-0 and like 7, right?
Yeah,
like,
did y'all see this? Did you guys see this? So Rich queues into a battleground, and Rich has put a little bit of money into his character. And so he's going and he goes 44-0. And he's cackling like a fucking psychopath, killing 3 or 4 people at a time. He's killing people he didn't even aim at.
I was not in a PvP build either, and I would say Demon Hunter is probably the worst PvP. Like, if everything's even, Demon Hunter is probably the worst thing to play in PvP.
That's the funny thing, is that it wasn't even.
It's not. I was hitting them with every single, like literally I was reading off lines of my CCV every time I took a shot. I was like, so in 2014 I began my professional career, and it was
context, Rich. What would your average battleground in World of Warcraft look like? How many kills and deaths? What are we talking? Your average on your like warlock guy, like what are we talking here?
I was usually sitting in the graveyard watching media share. I was like, it was not doing too hot in most of my battlegrounds. Dude. Usually when I was playing WoW, I would just hear Asmongold go, "Dude, what the fuck, Rich? Dude, what are you doing? Dude, wow, dude, wow.
Come on, Rich. Yeah.
Wow, dude. Oh man, I'll never forget what we were doing when we were raiding, and you were like, rich mage, more like poor mage, and then you gave the freaking staff to someone else, man.
Yeah, it was a good one. I thought that one up on the fly too.
Yeah, that's why I joined Quin's guild.
Yeah, that's actually what happened. Yeah, Rich quit my guild because I, didn't give him items. That's
Quin
okay.
treated me with respect, bro.
Yeah, I'm sure. And you want to do one more question? Let's do one more.
Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah, it's. Do you think the acceptance of the grind mindset and the time equals money equation make this all work? I think that, to an extent, you do have people that, it's like grinding for something or spending real money for it. Like, in their mind, it's basically the same thing because, they don't have currency as time and other people don't have currency as money. So they view it as the same. And I think that's kind of fair, which is I don't really put a whole lot of value in the idea of oh, you spent a lot of time into something, good job. Okay, that's nice. But I think that skill-based rewards are where it really does matter. And I think that skill-based rewards, even in Diablo Immortal, they do trend, and it's easier to get those if you have better gear and you spend money. So it becomes the same thing. Grinding equals money.
What's impossible to compete, though? Yeah, it doesn't matter how skilled you are. You're never going to be clearing any rift that someone who's put any amount of money into the game. Oh, let's say $500. It doesn't matter. That guy could be Rich Campbell taking a shit on his phone, and he's just going to casually clear that, without even trying, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It's bad. I'm not.
It doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter how hard you try. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I'm not the worst video game player ever. I should never be going 44-0. I will admit that right now. I should not be going 44-0. Look, some people called me the Shroud of Final Fantasy 14. Really? Some people did. Some people have called me. Some people even called me the Quin 69 of Diablo. I'm not sure if that was a compliment or an insult, but I should not be going 44-0 when I play a battleground on a mobile.
Do you think the game is designed to make you do that? I've got a very strange lens to look at this situation through. Before I got into acting and streaming and YouTubing, I was a martial arts instructor for a long time. I used to teach people how to defend themselves. And if you were winning every single fight, you weren't learning anything, but you felt great. You felt brilliant. If people were throwing, terrible opponents against me, I felt on top of the world, but I left that session knowing no more than when I started the session. If I needed to learn, there's the old saying, if you are the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. Try and find a room with people slightly above you. There is a perfect, I think it's called the Goldilocks zone, of how much more skilled an opponent needs to be for your loss against them to still be beneficial to you. And I think it's about 6% better than you. I know it's hard to quantify this, but if it's a one-way war, if you get absolutely demolished, you don't learn anything. If you lose very, very closely, you know why you lost. You can improve. You can get a little bit quicker, a little bit faster, a little bit smarter. Yeah, it's about just being slightly there. So if you win every single fight, what are you learning? Well, you're not learning anything, but you're feeling great. And it's not the game's position to teach you anything. It is the game's position to make you keep spending. If the game wanted you to get better, then they would place you against people who are evenly matched and you would learn and level up. But they risk losing you as a player if you lose too much.
I think that makes sense. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I'm never gonna learn anything in PvP, right? I just hold down right click. That's it. That's literally all I do. But the thing is, though, is it does make me feel good. So I think a lot of people will spend money to try to chase that. And I think a lot of people will also try to spend money for the leaderboards there's a reason there's so many leaderboards, right? There are so many leaderboards and there are so many different servers. So they have more people competing for that first place spot.
Yeah, more people can be winners. Basically, yeah, that's what I think. I mean, it's one of those things where like I don't really see this changing a whole lot with gaming, to be honest, because I think that until like an average person, like what we were talking about, somebody who's just, like they're not consuming gaming media, until a person like that is okay with it or not okay with it, then nothing's going to change. And I think that's the point where you are going to see change. And I don't know if we're ever going to get there, if you want me to be honest, because those people are not engaged in media. They just play the game, and the success or anything like that doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
That's how I see it.
Yeah, and I do want to say right now, I feel like this was kind of like a bit of a doomer episode. It was definitely a little bit on the side of like what's happening to the game industry. But I think it is really important to actually be looking at this stuff and know exactly what you're getting into. I want to give a huge shout out to Josh. Guys, be sure to check out everything that he's putting out. One of the best thought out videos with everything that was happening in Diablo. He does this all the time for so many different games. Follow him on Twitch, follow him on YouTube. And then also I want to give a big shout out to Quin. A lot of you guys know this. Quin's obviously been one of my favorite streamers since I started watching Twitch very early on. Fucking love the guy. And also we hit Quin up like the night before to actually be on. Same with Josh. So thank you guys for making time for us.
Yeah, we did the same with both of you guys. So yeah, thank you all so much for coming on. Mods, if you want to link their socials in chat. And Quin streams pretty much every day. Josh, you're streaming now too, right?
Yeah, I tend to, on Monday, I have a podcast with Callum Upton where we talk about games design. On Wednesday, I Dungeon Master a live improvised D&D game with Callum, Rage, and Billy. There's no real set overarching campaign. It's more episodic. And on Saturday, I either play an MMORPG or a classic PlayStation 1 or PlayStation 2 game. I mean, we've recently replayed through Lego Island 2, Time Crisis. I think I finished the Detective Barbie game. It's just a fun time on stream. It's not serious at all.
All right. Well, yeah. So you guys can follow both of them, etc. Thank you guys for coming on. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And we are going to, as always, do the after show over on Rich's stream, where we're going to talk about, answer some more questions from you guys, do some viewer call-ins, and just in general hang out with y'all. So anyway, thank you guys so much for coming and showing up. And I'm excited to see where this goes. I wonder if Blizzard is going to just ignore all the feedback and just keep pumping out more different ways to make money out of you. It's crazy.
Also, guys, be sure to follow Quin's journey to getting a 5-star gem.
Yeah, we want to know, Quin. As soon as that happens, man, I want it all over Twitter. We need to know when you get that 5-star.
Tomorrow for sure.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do when you get it, though? Are you going to keep playing? Or are you just trying to get the gem and then...
I'm a scientist, so I think simply getting the 5-star gem is probably a little bit too simple. I'm thinking maybe we need to figure out, do a test to see how much money it costs to upgrade to max. Maybe 2 5-star gems, maybe 3 5-star gems. It's one of these things where scientists, we got to really explore
Test
what
the limits of reality.
One isn't enough data points. You need multiple data points of that on the graph. Draw the line.
Exactly.
Very good. Yes, exactly. Well, anyway, guys, thank you all very much for watching. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. I will be back online on Saturday, and we will be back into the usual stuff. And again, this next Tuesday coming up, we will be beginning Final Fantasy 14 once again. So thank you guys all so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Make sure to follow Josh and Quinn. And we're going to go on over to the after show on Rich's channel. You guys can just hang out over here if you want, and I will host over to it in just a little bit. But anyway, thank you all very much for watching. And until the next time, peace.